has an exceptional lineup this season. The automotive hometown hero offers the largest selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs in New England. With so many Herb Chambers dealership locations featuring 35 brands, you'll find the exact vehicle you're looking for. Choose from thousands of different new and pre-owned vehicles. And at Herb Chambers, you always get more for your trade. Because at Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars. We help people buy them. Visit herbchambers.com to view our entire inventory today.
The Chick-fil-A Community Hero Award Program is back this year, and they're upping the ante by honoring somebody every week for the entire baseball season. If there's someone in your town or your city who deserves recognition, nominate them at thegreghillfoundation.org/heroes.
Signature Farms boneless chicken is now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Today through Thursday, pick up value pack all-natural boneless chicken breast or thighs for just $1.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon Limit 2. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
Getting ready to apply for college or a new job? Thought about what your online presence says about you? Visit lifebrand.life to remove cringeworthy content from your social media accounts and increase your chances of being a top-rated applicant. Lifebrand.life. Make a good first impression today.
When your favorite ball club looks to close out the game, they bring in a specialist. Same is true in the drain game. When Eastern Mass homeowners need drain and sewer problems expertly fixed, Drains by James is the move. Whether you need drain cleaning or repair, pipelining, or sewer repair, you can depend on Drains by James to bring the relief 24/7. Learn more at drainsbyjames.com. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Masaya Yoshida leading off here in the bottom of the second, no score. He's at .294 with 9 homers, and he takes a call strike from Zach Gallen. Last night he was 0 for 3. He's really been pounding the ball to all fields with authority. The pitch is up and away, and it's 1-1. Yankees had their Old Timers Day ceremonies today. They don't play a game anymore, but as Waldman was telling us, she and Joe Girardi hosted Q&A on the field with the Old Timers. Here's a line drive down the right field line, hooking foul. Maybe 20 feet short of the pesky pole into the stands. But the Yankees have always done Old Timers Day upright.
Joe and Susan together probably did not want for things to say.
That's for sure. Here's the pitch. And a bounding ball on a big hop to first. Josh Bell does it himself. 4 steps to the bag, and the leadoff man is retired here in the second inning.
I think it's so cool that they do that. I do miss the game. I can understand why they did away with it, but what a neat tradition that is.
I remember when I was a little kid, you waited to see Joe DiMaggio hit. Of course, I never saw him play in a regular game, but he could still swing the bat pretty well into his 50s. Now Mickey Gasper looking for his first major league hit. The switch hitter from Merrimack, New Hampshire. Swings and drives a foul out of play. He's been up 4 times, 3 walks and a strikeout. Mickey out of Bryant in Rhode Island. 27th pick of the Yankees. Initially the pitch home, and he takes a strike. He had over 400 and some 40 games for Worcester this season after beginning the year at AA Portland. Picked up by the Red Sox in the minor league draft. He's behind 0-2. The pitch is swung on and missed. Big curve down and in by his back foot. That was nasty.
I cannot ever get enough of the shots of the parents in the stands for these guys making debuts or early in their career waiting for a first milestone. His mother had her hands folded in prayer in front of her mouth. Dad anxiously looking. Hopefully there'll be something big to cheer about for them today.
One against a tough pitcher. Here comes Connor Wong now, 0 for his last 11, down to 286 with 11 homers. And he takes a fastball for a strike at 95. No score in the home half of the second inning at Fenway Park. Had a beautiful day, 83 degrees and sunny. Chopper foul around the batter's box. No balls and 2 strikes. Red Sox are 21-20 against the National League this year. Still have the best overall record since interleague play began in '98. Gallen delivers home, and he leaves it high. They have an infield of Bell at first, Guillorme at second, Perdomo at short, and Suarez at third. Two of their starters are out. As we said, Christian Walker and Ketel Marte. The pitch is taken high, missed with the fastball at 94. Gallen walked 2 in the first inning, but escaped when Carroll ran down Refsnyder's long drive to right center. Here's the 2-2. And a ground ball hit hard toward the middle. Diving stab. Perdomo gets up, fires. Picked out of the dirt. He's out. Just before the previous pitch, Perdomo went about 3 steps to his left towards second base, and it paid dividends as he made the diving stab and gets him 6-3. No score after 2 in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
A lot goes into taking care of your property. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Z-Series mowers that deliver a quality cut, and Sidekick utility vehicles where durability meets speed. Visit your local Kubota dealer for a demo today.
In Connecticut, visit MB Tractor and Equipment in South Windsor, Ruitt Sibley Equipment in New Milford, and RNS Rentals and Sales in Torrington.
Celestial Seasonings invites you to experience a life full of flavor. At Celestial Seasonings, they're passionate about crafting extraordinary teas that invigorate the senses. From relaxing herbal teas to energizing black and green to refreshing cold brew iced teas and everything in between, there's a Celestial blend that's perfect for any occasion. Plus, they blend their teas using the finest herbs, teas, spices, and botanicals while packaging them in engaging, thoughtful boxes representing the goodness inside. Experience Celestial Seasonings today.
Arbella Insurance has been serving the New England community for over 35 years. Being your neighbor helps Arbella provide you the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for New England, here for good.
There's a lot to love about. There's a lot to love about you.
Don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the trusted 2024 Subaru Crosstrek has to offer, like symmetrical all-wheel drive. Buy with 2.9% financing for up to 48 months, or lease for just $299 per month for 36 months. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Now we go to the third inning, 0-0, and for the play-by-play, here is Will Fleming.
We got to find you a place for that Frick plaque. And soon, here's Cutter, who's been really good for 2 innings. Pitch 2, the left-handed hitting Guillorme. Here's a fastball that misses outside for ball 1.
See, Tom Caron has the Gasper parents on TV.
They're on edge today. What a cool moment for them. 1-0 is popped up back of second base. Rafaela out. In comes Duran. And I think rightly Cedon yields. Jaron in center field makes the play. What a test this is for Crawford. I mean, in his last 8 starts, his ERA has raised more than a full run. 29 runs in 29 1/3 innings. And it has been the home run that has hurt him. 14 home runs in his last 8 starts. But so far, just the 1 double allowed. No score, top 3. And here's Jose Herrera. Pitch to the left-handed hitter is a little bit outside for ball 1. He's second in the Herb Chambers batting order, brought to you by Herb Chambers Genesis of Auburn. Livia and Mick Sr. Talking to TC, 1-0. Pitch is a strike. I really hope he gets his first hit today. One thing about Gasper is that he is a switch hitter, so that allows him to maybe have a little more staying power in the order as the game goes on. 1-1 to Jose Herrera, the catcher today. The pitch fouled off. Otherwise, I mean, Alex Cora, especially this time of year, is not sentimental about this stuff. I mean, if it's a close game late and somebody like, say, Romy Gonzalez or others, if Alex feels like there's a better matchup off the bench, he will play it. 1-2. To Herrera, Cutter throws. Swing and a foul. Under the glove of Wong. It stays 1-2. O'Neill unavailable today. He's obviously still active on the roster. Gonzalez, Jansen, and David Hamilton. Available off the bench today. Mickey's got the shades on, chomping on some gum with that big, bushy mustache deep at second base. 1-2 in the dirt. Cutter sort of spiked a sweeper there. And it is 2-2.
Where is a switch-hitting catcher who has a strong arm. Got 12 of 28 his rookie year in 2022 with the D-backs.
2-2. Pitch. Outside of fastball. And the count is full. It's amazing how many of these D-backs hitters are hot. Suarez, McCarthy, Gurriel, Castillo, Carroll. All of them surging. That's why they score so many runs. 3-2. High pop up on the left side. Devers in bright sunshine will step away as Rafaela back out on the outfield grass. That's encouraging for Cutter. A lot of weak contact here today. It is not usually the first time through the order. We all remember this from his career. He is so often just this dominant through 3, 4, 5 innings. It's the second, third time through where things sometimes get a little interesting. Now a second look at the leadoff man, Corbin Carroll. Cutter delivers, and Carroll takes a curveball high and outside for ball one. Whether you're off to the ballpark, dog park, or amusement park, Citgo, top-tier tri-clean gasoline, gets you where you're going. 1-0. Cutter throws. Nice strike with a cutter. Fittingly, and it's 1-1. Corbin Carroll just 3 days ago turned 24 years old. 1-1 the pitch. Swing and a miss. Good cutter. Obviously the reigning rookie of the year in the National League. 25 homers, 25 doubles, 10 or more triples, and 50 or more steals a season ago. Amazing. 1-2 is a foul ball. First guy in Major League Baseball history to do that. I think we lately sort of aggregate those stats a little too much and look for combinations like that. First in history to have, insert number of doubles, triples, whatever it might be.
It's overdone.
But let's just say he had a great rookie year. 1-2 pitch is popped up into center field, actually carrying pretty well on a hot sunny day, but Duran in front of the warning track is there to make the play, and it is a 1-2-3. Top of the third for Cutter. For the Red Sox, when we come back in a scoreless game, Rafaela, then Duran and Abreu after this. In the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's pretty interesting what you find out about family members at some of the barbecues we've been to this summer. Like Uncle Fred. He said he went to Woodstock, and he couldn't find his clothes for 4 days. I think we're good on that. Finding money owed to you is easier than finding your clothes at a music festival. Put your name in at findmassmoney.gov. You could have money that's yours from uncashed payroll checks, forgotten savings account. It's estimated that 1 out of every 10 people have unclaimed property. Put your name in at findmassmoney.gov. It's fast, easy, and free.
Matthews Auto has purchased Bernardi Nissan and are bringing our award-winning dealership group to Boston. With the best rewards program in the business, Matthews Rewards Plus, you bank up to 25% of everything you spend on service and can use it to save up to $5,000 off a future vehicle purchase. This month, drive off in a new 2024 Nissan Altima 2.5S. Lease it for only $199 per month for 36 months. Lease selling price $27,535. Or our 2024 Nissan Rogue S all-wheel drive for only $299 per month for 36 months, both with $3,999 due at signing. Lease selling price $31,135. Visit the new Matthews Nissan of Wellesley at 962 Worcester Street, formerly Bernardi Nissan on Route 9, or MatthewsNissanofWellesley.com. Altima VIN number RN350571. Rogue VIN number RC720886. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $3,999 due at signing, cash or trade. First payment, tax and fees extra. Rebates to dealer to qualified buyers. Must finance through NMAC. Ends 9/3/24.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now back to the play-by-play action.
Cedon Rafaela leading it off for the Red Sox in the bottom of the third. Scoreless with the D-backs, and Cedon swings and misses at a slider. And it is 0-1. 37 pitches from Gallen. He's really mixed it up quite a lot here today. The Sox have been off balance. Cedon 262, and he pops this pitch up on the foul side of first. Will there be room for Josh Bell? Looks like yes. Indeed, on the warning track, he's there to make the play. And there's one down in the bottom of the third. You know, last year, a lot of people talked about the on-field player acquisitions the D-backs made in year and at the deadline, but maybe nothing more important for their entire season than the move that Brent Strom made, moving over from the Houston Astros to their pitching coach position. He's been just dominant for years.
From 75 years old.
Here's a ground ball on the first base side. Bell races over, but it's foul wide of the bag. Yeah, Brent Strom, Alex Cora just saw up close and personal what he did with the Astro pitchers and raves about the work he does.
He is really one of the most respected pitching coaches in the game. Remember seeing him pitch for Cleveland back in the early 70s.
Really?
So the Mets in San Diego, bounced around as a pitcher, a left-hander. One of the top pitching coaches ever, really.
Like so many of those greats, I think it does start with communication. He's awesome at that. 0-1 to Duran. A little bit high. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-1. Yankees losing today at the stadium 9-2 in the 8th inning. Pitch is a strike on the inside corner. The Mariners, they're in San Francisco. They lead 2-0. Their offense has been absolutely dreadful.
But they rallied a win last night in the first game for new manager Dan Wilson, the former catcher.
Yeah, they fired Scott Service. He was very well respected, but the results just not good enough.
Had a 10-game lead at one point.
1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Great changeup, and Gallen has been great. In fact, it's one of the shortest periods of time, Joe, in the history of baseball that a lead like that has evaporated. I think it took 35 days for the Astros to run them down. So here now is Willier with 2 down and the bases empty. He takes inside. The Yankees scores. The Rivalry Report, sponsored by River Spring Residences, setting a new standard for memory care in New York City. 833-79-RIVER or riverspringresidence.org/radio to schedule a tour. The 1-0 is popped up on the infield. And right underneath it to make the play and end the inning is Perdomo. I may visit that website to schedule a tour to New York's greatest deli with Dave Pomerantz next time I have a minute. We go to the 4th inning. Scoreless. Sox and Snakes in the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Network.
What is insurance?
Insurance transfers certain risks between parties.
Without insurance, the economy would really stop.
In simple terms, insurance is like community.
It's protecting every last asset that somebody has built over a lifetime.
You're in it together.
You feel supported.
From the beginning to the end.
What insurance is, just taking care of people. It's definitely a way of life.
Cross Insurance. Our way of life since 1954.
Allow us to introduce you to the Ford truck built for New Englanders like you. The New England Edition F-150. Made with luxurious style, top-notch technology, and built Ford tough capability. Now you can get America's best-selling truck for 47 years for a great deal. To lease the New England Edition F-150 today, stop into your local New England Ford dealer or visit buyfordnow.com. Claim based on 1977 to 2023 CY industry reported total sales.
Lou Maloney here for my friends at Shaw's and Star Market. Now, when I'm on the road with the team, the one way I help at home is by ordering groceries for our family online with the Shaw's and Star Market deals and delivery app. They have them ready at curbside, and they'll deliver them right to my front door. I can see how much money I save, and we all love that. Just visit shaws.com or starmarket.com. You can choose free curbside pickup or delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, make them the MVP of your family, too. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Arbella Insurance has been serving the New England community for over 35 years. Being your neighbor helps Arbella provide you the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for New England, here for good.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Pitchers duel at Fenway through 3, scoreless. Cutter Crawford facing Jake McCarthy, and then Jock Peterson and Josh Bell for the D-backs in Herb Chambers' batting order. Cutter effortless thus far today. Into the second time through the order, the pitch to McCarthy is a strike. Probably shouldn't have been a curveball that was way off the plate, but called a strike by home plate umpire Scott Berry. 0-1. Low. Splitter. That's, I think, the first one he's thrown to my memory. It's pretty badly, and it's 1-1. Herb Chambers' batting order brought to you by Herb Chambers Ford, Braintree, and Ford Westboro. Cutter, as always, peers over the fingertips of his glove. The 1-1. Foul back. The fastball velocity is down today for Cutter. 91 miles an hour. Normally heats it up much more than that. But he has today hit 94 a couple of times. 1-2 to McCarthy. Cutter throws. And a high drive down the right field line. This is trouble. Abreu over toward the short wall. He's there to make the play. And it's a scary first out. I thought that was hooking more toward the pole and the seats, but stayed away from the line, and nothing more than a fly ball out, 1 down. All just a little bit skittish the way the ball has left the yard lately. Arbella Insurance Foundation dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout from a Sox pitcher, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here's Jock Peterson. Takes a cut fastball outside for ball 1. Astros in the 3rd inning lead the O's 1-0. Blue Jays in the 8th 2-0 over the Angels. At one point, Bowden Francis had a no-hitter in that game. 1-0 to Peterson, a check swing. He went around in a cutter, and it is 1-1. And in fact, it's still going. See if Francis is still in the game for the Jays. He has thrown 8 no-hit innings with 12 strikeouts. Wow. 1-1, fouled on the first base side. Perry Manassian got a contract extension earlier this week with the LA Angels, in spite of the fact that with Trout and Ohtani and all the money they've spent, not a lot to show for it. There are apparently some positive signs on the player development front. Ball and 2 strikes to Peterson. He takes outside with a curve. 2-2. No score, top 4 here at Fenway Park. Red Sox and the D-backs. Cutter delivers 2-2. High drive into deep left center field. This thing back toward the monster, but Duran will leap and not make the play. It's off the web side. It caroms back to Refsnyder, and you hope Duran's not hurt because he is down on the warning track and looking at his wrist, but he's all right.
Might have hit his head. He was shaking it.
He was mostly, I think, upset with himself for not making the play. You're right. The hat came off. Came very close to another spectacular play. Jock Peterson at second base. And you nailed it, Joe. Really more like his face went slamming into the wall. And he grabbed the top of his head. Williers checking on him. I mean, it did hit the glove at about the same time his face connected with green metal. Ow.
Nose first, I think. He shakes it off.
Wants to play every single day. Jock Peterson has the D-backs' second hit. He's at second for Josh Bell. 1 down in the 4th. The pitch is low and in. We knew that Torey Lovello took batting practice yesterday.
Yeah, he tried to hit the wall. Got one to the warning track.
Today we found out why, and it's just such a perfect Torey story. 1-0 to Bell. Here's the pitch. High. The Diamondbacks used Torrey's batting practice to determine the draft order of their fantasy football league. And they randomly numbered balls, and Torrey did not know which ball was coming when, and the furthest ball that he hit got the first pick. 2-0 is a little bit low. Cut fastball, ball 3 to Josh Bell. The furthest he hit, I guess, one hopped the monster, and that's Merrill Kelly. He gets the first pick. And I think in an incredibly beautiful twist of irony, Jock Peterson picks last because Torrey popped up his ball. 3-0 is a strike on the outside corner.
And Peterson had a little scuffle with Tommy Pham because of fantasy football a few years ago.
Screaming and pushing each other on the warning track together, yeah. So into it. 3-1 with one out to Josh Bell. Pitch. That's in the dirt. Wong can't get it. Bounces past him. It'll be another wild pitch on ball 4. So not only does Bell take first base, Peterson takes third. I would say if you were sort of ranking them today, both the balls that have been spiked, one to Wong's right side, one to his left, they have not been necessarily easy chances. But unfortunately, it continues kind of a narrative this year that Wong has just not had a fun year picking baseballs.
You wonder about that one-knee style. I know some of the old catchers don't like it.
I've talked a lot about it with Jason Varitek. He loves it. He says he wished it were around when he played. He also is pretty adamant that the ones you miss, you would have missed in the conventional stance.
No, he would know best.
I just think, nowadays, as we all see, when you're down on that knee, now they kind of treat it like an infielder, where they just try to backhand pick it. And so often goes wrong. So here we go, and Nesson just had an incredible stat. In the 4th inning this season, Cutter's ERA is 9.82. And in this spot at the corners, one out for the very dangerous Gurriel. Sac fly, 2 hits and a walk yesterday. At the corners with one out the pitch. Swing and a miss. That's the best sweeper he's thrown today. In the spot where he really needed it. Duran just missed snaring a Peterson double, then a walk and a wild pitch to Bell. 0-1 to Gurriel, who doubled his first time, and now Lourdes will take time. Big Saturday afternoon crowd here at Fenway. Some cottony clouds hang overhead.
And I know it's been by Francis. 8 innings, no runs, no hits, 3 walks, 12 strikeouts, 111 pitches.
Keep an eye on that. The 0-1. Foul on the first base side. Cutter would adore a strikeout here.
They're in the bottom of the 8th inning with Toronto batting, leading the Angels 3-0.
Cutter has not had his strikeout stuff lately. After a season best 9 in New York, or right here against the Yankees on June 16th, those strikeouts have fallen off. The 0-2 is a pop-up on the left side of the infield. Gurriel literally threw the bat at it, and Rafaela on the outfield grass is there to make the play. And they're 2 down. Pitch was down almost literally at the dirt, and Gurriel just tossed the bat at it. So it's a big second out, and here comes Eugenio Suarez. He grounded third his first time. No score, top 4, Red Sox and the D-backs here at Fenway Park. Lights are on. I don't quite know why. Maybe expecting some storms to roll into the area. The pitch is skied high and deep into left field. Ref Snyder is back at the track. He's at the wall. Would you believe it is high off the wall? It caroms past Ref Snyder. Duran plays it with the bare hand. Relay from Rafaela. Throw not nearly in time. It's a wall ball double, and it's 2-0 D-backs.
7 RBIs in this series so far for Eugenio Suarez. Good vibes, his theme.
That's bad vibes for the Sox right there. Now that one was a little bit of a Fenway fly. I mean, a total wall scraper coming down. Just
a breaking ball.
The MGM sign. So many hitters just come here and it suits their eye. Suarez is one of those. So the D-backs break the scoreless tie. And here's Geraldo Perdomo. Swinging a foul off the end of the bat. Dribbled down the third base line. And it's 0-1. Fourth inning brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your car and help a child today. Free pickup at 877 Cars for Kids or carsforkids.com. That is Cars with a K. Next one is a strike. Fastball. And it is 0-2. That double only traveled 349 feet. 0-2. Pitch. Shot down the right field line, but foul outside the pesky pole. Again, it stays 0-2. Cutter has now thrown 62 pitches. 2 outs in the fourth.
Odin Francis with a no-hit bid, 6-3 this season for Toronto with a 4.38 ERA, but a no-hitter through 8.
0-2. High pop again, foul. They are still, nope, they just now finished the 8th inning. So they'll go to the 9th at the Rogers Center.
Quite a few pitches, though, 111. He is 28 years old, Odin Francis, 6'5".
They've got to let him go for it, you'd think. 0-2 to Perdomo. Fouled back. Subaru New England scoreboard introducing the all-new 2025 Forester, the same all-wheel drive Subaru SUV you've always trusted. Now with even more style, safety, and adventure, learn more at SubaruNewEngland.com. 2-0 D-backs. Perdomo wide stance in the box. The pitch almost hit him. Cutter in on his belt buckle. And it is 1-2. Perdomo grounded out to Casas his first time. Here's the 1-2. That is a little high with the fastball. 2-2. So it was the 110th pitch of the game. Brought to you by 110 Grill, gluten-free dining done right. 10 Grill is an official partner of the WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. 2-2. High pop up down the line toward the pole. Abreu is over, and it's into the seats. Shy of the pesky pole again. Perdomo's putting a lot of souvenirs into that part of the seats, and it stays 2-2. Zach Coe back at the flagship WEEI. He is putting in extra work today, both before and during the game. Brennan Bernardino is going to get up and start throwing.
And the fourth inning proving to be problematic for Crawford.
Trying to find a way out of it here. 2 runs in, a runner at second with 2 down. Here's the 2-2 again. And a swing and a miss. He got him with a cutter. And the inning is over. The wall scraping double for Suarez puts the D-backs ahead. 2-0 Arizona. On 4 next. Casas, Devers, and Refsnyder after this on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
The 99 Restaurant is once again supporting Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and the Jimmy Fund. Visit your local 99 now through August 25th to help them support Dana-Farber's life-saving research and patient care. Together, we can help create a world without cancer.
Lou Maloney here for my friends at Shaw's and Star Market. Now, when I'm on the road with the team, the one way I help at home is by ordering groceries for our family online with the Shaw's and Star Market deals and delivery app. They have them ready at curbside, and they'll deliver them right to my front door. I can see how much money I save, and we all love that. Just visit shaws.com or starmarket.com. You can choose free curbside pickup or delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, make them the MVP of your family, too. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
As a Boston sports fan, we know heartbreak. Hey, we even have a friggin' hill named after it. But we also know wicked awesome, like all our championship parades. When it comes to getting your CPAP supplies, New Englanders deserve a wicked awesome experience. Eastern MedTech is the GOAT of CPAP suppliers. Next time you need supplies for your CPAP anywhere in New England, depend on Eastern MedTech. Call 857-400-0044 or see easternmedtech.com.
When is a bank more than just a bank? When it's there for you after hours because your franchise deal is on the line. When it drives across town to deliver the paperwork you need because you can't leave your business. When it anticipates your business challenges and advances its technology just to meet them. At Northern Bank, they're all about what they can do for you and your business. Want more than just a bank? Come home to Northern Bank. For more of what your business needs, visit nbtc.com, Northern Bank. Member FDIC.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Tristan Casas leading it off in the bottom of the fourth. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Cut fastball from Zach Gallen, who's pitching with the lead for the first time. Apparently, Bowden Francis's no-hit bid has come to an end.
Taylor Ward led off the ninth with a home run.
A one swing and a miss. Wow, that's one way to end it. So, and I would bet they take him out the very next moment.
I would think so, as he approaches 115 pitches.
On to Casas. He was called out on strikes, so kind of a borderline curve his first time. He's been very good since coming off the IL. 10 for his last 27. 0-2 is in the dirt. Curveball that bounced in front of him.
Yep, they relieved him. He threw 117 pitches, 8 innings, 1 run, 1 hit, 3 walks, 12 strikeouts.
So, it's interesting for a manager like John Schneider in those moments. It could be so tense because you're worried not only about the no-hitter for the player, but his health, too, the 1-2. Outside, good take by Casas, and it's 2-2.
Hey, remember that happened with Johan Santana? The Mets never had a no-hitter. He finally got one, but he threw so many pitches.
He was never the same. Now, Bob Brenly did not have that same problem managing Randy Johnson. The 2-2 is swung on and missed. Curveball, and Casas is gone. What a job that was. How fun to manage Johnson and Schilling on the same staff. I mean, Randy, the literal epitome of a guy who almost every time he took them out had no-hit stuff.
I'm sure it wasn't easy, though.
No. A lot of personalities. Yeah. Here's Devers outside. Yeah, the on-field stuff, sure. Pencil him in and just sit back. But
Bob Brenly won a World Series in 2001, and his bench coach was actually one of the best managers in the game today, Bob Melvin.
1-0 pitch to Raffy. Inside. Yeah, those guys both in their own way a little ornery, Randy and Kurt. One these days a little bit more outspoken than the other. 2-0 to Raffy. The pitch is a strike fastball on the corner, and it's 2-1.
Colorado beats the Yankees 9-2.
2-1 to Devers. He takes outside. His feel for the strike zone, his patience, so good this year. A career best on base average. But he's thinking about number 200 right here. 3-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly foul down the left field side. I think in many ways, well, look, two ways this could be like a vintage 200th home run. For this year, if he launched one the other way to left. Been doing that. But in some ways, you want it over the Red Sox bullpen where he's put so many. 3-2 the pitch is low, ball 4. So Devers walks for the second time. Already with now 34 games to play, he is very close to his career high in walks. Your team trailing by 2. That's a good play. Here is Refsnyder, who has had great at-bats this weekend. He put one out to right center field last night. Charged one that way that was caught earlier today. Slider to him, misses for ball 1. I'm sure you vividly remember Poppy's 500th home run.
Tampa Bay, yes, to that game. Well, Matt Moore gave it up, a lefty.
1-0 to Refsnyder. That is on the inside corner. Did Manny have any big round numbers that you were around for when he was here? Home runs?
I believe it was 500th, yes.
Sure. 1-1 and a mound visit as Herrera's going to talk something over with Gallen. Let's see what heights Raffy might possibly reach. I think 400 so very much in his sights. And could he join that rarest of clubs? It's amazing nowadays 500 home runs is not automatic admission into the Hall of Fame.
Used to be 400. They got everybody in, but that changed. Darrell Evans was the first to get to 400 and not make it. A-Rod, by the way, was welcomed back by the Yankees for Old Timers Day. They had the 2009 reunion for us World Championship. A-Rod said he was surprised to be invited.
I'm sure he and Jeter are going to dinner tonight.
Well, they were sitting next to each other.
Sure. As they do on the set with Fox. The 1-1 to Refsnyder low. Change up, and it's 2-1.
Last time A-Rod was in pinstripes till today, August 12, 2016. His last game as a major leaguer.
2-1 to Refsnyder. Devers at first with one down. Pitch is outside. Really good take with Yoshida on deck. You know, Dwight Evans hit the most home runs of any hitter in the 80s. He's got 385 in his career. I wonder if he got to 400, whether that would have cinched it for him. Shouldn't. That kind of thing shouldn't matter. 3-1 to Refsnyder.
Would have helped.
Pitch is swung on a miss to curveball, and it's 3-2.
Funny line by Derek Jeter, not knowing to be a comedian, but he said that A-Rod's first time wearing the Yankee uniform since 2016. Jeter quipped, he wears it at home all the time.
3-2. Raffy leading at first. The pitch. Swang and a miss. He got him. Curveball that was way out of the zone. Refsnyder so rarely does that. He chased a bad pitch. So, from 3-1 to struck out. And now with two down, here comes Yoshida.
Will they put A-Rod out there in center field at Monument Park? He doesn't know.
It's a little more complicated, don't you think?
Yes.
They have a lot of people out there, I will say that. Here's the pitch to Yoshida, and it's popped up. Shallow center field, the shortstop Perdomo is back. He makes the play, inning over. The Red Sox still without a hit in the game. They've walked 3 times, but Zach Gallen's been great. 2-0 Arizona after 4 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Network.
Hey Sox fans, take your game day experience to the next level. Whether a pretzel dog or a sandwich, top them with Mike's Amazing, the official mayo and mustard of the Boston Red Sox. Pick up Mike's Amazing at Market Basket and bring the Fenway experience home. Mike's Amazing. When it's on, it's on.
Is that your new Nissan Rogue? Yeah. Crazy story. I'm at the Nissan end of summer sales event when Laura, the saleswoman, asks, "Want to test drive the Rogue?" I'm like, "Let's go." We're driving when Laura says, "Want to see something cool? VC turbo engine." I hit the gas and whoosh. I'm like, okay, wasn't expecting that. Laura goes, "Check this out." She shows me the miles per gallon, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty impressive fuel economy. These new Nissan Rogues are going fast. I knew I had to have that Nissan Rogue. Crazy, right?
Wait till you hear how I got my Nissan Sentra. Get a low $269 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Shop the Nissan sales event. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. 2024 EPA fuel economy estimates from 28 city 34 highway to 30 city 37 highway for 2024 Nissan Rogue. Actual mileage may vary. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue Gas all-wheel drive. $47.49 initial payment. Excludes tax, title, license, and $695 acquisition fee. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 9/3/24.
Home Base, a Red Sox Foundation and Mass General program, is dedicated to healing the invisible wounds of war for veterans of all eras, service members, military families, and families of the fallen through world-class clinical care. Join us this September in honor of National Suicide Prevention Month by participating in Save a Life September events like the Push-Up Challenge, No Shave, and so much more. Help us increase awareness and support for military-connected as well as first responder suicide prevention. Sign up and become a lifesaver today. Visit homebase.org/savealife.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now back to the play-by-play action.
Cutter Crawford to Guillorme, who takes inside ball 1. The left-hand batting second baseman fly to center his first time up. It's 2-0. With the Diamondbacks taking the lead, a couple of wall scrapers, paint scrapers, leading to 2 runs last inning. The pitch down and in. 2-0. 70 pitches. 43 strikes for Crawford. Bernardino was up last inning. Nobody warming at the moment. Left-hand batter, and the 2-0 is down and in. Ball 3. 1 walk, 1 strikeout today for Crawford, whose velocity's been down a little bit. 3-0. to the former Met. And a fastball is in there for a strike. Arizona 4 games behind the Dodgers because they won last night. What a night for Ohtani. Still his 40th base early in the game. There's a foul to the left out of play, and then hit a walk-off grand slam for home run number 40 in the 9th inning. Dodgers beating Tampa Bay. So 40 steals, 40th home run in the very same game for the great Shohei Ohtani. 3-2 pitch, and a check swing roller foul to the left.
Pretty good way to get it, don't you think?
I mean, it's storybook, but that's Ohtani, everything he does. And I've heard Dave Roberts today comment he thinks he can be a 50-50 man with some 35 or so games left to play.
I don't doubt it.
3-2 is low, missed with a curveball, 4. So a leadoff walk brings up Herrera, the catcher, who popped the short his first time up.
Isn't it sort of amazing that right now, playing it at the same moment, you do have, I think, certainly 2, but maybe 3 or 4 of these, like, real inner ring all-time great Hall of Famers.
Judge and Ohtani, yes. And maybe Bobby Witt Jr. is going to join that parade. Ball 1 inside and low to Herrera, the catcher, who jackknifes out of the way as Alex called down to the bullpen, and Berardino's back on his feet, starting to warm again.
One of my favorite parts about being in Cooperstown with you, Joe, is, we got this long debate now that Willie Mays is dead about who is the greatest living Hall of Famer. And it was fun to just kind of look at them all and ask myself that question.
Hard to single one out.
It is.
Here's a 1-0. He's going to bunt and pulls the bat back, takes the ball, throw to first. Got him. They picked him off. Long picks off Guilherme. He was straying too far. Well, they might have had a sacrifice on. He's trying to get a little jump. But the batter pulled the bat back, and he's out. Oh, he was way off the base.
I think a really good job by Casas to field it that way, too. Slap the tag right on him.
Reach behind his body to make the tag. So pickoff goes 2-3. And it's a 2-0 count to Herrera. That'll help immensely.
What a relief. Bernardino back up again for the Red Sox. I think he may, no matter what, come on to get Carroll.
Check swing strike. He worked down and in, 2-1.
I mean, I suppose if he gets Herrera here, base is empty, 2 down, maybe Cutter sees another hitter.
You'll see they've got Carroll, McCarthy, Peterson, all left-hand batters. There's a foul, remains 2-2. Heard from our good friend Flash Phelps, the 1960s solid gold DJ, that visited 2 more minor league parks. He's well over 200, and he just wrote on it. It was a check swing foul tip into the mid, strike 3. Down he goes with a check swing. That might have been a ball, but it ticked the bat right into the catcher's mitt, 2 men down. The Flash just wrote on his 809th different roller coaster in Keansburg, New Jersey.
The man has a list for everything. Ballparks, counties
that he's been to, right. Knows every interstate intersection.
This is crazy.
809 different roller coasters. All right, here's Carroll. So he's earned another batter. Pitches high, ball 1. 81 pitches now.
How many have you been on?
I can't count them, but it's been about 60 years.
But did you enjoy them as a younger man?
At times, breaking ball in for a strike.
Were your kids thrill seekers? Duke is.
Yeah, they went on some, repelling buildings, much against our wishes, but we weren't too big into roller coasters. Here's the 1-1, swinging a ground ball, foul on the first base side. Sure, they have one at the Marshfield Fair we drive by every day.
Doug says that now you're in the Hall of Fame, he will pay for the 2 of you to go skydiving.
No chance.
You could land and say, can you believe it?
Yeah, Duke went skydiving with Brian Cashman, who ended up with a broken foot.
On the landing?
Yes. 1-2 hits him. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide there. Hit him on the leg, lower leg, as he limps down to first base. Carroll hit with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
Now, wait a minute. When they did that, Cashman and your son, were they both like in tandems with other people, or were they on the same parachute, the two of them?
No, they were different parachutes. But
a solo, though? Did they do it themselves?
They did. Cashman
Wow.
went down first and was safe landing, and I believe it was an Army sergeant said that you're going to do it again. And he thought he meant next week or next year.
Get back up there.
Right away, and he broke his ankle coming down.
It's called pushing your luck.
Well, you know what saved him, because he was going to go to a Shark Tank the next week.
He was.
So he didn't do that with a cast on. Yeah, Brian's a very daring guy. He's a lot of fun. There's a drive down the right field line, foul.
I've never really seen the appeal, like getting in one of those cages to go see a great white. I'm all set.
Why do I see much of a thrill in skydiving?
Of course, you used to have to go like to South Africa and Northern California to see the great whites. Now you basically just go to Chatham and you're right there.
You get closer to shore all the time. Carroll threatening to go, dancing off first. The pitch is swung on and foul tipped into the mitt.
Of course, it's not that hard to kind of connect the dots, right? You go down to those piers and the fish mart and everything. There's just these lion seals everywhere.
Which attracts them. 0-2. 2-out runner at first. Crawford's 87th pitch. And a pop foul left side. Out of play by McCarthy, who's a University of Virginia product. And very sad to learn of the passing of another UVA great who played for the Mets and the Rangers and coached third base for the Red Sox, Mike Cubbage. Passed away recently.
He was a wonderful man. I used to see him all the time as a scout for the Rays and other teams.
Did a great job coaching third for Boston. Runner goes from first, swing and a miss, strike three. Got him on a hard curve down and in to retire the side. So the pickoff really helped. And after 4.5, it is 2-0 Arizona on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me count the ways. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $20 billion and won a lot. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Once again this year, Chick-fil-A is honoring our community heroes, and they're upping the ante by honoring someone every week for the entire baseball season. If there's someone in your town or your city who deserves recognition, nominate them at thegreghillfoundation.org/heroes. Maybe it's someone who goes above and beyond through acts of kindness or performed a selfless act of courage or is just known in general for uplifting your community. The Chick-fil-A Community Hero Award, thegreghillfoundation.org/heroes.
The odds of a foul ball knocking over your perfectly balanced tray of nachos? Astronomical.
Dude, watch the nachos.
We don't know what's going to happen on a trip to the ballpark, but we do know the chances of falling victim to online crime are 1 in 4. You and your family need Aura with scam protection, fraud monitoring, and parental control features. Protect everything your family does online with Aura. Go to aura.com/baseball to start your free trial today. The 1 in 4 statistics is based on research conducted by Javelin Strategy and Research. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions effectively.
Signature Farms boneless chicken is now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Today through Thursday, pick up value pack all natural boneless chicken breast or thighs for just $1.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon Limit 2. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Here comes Mickey Gasper seeking his first major league hit, leading off the last of the fifth, 2-0 Arizona. The pitch is up and away, ball one. Mickey struck out on 3 pitches his first time up, this being his first major league start. The 28-year-old rookie's at second base. Switch hitter from the left side, takes a curve low and inside. He's shown a discerning eye with 3 walks in 5 plate appearances as a big leaguer. Parents are here. The 2-0 pitch, and it takes a fastball for a strike. Their code word of the game is 11 Devers. The numerals 1-1 Devers. Make sure to enter your code word, the member portal. 2-1 Dale. Strike over the inside edge. A fastball beautifully delivered at 93.
Now warming for the Red Sox, number 76, Zach Kelly.
Zach Kelly up now.
76 coming.
You've probably seen the last of Crawford, who's given up 2 runs. 2 paint scrapers hurt him, a double by Peterson and a double by Suarez. The pitch. And a strike over the inside edge, and down he goes. Well, a little too selective there. Those pitches were very, very good. That was a changeup. Fastball 93 over the inside edge, and then a changeup at 87. 6 strikeouts for Zach Gallen, and here comes Connor Wong, who was robbed of a hit in a diving play at shortstop by Perdomo in the 2nd inning. Red Sox do not have a base hit in this game. There's a high foul, first base side out of play. Gallen's pitch count at 68. He had more than 20 in the 1st inning, but it's been economical since then. Lean right-hander takes out the scouting card. And Connor Wong is now 0 for his last 12. And the delivery is lined toward right center field. On comes Carroll. He has to play it on a hop, and the Red Sox have their first hit as Wong breaks an 0 for 12 drop with a single to right. So the Red Sox have their 4th base runner because Gallen's walked 3. He's fanned 6. Now Raffaella, who popped to short his first time up, popped to first, I should say. This week's Chick-fil-A community hero is Christian Ortiz, who runs the Next Level Boston, helping young men in Boston to travel to baseball tournaments around the country and to get into college. We're honored to have Christian Ortiz as this week's hero. First pitch is a foul, back, strike 1. Red Sox were in the City Connects today. Tying run at the plate. Raffaella does have 13 homers. Third baseman Suarez moves back a few steps at third, and there's a foul to the right. That's into the stands as well. 0-2. The right-hand batting shortstop today, Raffaella. Duran to follow. The 0-2 pitch coming. And he swings it, pops another foul to the right out of play. Signature Farms boneless chicken now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market through Thursday. Pick up value pack all natural boneless chicken breast or thighs, just $1.97 a pound with the digital coupon. Limit 2, Shaw's and Star Market, official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. .72 pitches, 45 strikes for Zach Gallen. First time facing the Red Sox. His 0-2 delivery. And it swung on and missed. He waved it, it curved down and away. He's got a very good curveball. Great movement. So that is the 7th punch out. 2 out. Duran grounded out 3-1 and struck out swinging at a changeup. Yankees defeated by Colorado today, 9-2. Yankees leading the Orioles by 1.5. The pitch is taken high for a ball. Toronto did complete that 3-1 win over the Angels. Bowden Francis had a no-hitter through 8, but Taylor Ward led off the 9th with a home run to break up the no-hit bid, but that was all the Angels got. The pitch taken high and inside with a curve, 2-0. If he reaches, Abreu would be next. Houston still leading Baltimore 1-0 as Jose Altuve led off another game with a home run. I believe that's number 40 as a leadoff hitter. With a pitch home. Low and inside. Missed with another off-speed pitch. His changeup. So the streak of Jaron reaching base with an extra base hit in the 1st inning and scoring a run, broken at 4 today. Bell made a nice play to take a hit away in the 1st inning. We would have continued. Pitch. Strike. Up that over the inside edge. Good crowd here on this Saturday late afternoon. Shadows have moved out by second base now. The 3-1 pitch to Jared. And he takes high, ball 4. Patiently works the walk. And the Red Sox have 2 runners on for the first time since the first inning. This is only the second man to get past first base. Wong at second, Duran at first. It's 4 walks by Gallen. Here's Abreu, who's walked and popped to short. And the Red Sox take advantage of the passes. Here's the delivery, and it's in there for a strike. College football season opened today. Georgia Tech, in a last-second field goal, beat Florida State in Dublin, Ireland, 24-21. Florida State will host BC Labor Day night. BC's home in BC's opener on the road. That's taken high, and it's 1-1. Two out, 2 on. Great speed. Good speed at second with Wong, and great speed at first with Duran. The 1-1 up and in. Oh, all of a sudden he's up to 81 pitches. There's not been much loud contact.
I do believe this is going to be a violent swing, knowing Willier.
2 balls and a strike. 2 on, 2 out. 2-0 Arizona in the 5th. The pitch. Check swing strike. He came back with that nasty curve again.
This guy really pitches, doesn't he?
He does. Got great stuff. Throws 95. Sometimes 96.
It just shows you he's got a real flat heart rate. You know, he walks Duran, and the first pitch to Abreu is just a spotted changeup.
Trying to strand 2 runners here. Red Sox have left 3 to this point. 2-2 to Willier. Right-hander sets and delivers. Low and away. The catcher can't find it. It's right at his feet. No advance by the runners. So a break for the runners. They will be off and running with a 3-2 pitch and 2 down here.
Well, that guarantees that on almost any hit in the outfield, Duran is going to score. Find a gap, it's tied up.
Outfield pretty much straight away. Right field, a severe sun field right now. Center field, no picnic either. The runner's ready to roll. Abreu back in the box. Zach Gallen is ready. Here's the 3-2, and it's fouled to the backstop. He threw that nasty curve again, and he was way out in front and just did hit it off the end of the bat as it rolled into the backstop. We'll do it all over again. 4 walks have built up the pitch count, so Allen may not be long for this game. He comes to the set. The runner's ready to roll. The pitch. He is swung on. Fouled again. Not a play to the left. Three balls and 2 strikes remains the count. Abreu is walked on the 3-2 pitch and then popped to short. Here is the set. The runner's ready to roll. They're off the pitch. Check swing. Did he go? He did, says the home plate umpire. Strike 3. Abreu asked for the third base umpire to help, but the home plate umpire Barry made the call, and that retires the side. After 5, 2-0 in favor of the D-backs on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
617-777-7777. If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers has been winning big for clients for over 29 years. Call today for a free consultation.
Gotta get Glassman. 617-777-7777. Gotta get Glassman.
Playing it safe at home means having health insurance. And if you need coverage right now, the Massachusetts Health Connector has a lineup loaded with power. The Connector Care program is available to more people than ever and includes low premiums and no deductibles, keeping you covered and saving you money for everything from an urgent ER trip to managing chronic diseases like diabetes and hypertension through no-cost prescriptions. Everyone in Massachusetts is required to have health insurance. If you need it, go to mahealthconnector.org today and find the right plan for you and your family. That's mahealthconnector.org.
Hey, Sox fans, take your game day experience to the next level. Whether a pretzel dog or a sandwich, top them with Mike's Amazing, the official mayo and mustard of the Boston Red Sox. Pick up Mike's Amazing at Market Basket and bring the Fenway experience home. Mike's Amazing. When it's on, it's on.
Home Base, a Red Sox Foundation and Mass General program, is dedicated to healing the invisible wounds of war for veterans of all eras, service members, military families, and families of the fallen through world-class clinical care. Join us this September in honor of National Suicide Prevention Month by participating in Save a Life September events like the Push-Up Challenge, No Shave, and so much more. Help us increase awareness and support for military connected as well as first responder suicide prevention. Sign up and become a lifesaver today. Visit homebase.org/savealife.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Congrats again. Well, that was fair.
Zach Kelly is the new pitcher for the Red Sox as we go to the top of the sixth. 2-0 D-backs. The Sox got the first hit in the fifth. Arizona with only 3 hits, but one of them a wall-scraping double from Suarez that plated 2. Here is Jock Peterson. He's doubled himself here today. He takes a cut fastball from Kelly on the corner for strike 1. Overall, Crawford just 3 hits. Did walk 2, strike out 3. Through 5 innings. A pitch from Kelly misses outside to Jock. A changeup, and it's 1-1. First time facing the D-backs. Kelly had a little blip just after the All-Star break. The emphasis for him throwing strikes. The 1-1 is a strike that's grounded to second. To a knee goes Gasper. He's got it. He throws to first in time. And there's one away. I thought, Joe, that Mickey Gasper was going to pull the trigger on that 2-2 pitch, but just couldn't bring himself to do it.
He's not put a ball in play yet. 3 walks, 2 Ks. 3 Ks now.
They get him in the register. Here's Josh Bell. Bell walked and scored on the Suarez double. He also grounded to second. 2-0 Diamondbacks in the top of the 6th. Kelly on the extreme third base side of the rubber. Throws. And a swing and a miss at a cut fastball. Herb Chambers batting order brought to you by Herb Chambers Sprinter vans of Boston and Peabody. Could not ask for a nicer day for a ball game. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good changeup. What a weapon that is for Kelly, and it's 0-2. It boggles the mind, some of these lines for Cutter Crawford lately. He's in line to lose the game today, although it's only 2-0, but that would be losses in 3 of his last 4, in which he's only allowed 13 hits combined.
Today he got the ball in the ballpark.
Yeah. Here's the 0-2. That is outside a changeup. And it's 1-2.
Fenway Park hurt him with those wall paint scrapers.
Of course, some of it is that the inherited runners do come home to score. Not today, though. 1-2. Pitch is ripped foul. And I hope that hit a seat, not a fan, because that took a huge bounce after going into the seats. You really hope everybody's okay down there. They put the netting up here at Fenway. It's still shorter than a lot of places. 1-2 to Bell. Here's the pitch. That's a changeup that misses. 2-2. Appear to be some concerned looks on the fans down there. Always alert. And you hold your breath more these days with the cell phones in everybody's hands. 2-2 to Bell. Infield way over to Pole. The pitch is a little outside. Fastball at 98, and it's 3-2. Stay tuned for the Nissan post-game show. Hurry in and save big on a new Nissan at the Nissan End of Summer Sales Event. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. He got him with a great changeup. Nice stuff from Kelly. And the 2 down for Lourdes Gurriel Jr. I mean, among all the guys in the bullpen, Kelly's got some of the filthiest stuff, especially that changeup. Got a big arm, huge fastball. If he can just harness it in the zone.
And you keep the ball in the yard, he has allowed 9 homers.
And they came in big bunches in the month of July. 2 down, bases empty. Here's Gurriel. Pitch is a slider that misses outside. 1-0. Milwaukee is in Oakland. A's have cooled off just a little bit lately. They had a great start to the month of August, but the Brewers 5-1 in the 6th inning there. 1-0 the pitch. That's just called a ball a little low. It looked like it got the bottom of the zone, and Kelly's not happy about it. Wants a new ball. 98 looked like that was right there at the knees. Perfect pitch. Called a ball. 2-0. Houston leads 2-0 in Baltimore in the 6th inning. From the belt, the 2-0. Swinging a high pop-up. Back of home plate, Wong throws the mask away. Plenty of room. He's there to make the play. And the inning is over. Great stuff for Kelly there. 1-2-3. Down go the D-backs. For the Red Sox, trailing 2-0. Casas, Devers, and Refsnyder after this. In the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Step up to the plate this season with Herb Chambers. We offer the largest selection of cars, trucks, EVs, and SUVs in New England. With 35 brands and so many convenient locations, finding your next vehicle at Herb Chambers is a real game changer.
Hi, it's Joe. Grill it, bake it, or fry it. Signature Farms boneless chicken is now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Today through Thursday, pick up value pack all-natural boneless chicken breast or thighs for just $1.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon Limit 2. When you shop with the Shaw's app, you get amazing deals and earn points on every purchase. Short on time? Order ahead for free curbside pickup or get delivery. Hurry and save big on Signature Farms chicken. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
Diabetes can put you in a slump, but your Libre or Dexcom continuous glucose monitor can keep you from striking out and missing the action. Let Eastern Diabetic help you touch them all and send you all your diabetic supplies. Their wicked smart team will make sure you never have a rain delay when it comes to receiving your diabetes supplies. And they do all the paperwork. Get your diabetic supplies today by calling 857-400-0044 or easterndiabetic.com.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Tristan Casas leading it off in the bottom of the 6th inning. It is 2-0 Arizona. Sox with only 1 hit, and Casas almost hit there with a cutter. That is ball 1. They're sort of stirring around in the D-backs bullpen. 87 pitches now from Gallen, who's been super impressive. Connor Long's blue pit into right, the only damage. 1-0 to Casas. The pitch is high. I don't know that he's seeing the baseball all that well today, Tristan, for whatever reason. The shadows are now gone, but as that pitch came through, he kind of looked back to the backstop. 2-0 pitch. He saw that one clip the corner. Curveball. And it's 2-1. Casas has twice struck out against this pitcher, and he uses his time here. 2-1. Talking to Liam Hendricks before the game today. He's currently on his way in his own car to Portland to pitch tomorrow in a rehab. 2-1. Here's the pitch. And it misses. And I asked him, are you close to coming back? He said, not really, because, having not pitched in 2 years, the doctors really want him to check a lot of different boxes. Pitch one day, take a few off, then back again. Here's the 3-1, and that's a strike on the outside corner. Then pitch 2 out of 3 days, take a break, and then they do want him to go back-to-back before clearing him, so it could be a little bit. I asked him if it's driving him crazy. He said, you have no idea. 3-2, swing and a foul. he thrives on. He craves that competition. Said he wants to pitch every day.
I just texted with Rich Hale. He's going to pitch again Tuesday for Worcester.
And
Felt
then we'll
very
see.
good last night.
Christian Campbell, how about the night he had 2 homers? Roman Anthony's been red hot for them, too. Exciting stuff happening on the farm. 3-2 to Casas again. Swing and a miss. He blew him away. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. There cannot have been too many nights in his whole career where Casas has come up 3 times and struck out all 3 times. 9 punch-outs for Gallen. And 1 down. Here's Raffy.
Now warming for the Diamondbacks, number 81. Brian Thomas.
This has been one of the most impressive starts of the year against the Red Sox. Here's Devers, who has twice walked. Gallen throws. Swing and a foul on the third base side. 94 miles an hour. And when he does that, grimace notwithstanding, Raffy usually pretty close to being timed up. New baseball out to Gallen. 1 hit on the day for the Sox. 2-0 Arizona. Devers taps that right toe. The 0-1 almost hit him. Spins out of the way with a cutter, and it's 1-1. Gallen into his wind. The 1-1 pitch is outside. Raffy's had a lot of good takes in this game. Another one there puts him into a hitter's count. 2-1. 199 career home runs. Here's the 2-1. Swinging a little blooper into shallow center field. That's a base hit. He got jammed a little bit, but muscles it into the outfield. And he's aboard with 1 down for Rob Refsnyder. Today, the 957th game of his career, Raffy. 199 in the homer column. He's going to get Brent Strom onto the phone, thinking about and inquiring about who's ready in the bullpen. Torey Lovello kind of pacing back and forth in the dugout, waiting word. They're going to let Gallen face Refsnyder. I think it's a right-hander only up in the bullpen with Yoshida on deck. Here's the pitch outside. Rob worked a 3-1 count last time before striking out. His first time he hit a deep shot that was caught in the gap in right center. So Raffy on base for the 3rd time today. 1-0 pitch. Swinging a chopper to third. It could be 2. Suarez to second for 1. Relay to first. In time double play. The Red Sox get their 2nd hit of the game, and it's immediately erased. 5-4-3. To the 7th we go. 2-0 Arizona. The Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Hey, it's Lou. Grill it, bake it, or fry it. Signature Farms boneless chicken is now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Today through Thursday, pick up value pack all-natural boneless chicken breast or thighs, just $1.97 a pound when you use a digital coupon, limited to 2. When you shop with the Shaw's app, you get amazing deals. You earn points on every purchase. If you're short on time, order ahead for free curbside pickup or get delivery. Hurry and save big on Signature Farms chicken. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
And the pitch. Got him! That sweeper again.
The sweeper's been devastating tonight. When life gives you a sweeper, hit a grand slam. Enter MassMutual's Grand Slam giveaway, the sweepstakes for Red Sox fanatics. It's your chance to win a player meet and greet, Devers signed gear, and more. For rules and entry, visit massmutual.com/Red Sox. MassMutual, official partner of the Red Sox. No purchase necessary. 50 U.S. and D.C. 18 plus ends 5 p.m. Eastern on 9/30. Grand prize entry period only through 11:59 p.m. Eastern on 7/31/2024. Sponsored by MassMutual.
I want that. The Make It Ford Summer Sales Event is on. So make it your best summer ever with Ford. Now's the best time to get our best deals on a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs, like the Ford Explorer, the Ford Bronco family, Ford F-Series, and the all-electric F-150 Lightning. These are the deals you've been waiting for, so don't wait. It's the Make It Ford Summer Sales Event. So make it yours. Make it now at your Ford dealer today.
Hey, Sox fans, take your game day experience to the next level. Whether a pretzel dog or a sandwich, top them with Mike's Amazing, the official mayo and mustard of the Boston Red Sox. Pick up Mike's Amazing at Market Basket and bring the Fenway experience home. Mike's Amazing. When it's on, it's on.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
To the 7th we go. Lucas Sims is on for the Red Sox. And he'll see Eugenio Suarez, the man who's produced the only runs of the game thus far, with a double off the monster. This copyrighted broadcast presented by authority of the Boston Red Sox may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Of the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of EEI and the Sox, as Suarez takes a fastball from Sims for a strike. If Lucas Sims never had to face the Houston Astros, he'd have a sparkling record with the Sox. Houston's really gotten him. The 0-1 is swung on and missed. And it is 0-2. Has not pitched in 5 days since blowing that save at Minute Maid. The 0-2 almost hit him. Fastball running way in on this right-handed hitter. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Jeremy Pena did something very difficult. He launched a home run to left field at Camden Yards. Astros have doubled their lead with a 2-0 advantage in Baltimore. 2-2 after a sweeper from Sims missed outside. Gallen may be done. I didn't see whether there were handshakes in the dugout. Top 7, 2-2. Popped up. On the left side, Devers cuts in front of Cedon, and Raffy is there to make the play. 1 down. And actually, I spoke too soon. It's true that Pena had homered, but now Jackson Holiday just hit a bases-clearing double off of Taylor Scott, who replaced the brilliant Framber Valdez, and the O's lead 3-2. Here's the pitch to Perdomo, and that's a strike on the inside corner. That was something we saw in Houston, that the Astros bullpen is not good right now.
He signed Hector Neris for a second time around after the Cubs let him go, hoping they can find some success.
Here's a pitch high. The runs are all charged to Valdez. He was lifted after allowing 3 2-out singles, and then Holiday put the O's ahead. 1-1 is outside. The Orioles, Joe, for the second straight year, really have some magic going. Seems like they always have a comeback in the offing. Young, exciting team. Will they have enough pitching? I think that's the question. 2-1, down and in.
Well,
Their
they had it
bullpen is
early,
awful,
but,
too.
Yeah, they had it early, but so many injuries. Grayson Rodriguez, Means out for the season. They've lost
Bradish.
The bullpen shaky, as you said.
3-1 the pitch. That is ball 4. So Sims issues a 1-out walk to Perdomo. Blue Jays did not get the no-hitter today, but they beat the Angels 3-1. Cubs in Miami leads 7-2. Brewers trying to hang on. Brent Rooker just hit another home run. It's 5-3. And the Mariners and Giants are tied at 2 in the 5th. Understand Barry Bonds was in Pittsburgh today to be inducted into their Hall of Fame, and said that Pittsburgh was the best stop of his career.
Oh, really?
Which I'm sure will raise some eyebrows out west. Here's Luis Guillorme, and Sims missing wildly. This is a lot like his last outing. So many pitches were not close to the zone at all.
Bernardino back on his feet in the bullpen for the 3rd time.
Here is a ball, curveball, way inside. Herrera, the catcher, who's a switch hitter, is on deck. And again, it's Carroll, McCarthy, and Peterson, 3 lefties after that. Good time for a visit to the mound with Connor Wong. It is incredible what has happened to the Seattle Mariners, especially their offense. Absolute collapse in their division and in the wild card. Coming into play today, 4.5 games back in the West, 6.5 for the 3rd wild card. All that starting pitching. 2-0 Raffy in at 3rd. The pitch, that's again, that misses by a foot. I think watching this, Alex Cora may have no choice if Sims loses Guillorme. He may want to bring Bernardino in anyway, but this is the 3rd hitter that Sims will face. 3-0 is in there. Cutter And it's 3-1. Later tonight, we'll have our eyes in Minneapolis. Cardinals at the Twins. And the Phillies at the Royals. 3-1 the pitch. That's ball 4. Down and in. I think that'll probably do it for Sims. It will. That is not at all what the Red Sox were looking for. 2-run lead and 2 walks in the top of the 7th inning. Sims working on some things at the moment. Bernardino's going to come on out of the bullpen. We'll introduce you to him after this break. 2-0 Snakes, 2 on, 1 out in the 7th on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
During this call to the bullpen, it's the perfect time to check out all the great content at buyfordnow.com. Find Ford offers you won't see advertised anywhere else. Search Ford dealer inventory for your dream vehicle. Compare Ford SUVs, trucks, and electric vehicles versus the competition. Calculate your trade-in value and learn about exclusive offers for military and first responders. So, visit buyfordnow.com and then see your New England Ford dealers.
Looking to create a space you love? Let Sherwin-Williams bring your color to life. Whether you get expert help with a virtual color consultation or visit swsamples.com to order color chips and peel and stick samples, Sherwin-Williams has all the color solutions to help you find the perfect hue for your paint project. When you're ready to paint, shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams to get everything you need. Let Sherwin-Williams bring your color to life. Nothing brings the fans to their feet as when the cleanup hitter comes to the plate. And in Eastern Mass, homeowners react the same way when they see Drains by James pull up to take care of drain or sewer problems, as well as provide money-saving pipe lining solutions. Drains by James covers all the bases when it comes to giving homeowners dependable drain, sewer, and pipe service. Learn more at drainsbyjames.com. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
Brandon Bernardino is on the mound, and he's got to do what he so often has, and that is leave some inherited runners on base. He had a huge outing last time against Houston Astros. Bases loaded spot. He struck out Framber Valdez, one of the keys to that win on Wednesday, but here he is with 2 on and 1 out in the 7th inning. Red Sox cannot afford to fall further behind after the job that Zach Gallen has done.
I see a pinch hitter here. Nobody's out there to hit.
Considering the fact that it's been about 3 minutes since Bernardino came out of the bullpen, that's a little puzzling. Like, to me, Joe, that's the kind of thing that should be a violation. You know, I mean,
yes,
they brought him out of the bullpen literally 3 minutes ago. He took a little while to get out of there. I think he got the check out in the outfield. And now Andrew Bailey's going to go to the mound. This is the exact kind of thing as Randall Grichuk is the pinch hitter. This is the stuff you'd see 2 years ago. As baseball tries to speed up the game, we've grown so unaccustomed to this. This has taken too long.
There should be a penalty for that. I mean, they know when the left-hander was going to come on, they were going to make a move. Grichuk with power does strike out with great frequency.
One thing I love that we used to have in the printed version of our notes is the inherited runner tabulation. You can pull it up online. I'll tell you what Bernie's numbers are there. He has been just about the best for the Red Sox in that category. Two on, 1 out. Top 7, 2-0 Diamondbacks. Randall Grichuk, the longtime Cardinal, then Blue Jay. Supreme athlete, 266 with 4 homers this year. 2 on, 1 out the pitch. Picked in the same draft and by the same team as Mike Trout as a pitch to Grichuk is strike 1. He's been an awesome pinch hitter for Torey Lovullo this year. 10 for 23.
That's amazing.
0-1. Here's the pitch. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Great curveball from Bernardino. So Bernie has inherited far and away the most runners on the staff, 36. And he stranded 28 of them. Need to strand 2 more here. 0-2 with 1 down. Here's the pitch. And it's a foul. He was fooled badly by another curveball off balance swing. And it's 0-2. Don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event, by the way. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. We'll keep the scores coming throughout the day on the Subaru of New England scoreboard. 0-2. Backdoor curveball that missed. 10 seconds. Station ID Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Will and Joe at Fenway. 2-0 D-backs. 1-2. Bernardino throws and a little pop foul on the first big side. Into the pavilion level, and it stays a ball and 2 strikes. Sox with only 2 hits today. 1 from Wong, 1 from Devers. Gallen has been awesome, and he is done based on the activity in the dugout and indeed in the Diamondbacks bullpen. 1-2. Ernie throws. Curveball misses outside. Yoshida, Gasper, and Wong are scheduled to hit for the Red Sox in the bottom of this inning. Two and two. That is strike 3 called. Backdoor curveball. Grichuk is gone. Another great pitch from Bernardino. And they're 2 away. Not nearly out of the woods, though, because here comes Corbin Carroll.
That was a beautiful pitch.
Has a real knack for the big moment. Of course, you pitched all over the world and not knowing when your next check is coming. Nerves can be a little easier. 2 on, 2 out. Here is Carroll. The runners go. The pitch is outside and they won't even throw. Wow. Great break there. I guess Bernardino did not look at all. And a double steal for Perdomo and Guillorme. So now a hit very likely to double the D-backs lead. Carroll's been hit by a pitch and twice flat out here. He takes a sinker high and it's 2-0. Looks like Luis Garcia, the right-hander, is up in the Red Sox bullpen. Bernardino uses his red glove to adjust his cap. 2-0. Pitch. That's a strike. Beautiful curveball in the corner. And it's 2-1. Two down in the top of the 7th. 2nd and 3rd for the D-backs. They lead by a pair. The pitch. That is low. Fastball. And it's 3-1. Of course, Bernardino has to face McCarthy on deck. Alex Cora would want him to anyhow. The next one to Carroll is way inside with a curveball. Bad miss. So now the bases are loaded. The 3rd walk issued by a Red Sox pitcher in this inning. And the 5th overall. Something that Alex Cora was not happy with yesterday, especially Bayo's walks right out of the gates. Said at this level you just can't get away with that, and is a real baseball truism. So now they're loaded up. Pitch to McCarthy, not close. Fastball way outside, 1-0. Feels like it's in the balance right here. 1-0 the pitch. Outside, another ball. It's 2-0. Nowhere to hide for Bernardino. That was actually a very close pitch. Just about where he wanted to throw it. Needs a strike here. 2-0. Here it is. And that is perfect. I mean, that is on the corner at the knees. 2-1. See if he goes right back there here. Still a hitter's count to McCarthy, one of the great hitters in the National League. in this month of August. Bases loaded with D-backs. 2-1 with 2 down. Bernie throws, and he misses. Down and away with a fastball. And he is now 1 ball away from walking in a run. The 3-1 pitch. Popped up. Foul on the third base side, but it will make the seats a few rows deep. And it is 3-2. Bernardino, this is his 49th outing, and in 44 innings now, he's walked 18. 20 now with the walk to Carroll, who's on first base. Perdomo at third, Guillorme at second, and Carroll at first. Game in the balance right here. 2 down in the 7th, 3-2. Here's the pitch. He walked him. Fastball that missed outside, and it's 3-0 Arizona.
4 walks. Wow.
He just kept trying to locate that fastball away from the left-handed hitter and couldn't do it. That run goes on Sims' ledger. And the bases remain loaded for Jock Peterson. This continues to be a very scary spot. This one is a strike. Didn't have to be. Kind of went to the exact same spot, but gets the call this time from Scott Berry. Here's a swing and a miss at a curveball. Jock Peterson way off balance there.
That would have been a ball.
It's 0-2. This guy's had the clutch gene for about a decade. Peterson has 0-2. That's in the dirt. It gets past Connor Wong to the backstop. Run scores. Third wild pitch of the game. And then it's 4-0 Arizona. Implosion. 4 walks and a wild pitch. And that's one that I think Wong's got to do much better on.
I think he should have stopped that. It looked like it ticked the glove before it hit the ground.
Certainly around the same time. I mean, Wong, the advanced numbers say he is the worst in the game at blocking balls in the dirt. That's one that looked like it could have been handled. I mean, 1-2 pitch. It is fouled back. It's so easy to say that from here, but I mean, I think we all kind of know what looks like one that could be smothered. And I think, Joe, that's the thing about this down to one knee. The numbers say what they do. But in a lot of ways, what it has eliminated is that different technique. 1-2, the pitch is swung on a missed. He got him. Well, a little bit more on that when we return. What a tough inning that is. The Diamondbacks get 2 runs in without a hit. It's stretch time at Fenway, 4-0 Arizona on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
The 99 Restaurant is once again supporting Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and the Jimmy Fund. Visit your local 99 now through August 25th to help them support Dana-Farber's life-saving research and patient care. Together, we can help create a world without cancer.
Foxwoods is your
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, it's easy. Go to forthepeople.com and go to verdicts and settlements to see cases just like yours. You may see numbers that are much higher than what your lawyer's telling you. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Some may only handle a few injury cases a year. This is all we do. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just like our hometown legends of the Diamond, Herb Chambers has been hitting it out of the park for decades with legendary customer service. With over 35 brands and so many locations, Herb Chambers offers the largest inventory of cars, trucks, and SUVs in New England. You can always count on getting the lowest prices and best value. And at Herb Chambers, you always get more for your trade. Come see for yourself and experience our legendary customer service today. Herb Chambers. We don't sell cars, we help people buy them.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Now, the good news for the Red Sox is that Zach Gallen's day is done. What an outing for him. He did walk 4, but 9 strikeouts, no runs, and only 2 hits. Now, Torey Lovello goes to his bullpen for the right-hander Ryan Thompson. It'll be Yoshida to lead it off for the Sox. Then Gasper, and I think a pitch-com issue for Thompson. By the way, it took Cutter Crawford some time to record his first strikeout of the game. In fact, all the way into the top of the 4th inning. His first strikeout was presented by Weichert Real Estate. When you hire a Weichert agent, you can be sure you got a partner who'll guide you every step of the way. We do want to remind you, as the PitchCom gets tended to, that Signature Farms boneless chicken now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Through Thursday, value pack all natural boneless chicken breast or thighs, $1.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon. Limit to Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network. Looking to start a rally here, trailing 4-0. Massa in there, and he takes a strike, sinking fastball 0-1. Massa grounded to first and popped to short. For his last 6 after being so hot. 0-1, not close. Slider that missed, and it's 1-1. Thompson a 2.58 ERA. He fires almost from like a 3/4 slot. And Massa fouls it back. It's 1-2. Thompson has pitched in 52 games. Only 47 hits in 52 1/3 innings. Walked 11, and he has allowed 4 home runs. And he inherits a 4-run lead. Gallen was awesome. Here, Yoshida hits one hard on the ground to the right side. What a diving stop by Guillorme. From his backside, he throws to first, and it is in time to get Yoshida. Wow. That was ticketed for right field all the way. A Superman dive. He spun over, and from his rear end got enough on the throw with one hop to Josh Bell. What a play.
That was a leap as he went into the air and then hit the ground, but to throw accurately like that was amazing while rolling over.
So here's Mickey Gasper. Does that remind you of another guy who used to play second base a lot right there?
Yes, indeed.
Here's Mickey, and he checks his swing. A strike called and a sinker. 0-1. I bet that never got old, seeing that from Petey.
The way he could get up so quickly. He didn't throw from his back like that. He popped up.
0-1 is outside. But so many dives like that, right? Taking away surefire hits. Mickey looking for that first big league hit.
Got to swing the bat.
1-1. Here it is. And take on a close one, a slider. 2-1. You know, we heard about this guy, that he's got this great feel for the strike zone, but that's a pitch he could handle. A little reluctant to pull the trigger. Time to go now. The 2-1 is a strike at the top of the zone. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. And again, another take. 2-2. He struck out twice today. One down, bottom 7. 2-2. The pitch is swung on and looped into left field. Back into his right. Gurriel on the warning track. He's there to make the play. Mickey threatened the green a little bit there. He put it in play. That's the first time he's done that. He is retired, and they're 2 down. He needed to channel his inner Lou Merlone. Here at Fenway.
Who homered in his first at bat here. Jose Rosado.
I love hearing the stories about how he went back to the social club in Framingham after the game. The pitch to Wong is a strike, the Italian club, you know, and he was scheduled to do it anyway with his family and, you know, just mom and dad and close family and friends. But then he hit the home run. 0-1 to Wong, who's got one of the 2 Red Sox hits. He takes slider outside 1-1. So he goes back home, walks in the door, and there are like 400 people in there, all chanting his name. But true to form, Lou said about midnight, I looked down at my watch. I said, hey, I got another game tomorrow. I got to get out of here. 1-1 pitch misses inside his slider, and it's 2-1. I always love tapping into him for those stories because there's always this, as you can imagine, this twinkle in his eye about it.
can still see that ball whistling into the screen. It was up at the time and left.
2-1 is a little outside. Fastball hitter, and he got one. Now time for Wong to try to get on base. Rafael is out on deck. Then it would be Duran. 4-0 D-backs. The pitch is right there. Sinking fastball. It's 3-2. Two consecutive, very quiet efforts by the Red Sox offense here at home. Hard to figure the way they've been swinging it. 3-2. To Wong. Thompson is ready. He delivers. Connor takes outside ball 4. So he's aboard. I mean, on Saturdays and Sundays at Fenway, the Red Sox have been really good this year, but sort of crazy how the overall weekend energy, Fridays and Saturdays, these fans come here ready to go crazy, and the Sox just have been a little flat first 2 days of weekends. Now let's see if Cedon can put a charge in to want to make this a much tighter game. Pitch to him, swing and a miss. He was thinking about it. Slider. That was a hanger, too. Cedon waved over the top of it, 0-1. 261 with 13 home runs. 0 for 2 today. The 1-strike pitch. He waved badly at a slider. That's something he's been better at. After falling behind 0-1, he's been able to lay off, but that was not close. It's 0-2. Now the old cat and mouse game, because Thompson, I'm sure, has the book on Rafaela that normally, after he swings at a slider like that, he'll do it again, but could he possibly try to freeze him with a fastball? 0-2 with Wong at first. Pitch is a slider way outside. Easy take there. Stay tuned for the Nissan postgame show. Hurry and save big on a new Nissan at the Nissan end of summer sales event. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com. 1-2 to Cedon. Here's the pitch. Slider swung on and missed. He got him. And the inning is over. By the way, the 7th inning stretch and the inning, sponsored by Sherwin-Williams, exclusive Pro Plus program, helps you grow and manage your paint business. 4-0 Arizona. To the 8th we go on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Network.
Introducing the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. The same all-wheel drive SUV you've always trusted. Now with even more style, safety, and adventure. The redesigned Forester is equipped with standard, enhanced, symmetrical all-wheel drive and upgraded safety technology. The all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. Starting at $29,695. SubaruofNewEngland.com.
No one loves kitchen cleanup, which is why you'll love new Palmolive Ultra Strength, as it instantly cuts through grease. Gentle on the planet, too. Palmolive has great new additions, including Palmolive Dishwasher Power Packs, which tackle 48 hours stuck on food and baked on messes with ease. There's also Palmolive Spray Away, a spray-activated foam that cuts grease on contact, and Palmolive's antibacterial liquid dish soap that cuts 99.9% of bacteria on kitchen surfaces. Palmolive. Good for your home, good for the planet.
There are giants among us. They are the men and women building and sustaining our Navy's next generation submarines. If you're ready to go big, get on board. We build giants at buildsubmarines.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Here's Luis Garcia, the 4th Red Sox pitcher. Had 2 scoreless outings at Houston after giving up runs in each of his first 7 games with the Red Sox. The 37-year-old righty ready to pitch to Josh Bell. And he takes a fastball too high, ball 1. Bell has bounced off 4-3, walked and scored in the 4th and struck out in the 6th. Crawford on the hook, Galen's game to win. 54 games overall, 5-1 with a 5.06 ERA for Garcia. And there's a line drive over the leaping second baseman into right field, a base hit. Loud contact there. Bell has 4 hits now in the series. And here's Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who doubled to deep left center and twice popped to short. Bernardino, 2/3 of an inning, no runs, no hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and 2 inherited runners scored. One on a wild pitch that perhaps could have been stopped. That was only the 4th hit. We've only had 6 hits in this game. Pitch is up and in, ball 1. One ball, no strikes. There's the delivery and a swinging strike late and a fastball away at 98. He does throw hard. Garcia very well traveled in his career. With a 1-1 count to Gurriel, who's a native of Cuba. Brother Yuli played first base for the Astros in their World Championship season. There's a strike. Actually, Houston's had 2 since 2017, the controversial one, and then in 21 under Dusty Baker. Future Hall of Fame manager and now works for the Giants. The 1-2, low and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Red Sox pitchers have walked 6 today, and they've hurt. And there have been 3 wild pitches that have hurt. 2-2, way outside with a sweeper.
I mean, walks, wild pitches, no offense. Been a sleepy one for the Red Sox.
Tony Armas used to say, if you don't hit, you got to do something. Here's the 3-2, and he swings and misses. Got him on a high rider at 97 for the first out.
I'm not going to put
great to see Tony in fantasy camp this year.
I'm sure it was. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, Joe. I mean, the week in Cooperstown was so cool. So many big names. I know it's impossible to, single out one player necessarily that, really moved you more than others.
Suarez swings at the first pitch and skies one to right field. Abreu a few steps toward his left, coming in now, makes the catch. Suarez is now 1 for 4, but that hit was a paint-scraping double off the wall in left field that drove in the first 2 runs in the 4th inning. 2 quick outs here for Perdomo, who grounded out 3-1, struck out, walked, pulled a double steal along with Guillerme, and then scored on a walk, a bases-loaded walk. Yeah, there are so many great players to see there. It's hard to single out one, but they were also gracious. There's a check swing foul to the left.
Now that you've had time, is there a moment, I mean, other than the speech, right, in which you actually get nominated, is there something that you kind of look back and say, was that actually real?
I think the way the Hall of Famers came up to you and congratulated, I think even the guys I didn't really know personally, that was such a highlight. Check swing foul to the backstop, and seeing old friends, former Red Sox players like Mike Lowell and Rich Hill, maybe a future Red Sox player. And
Mikey Lowell stayed at the very end of your party.
Yeah, he and Rich were engaged in deep conversation.
2 good baseball minds.
My all-time favorites. And David Ortiz coming to our party, and of course being on stage with us along with Joe Torre doing a panel discussion. There's a foul to the left out of play.
I'll never forget it. Right before the parade, like between your speech and the parade on the Saturday of Hall of Fame weekend, you walk out, the Otis Saga's got this incredible veranda and patio with wonderful restaurant looking out over the lake, and I went out on the patio and there was just a total silence except for one big sound.
There's a little chopper up the first base side foul.
And it was just this roaring belly laugh and conversation. And sure enough, you look down on the patio and there's David just holding court.
As he can do so well. And I mean, he must have taken hundreds of photos that weekend. He got all my kids, grandkids, some seniors as well. He just poses for everybody, and it was so wonderful to have him there. And the pitch is swung, and it's toward the gap at left center. Big trouble, back by the wall and off the wall. Karam played on a hop by Duran, and Bell will have to stop at third on a wall ball double by Geraldo Perdomo, the shortstop. Second and third. And 2 down for Guillorme, who's flied to right and walked twice.
Well, Duran's gotten really good at playing those with a bare hand. It's risky, though, but he does, I think, the right thing. I don't think Bell was going to come home no matter what. He had probably a little more time, but this feels like now an essential out to get.
They've hit 3 wall balls in this game. Guillorme has walked twice and flied out. Takes inside ball 1 from Garcia.
Well, you should see David in the Dominican. I mean, it's another level. I mean, he goes nowhere, not 2 feet, without people wanting to pose and get signatures, autographs.
Here's the 1-0. It's foul, third base side. He actually was a messenger bringing in cookies to our party. A friend baked some beautiful cookies with my name on them and handed them to David, who was walking into the party hall, and said, "Would you bring these in?"
I saw those, the little baseball drawing on them. It's great.
I never got one. They were gone.
Yeah, my wife and boys enjoyed them.
That's where they went. Call strike.
Actually, we were bummed because we didn't get any, and then at the end we were leaving, and your granddaughters were all outside, and they had some, and Jen was upset. She wanted to get one for the boys, and so your very sweet granddaughters gave us a couple for the boys.
Glad to hear they were so unselfish. 1-2 pitch coming. Garcia deals, and it's swung on a chop weakly on one soft hop to the mound, to the right of the mound, grabbed by Garcia, who underhands the first to retire Guillorme. They don't score, leave 2 in scoring position, and after 7.5, it is 4-0 Arizona on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
I want that. The Make It Ford summer sales event is on, so make it your best summer ever with Ford. Now's the best time to get our best deals on a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs, like the Ford Explorer, the Ford Bronco family, Ford F-Series, and the all-electric F-150 Lightning. These are the deals you've been waiting for, so don't wait. It's the Make It Ford summer sales event, so make it yours. Make it now at your Ford dealer today.
It's the bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, and here's the pitch. It's a deep shot to left center field. It's back, gone!
The only thing better than your team winning is that feeling you get when opening up your brand new iPhone 15. Hey, Boston fans, right now at Verizon, new and existing customers can get the amazing iPhone 15. Enjoy tons of storage for all the ballpark picks this summer. There's a deal out there for everyone. At Verizon.
Signature Farms boneless chicken is now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Today through Thursday, pick up value pack all natural boneless chicken breast or thighs for just $1.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon Limit 2. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Now we go to the bottom of the 8th. And A.J. Puck takes over. He's been very good since they acquired him in a trade from Oakland. He's been in 45 games, 4 starts, 4-8, a 3.60 ERA. And he's facing Jarren Duran here. Thompson is scoreless inning with a walk and a strikeout. And Duran takes outside and low for ball 1. He's tall lefty. Began the year with Miami. Used to be with Oakland, and in 13 games, he's pitched 11 innings, allowed 1 run, 6 hits for Arizona. So he's been excellent. That's outside, 2-0. They're Closing situation has been fluctuating. Paul Seward had the job, blew a few lately, 16-20, but they got a young pitcher who throws 102 miles an hour. There's a strike. And we'll see if we do see Martinez, who's 6-2, and has 71 strikeouts in 57 innings. The pitch to Duran is a little high.
Ooh,
that looked pretty good.
Got a break there.
3-1 now. Leadoff walk would help. Red Sox have received 5 walks, but they've had only 2 hits, so they haven't taken advantage. The tall lefty delivers home, and he swings and misses. Oh, he tied him up inside. It was sort of a nasty pitch. Probably would have been ball 4. Three and 2. Duran is grounded out 3-1, struck out and walked. Lefty deals. Swing and a miss at a high fastball at 96. Blew him away there. Well, the Red Sox have now fanned 11 times. That's been an issue.
Yep.
Here's Abreu, a walk, popped too short, and then struck out on a half swing with 2 on and 2 out in the 5th. Joely Rodriguez is loosening for the Red Sox. We've already used 4 pitchers. Swinging strike as the pinch hitter, Gonzalez, comes up.
I like hearing Davison Perez, who's on the public announcements in the booth, pronounce these names. It's beautiful.
Yes. Native of the Santo Domingo. Ground ball up the middle, through for a base hit. Another pinch hit by a Red Sox pinch hitter. Romy Gonzalez batting for Abreu. Hits the 0-1 pitch into center field on the ground. Romy has 2 pinch home runs this year, 2 of the 6. He's the 155th different pinch hitter used by the Red Sox. They lead MLB in pinch home runs, RBIs, extra base hits. And that's their 31st successful pinch hit, which is 2nd overall. So that's just the 3rd hit. And here comes Casas, who struck out 3 times, once looking, twice swinging. Got a tough lefty out there now. So Romy with a pinch single is on, hoping to get something started with 1 out in the 8th. The pitch, swing and a miss. Oh, he took a huge cut.
Perfect pitch.
Down and away at knee-high outside corner. 8th inning. Red Sox have not had a runner to third base today. Puck delivers. Strike 2 over the outside edge. Red Sox this year have been shut off 5 times. Casas granted time, backs out. They've had so much success in the City Connect uniforms, but today the bats have been practically silenced. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3 and a high fastball. Wow, 4 punch-outs for Casas. That's 12 strikeouts by Red Sox hitters, and now Raffy, who's walked twice and fisted a single to center. Two down, 1 on. Puck delivers, and a ground ball bounced to the shortstop, right to Perdomo, has it, then runs to first. Runs to second, I should say, for the force. There retires the side, 6 unassisted. After 8, 4-0 Arizona on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Have you been putting off new windows for your home? Now is the time to visit CCL in Abington. We've partnered with Matthews Brothers in Maine to bring you the best in windows. Matthews Brothers has been making windows since 1854. Come check out our line of wicked awesome windows from Matthews Brothers at CCL in Abington. Make your home energy efficient in 2024 with Matthews Brothers windows. Check us out online at capecodlumber.com or visit the CCL showroom in Abington today. We are 100% employee owned and operated.
At 110 Grill, you'll find modern American cuisine in a trendy, casual atmosphere. Visit one of 110 Grill's 36 locations all throughout New England, where you can enjoy favorites like pulled pork mac and cheese, chicken caprese, steak tips, and so much more. The 110 Grill menu features the freshest ingredients, and 100% of their core menu can be made gluten-free. 110 Grill is an official partner with the Red Sox Radio Network. Visit 110grill.com for more information.
Allow us to introduce you to the Ford truck built for New Englanders like you. The New England Edition F-150. Made with luxurious style, top-notch technology, and built Ford tough capability. Now you can get America's best-selling truck for 47 years for a great deal. To lease the New England Edition F-150 today, stop into your local New England Ford dealer or visit buyfordnow.com. Claim based on 1977 to 2023 CY industry reported total sales.
Signature Farms boneless chicken is now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Today through Thursday, pick up value pack all-natural boneless chicken breast or thighs for just $1.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon Limit 2. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
It's the ninth inning. Time running out on the Red Sox, who trail 4-0. They've made it just 3 hits and have not had a runner to third base in this one. Well, they have fanned a dozen times. Garcia, 1 inning, no runs, 2 hits. A strikeout as Joely Rodriguez takes over. He pitched last night, 2/3 of an inning, allowed a hit and an earned run, hit a man. And his first pitch is ball 1 to the left-hand batting catcher, Adrian Del Castillo, who took over after Herrera left for the pinch hitter. University of Miami product hits it hard, but on one hop to short from the outfield grass. Long throw by Raffaella with that strong arm gets him 6-3. With one man out, here comes Corbin Carroll, who's flied to left, flied to center, hit by a pitch, and then walked, which was critical. Game with the bases loaded, it forced in a run. And there's a strike over the outer half. I should say the RBI went to McCarthy, the next batter. His walk loaded the bases. Paul Sewall loosening. He's been their closer on and off. The pitch is low right now, not a safe situation if he starts an inning. It's been Crawford, Kelly, Sims, Bernardino, and Garcia. Crawford charged with 2 runs, Sims with 2. And the 1-1 is ripped down the right field line. Trouble if fair. It's a fair ball rattling around the corner where the wall rounds out. And he gets away from Romy Gonzalez into third. Steams Carroll, and he's in there with a stand-up triple. Well, he can fly. Ball hit on the track, barely fair, out where the boxes jut out and followed the contours of the wall. And Romy Gonzalez, who just took over and right after entering as a pinch hitter, had to run a long way to get it.
That's not easy. I mean, right in the game, that's like pinball right there. Last bounce under the bean sign where it kind of just deadened out there in front of the visitors' bullpen. Carroll's a fun player to watch.
He had a tough start this year with the batting average in the low 220s, but anyway, the infield comes in for McCarthy. And he swings and grounds a one-hopper to second. The run will not score. Gasper has it, throws him out 4-3. First ball swinging McCarthy is now 0 for 4 with a walk, so he didn't have the contact play on. And there are 2 down for Peterson, who's popped to short. Double off the wall, just out of the reach of the leaping Duran. And he's grounded out 4-3 and struck out. 2 down, nobody on. Left-hand batter against the left-hand pitcher, and it's in there for a strike. Bartender Houck was 8-8, gets the start against Merrill Kelly. Been hurt much of the year, 3-0 though. 35,528 announced here. Pitch, strike over the outer half.
I'm starting to feel about the Diamondbacks the way I did about the Cleveland Guardians when we saw them earlier this year. One of those teams that don't jump top of mind, like a hot branded team, but they do a lot of things really well.
They play defense very well. They have the best fielding percentage in the National League. The pitch, swinging a foul left side. They lead the major leagues in runs scored. When you figure that they're out without 2 of their best power hitters, Marte and Walker, and also their starting catcher. I mean, it's pretty impressive that they've maintained it. 0-2, and it's a little low and away. Close pitch missing.
I think the Guillorme play was the best I've seen on the infield all year.
I think so, too. Yeah, it was sensational. The way he went flying through the air, diving, stopped it cleanly, and then from his back, rolling over, actually, on the ground, he threw him out with a one-hop throw. The pitch. Swinging a chopper hit weakly to first. Casas charges, gloves. He does it himself to retire the side. The triple proves to be harmless. But the Red Sox have to get going because time is of the essence. After 8.5, 4-0, Arizona on the Shaws in Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
When your favorite ball club looks to close out the game, they bring in a specialist. Same is true in the drain game. When Eastern Mass homeowners need drain and sewer problems expertly fixed, Drains by James is the move. Whether you need drain cleaning or repair, pipelining, or sewer repair, you can depend on Drains by James to bring the relief 24/7. Learn more at drainsbyjames.com. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes.
All right, kids, let's hit the road. The summer road trip is as American as, well, baseball and apple pie. And there's no better way to appreciate the beauty of America than from the road. Celebrate America this summer with Herb Chambers.
Lou Maloney here for my friends at Shaw's and Star Market. Now, when I'm on the road with the team, the one way I help at home is by ordering groceries for our family online with the Shaw's and Star Market deals and delivery app. They have them ready at curbside, and they'll deliver them right to my front door. I can see how much money I save, and we all love that. Just visit shaws.com or starmarket.com. You can choose free curbside pickup or delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, make them the MVP of your family, too. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Are you ready to escape the ordinary and dive into something extraordinary? Welcome to the United States Virgin Islands, where every moment is naturally in rhythm. Whether you're exploring the historic sites in St. Thomas, snorkeling in the crystal clear waters of St. John, or lounging on the pristine beaches of St. Croix, you'll find yourself swept away by the rhythm of our islands. So why wait? Start planning your escape today and visit usvi.com. The United States Virgin Islands, naturally in rhythm.
Red Sox review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Paul Sewald takes over. Not a closing situation with a 4-0 lead for the D-backs as we go to the bottom of the ninth. Sewald 16 of 20 in save chances. And he's got Refsnyder, Yoshida, and Mickey Gasper due. First pitch coming to Ref. And he takes a breaking ball for a strike. Puck went 1 inning, no runs. He hit 2 Ks. Red Sox have fanned a dozen times today. Refsnyder flied to right, struck out, and bounced into a 5-4-3 double play. The pitch hit hard, left side, base hit. One hop through the infield. And that's just the 4th Red Sox hit as Refsnyder with a leadoff single. Brings up Yoshida, who's 0 for 3. Rounded to first, popped to short, and then was robbed of a hit on a sensational diving play at second base by Luis Guillorme.
This is good. This is how it was meant to be. Mickey Gasper can get his first big league hit after Yoshida to become the man on base to bring the tying run to the plate.
So what Yoshida does here, Sewald, former Mariner, leaves it up and away for ball 1.
Annual tradition for them, isn't it? Trading their closer at the deadline?
Seems to be. 1-0 to the left-hand batter. Infield pitch toward the middle. The pitch, swinging a drive to left field. Hit pretty well. Back goes Gurriel. It's over his head. Hits low off the wall and rolls away. It's going to score the runner from first base. Yoshida pulls up with a wall ball double. Gurriel went back, but it was not high enough for him to reach. He hit low off the wall by the American League scorers, and Yoshida with a wall ball double. As the Red Sox have hit a couple of shots to break up the shutout bid, and now the tying run is on deck. Yoshida with his 46th RBI is 4-1 Seattle, 4-1 Arizona. Pitcher, a former Seattle Mariner. The Refsnyder scored from first. And here's Gasper, struck out twice and flied to left. Big spot here. He takes the strike. Well, that was hittable.
I think they're going to get Martinez up, too. Their other closer these days.
He throws 102, we're told. Sewald, who sort of lost the closer's role, Delivers 0-1. Strike over the outside edge. All right, Mickey's been a little slow to pull the trigger. Nobody out here. Seawald delivers. Check swing. Did he go? Yes. Strike 3, says the third base umpire. It didn't look like it. So that's the third time Gasper's been punched out. And that's 13 strikeouts for Red Sox hitters.
I think that's a bad call. I think he held up.
I thought he held. Third base umpire making the call. Lentz. It is Martinez loosening. Here's Connor Wong, grounded to short, single to right and walked. He grounds it weakly to the second baseman. First ball swinging. Guillermo throws him out. So now the Red Sox are down to their final out with Rafaela coming up. Sedon today is popped to first and fan twice. Promising start here, but now the Red Sox need the amazing rally. Seawald deals and almost hit him with a breaking ball. Another base runner gets the tying run to the play with Duran on deck.
Would have been the worst idea to let that hit the elbow protector.
Hard to react that way, though. The heat of the moment. The 1-0 pitch. Inside, another curve that came close to hitting him.
Again.
Well, it's 2-0. Durant would love to get up there with a chance to tie it.
Yes, he needs to be choosy here.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. And he swings and drives one deep to left, but foul. Into luxury suite there, fouled by maybe 30 feet. Just hit his fourth wall ball this year. And his 46th RBI. He's at third. With 2 down and a 2-1 count to Rafaela. Seawald sets. Here it is. Wave and a miss. Oh, that pitch was a foot outside. A sweeper. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. 4-1 Seattle in the ninth with a runner at third. Seawald is ready. The veteran righty now steps off. Baltimore beat Houston 3-2 in a 3-run double by Jackson Holliday in the 6th inning. Baltimore a half game behind the Yanks now. And time granted the hitter. Count 2-2. Rafaela trying to get on any way he can. Another delay. Did they call a ball there?
Said he wasn't looking at the hitter.
Seawald is ready. Here it is. Swinging a pop-up into shallow right field. This should end at second baseman out. Right fielder on. Who's going to get it? And it's the right fielder, Carroll, who ends the ball game. Well, the Red Sox do very little at the plate and fall to the Arizona Diamondbacks for the second straight day. The final Arizona 4 and Boston 1. Totals next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
This is Jeffrey Glassman. For 4 generations, my family has called New England home. When you're hurt in a car crash, we fight big insurance companies to make sure you get the money you deserve. Hurt? You gotta get Glassman. Call 617-777-7777.
Playing it safe at home means having health insurance. And if you need coverage right now, the Massachusetts Health Connector has a lineup loaded with power. The Connector Care program is available to more people than ever and includes low premiums and no deductibles, keeping you covered and saving you money for everything from an urgent ER trip to managing chronic diseases like diabetes and hypertension through no-cost prescriptions. Everyone in Massachusetts is required to have health insurance. If you need it, go to mahealthconnector.org today and find the right plan for you and your family. That's mahealthconnector.org.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
Jane, I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
Woo! fun! I can't wait to go home!
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, when you switch, you can keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
This is the Nissan Post-Game Show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Back at Fenway, the Red Sox have dropped the 2 first games to these Diamondbacks in this series. Tonight, the score 4-1. Gallen, the winner. Crawford, the loser. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Arizona leaves 8. A run in the ninth, and that was it for the Red Sox. Only 5 hits. No errors, and they too stranded 8. 2 hours and 43 minutes in front of 35,528. You're listening to the Nissan post-game show. And Joe, look, Gallen was great. There's no two ways about that. And, you know, we all talk about the great offense that the D-backs have had. And that's been on display. I mean, they have a lineup that can produce, but they only get 6 hits today. It's really crazy to me, especially Crawford and Pivetta lately. I mean, the home run's part of it. There were no bombs today for the D-backs, but the number of times you look up and you see that, you know, the Red Sox give up 5 hits or 6 hits or 7 and they lose a game, it's been kind of crazy. They just never got anything going at the plate today.
Well, they had 6 walks. The pitchers walked 6 men, and that really hurt. And there were 3 wild pitches thrown in, too. At least one I thought could have been stopped, but it's tough to win that way when you don't hit. And they're going up against the guy who won 17 games last year. And Gallen, they had a chance early when he was wild, but couldn't cash in. And they didn't really mount much of an offensive threat until they finally broke through with a run in the 9th inning.
Casas struck out 4 times for the 2nd time in his career. Raffy was behind him. Raffy was on base 3 times today, but unfortunately, he never moved past first base. And then Refsnyder, who was sort of tasked with protecting him today, did single in the ninth, but that was to lead off the inning. There were some positive signs, I thought, from Cutter Crawford, Joe. But again, you did see some indication beginning in that 4th inning that the stuff was not quite as sharp. And so even though, he only gives up 3, he walks 2, that is a tough loss. But, the middle innings were a little different for him again.
Yeah, he was hit by a couple of paint scrapers, a double at the start of the first rally by Peterson, and then Suarez with a 2-run Fenway fly that nicked off the left field wall and brought 2 runs home with 2 down. So he was victimized in that regard. Velocity was down a little bit.
Yeah, indeed it was. Red Sox fall 4-1 to the Diamondbacks. They'll need to salvage the finale. They'll have Tanner Houck on the mound tomorrow afternoon. We'll continue with the Nissan postgame show after this from Fenway. 4-1 D-backs in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Is that your new Nissan Rogue?
Yeah, crazy story. I'm at the Nissan end of summer sales event when Laura, the saleswoman, asks, "Want to test drive the Rogue?" I'm like, "Let's go." We're driving when Laura says, "Want to see something cool? VC turbo engine." I hit the gas and whoosh. I'm like, okay, wasn't expecting that. Laura goes, "Check this out." She shows me the miles per gallon, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty impressive fuel economy.
These new Nissan Rogues are going fast.
I knew I had to have that Nissan Rogue. Crazy, right?
Wait till you hear how I got my Nissan Sentra.
Get a low $269 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Shop the Nissan sales event. Visit your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com today. 2024 EPA fuel economy estimates from 28 city 34 highway to 30 city 37 highway for 2024 Nissan Rogue. Actual mileage may vary. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue Gas all-wheel drive. $47.49 initial payment. Excludes tax, title, license, and $695 acquisition fee. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 9/3/24.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Playing it safe at home means having health insurance. And if you need coverage right now, the Massachusetts Health Connector has a lineup loaded with power. The Connector Care program is available to more people than ever and includes low premiums and no deductibles, keeping you covered and saving you money for everything from an urgent ER trip to managing chronic diseases like diabetes and hypertension through no-cost prescriptions. Everyone in Massachusetts is required to have health insurance. If you need it, go to mahealthconnector.org today and find the right plan for you and your family. That's mahealthconnector.org.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Back at Fenway, Nissan postgame show rolls on 4-1 Diamondbacks. And now the Red Sox looking to salvage the finale tomorrow at 1:35. The Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Today, Red Sox pitchers had between Crawford, Bernardino, Garcia, Kelly, Sims, and Rodriguez 7 strikeouts, so another $350 donated to the Jimmy Fund to help strike out cancer. Arbella is here for the Jimmy Fund and here for good. No 4-baggers today for the Sox. Only runs scored on a Yoshida double off the green for every 4-bagger the Red Sox do hit this season. Red Sox Radio Network donates $40 to Cars for Kids. We're making our donation, and you should too. 877 Cars for Kids, or as you know, carsforkids.com. That double from Yoshida means $50 to the American Diabetes Association, brought to you in part by the Mass Health Connector. The Yankees lost today on Old Timers Day. Aaron Judge, it's almost newsworthy when he doesn't go deep. He's got 49 home runs this year. The Yankees, though, blown away by the Rockies. 9-2 was the final score there. Later tonight, the Phillies hoping to do the Red Sox a favor as they visit the Kansas City Royals. That game is just about to get going. It's a singer start for the Royals. The Rangers are at the Guardians, and the Minnesota Twins hosting the St. Louis Cardinals in just about 5 minutes. Don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Zach Gallen is the Mike's Amazing Player of the Game. Brought to you by Mike's Amazing, the official mayo and mustard of the Boston Red Sox. It was one of the great starts against Boston all year long. We'll come back and conclude the Nissan postgame show after this. From Fenway, 4-1 D-backs win in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
There's new Tropic Bowls in paradise at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Enjoy our new Bahama Mama Bowl, inspired by our fan fave smoothie flavor, serving pineapple, strawberry, and coconut. Or dig into 32 grams of protein with our new Peanut Butter Protein Crunch Bowl. It's tropic time.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Red Sox fall today 4-1 to the Diamondbacks. Tanner Houck, though, looking to play stopper. The Red Sox have been so good on Sundays, and in these spots when it seems like their back really is to the wall. It's a 1:35 Fenway Sunday start. The Diamondbacks counter with Merrill Kelly, who spent the better part of 3 months on the injured list with a shoulder injury. He's been very good, though. For the D-backs, that means that the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show can be heard beginning at 12:35. Thanks to Doug Lane here in the broadcast booth at Fenway Park, and to Zach Coe back at the flagship WEEI. For Joe Castiglione, Will Fleming saying so long from Fenway Park. D-backs win it 4-1. Better luck tomorrow right here on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Network.
You have been listening to the Nissan Postgame Show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop NissanUSA.com. You have been listening to Red Sox Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Holy cow!
110 Grill, gluten-free dining done right. Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good. Brought to you by AZEK Exteriors. Visit www.azekexteriors.com. Mike's Amazing, the official mayo and mustard of the Boston Red Sox.
And it's gone!
Citgo. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Sponsored by DigSafe. Call 811 before you dig or visit digsafe.com. Drains by James. Eastern Massachusetts leader in drain cleaning and pipelining.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars. We help people buy them. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Hire Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Cars for kids. Old car giving you problems? Why not donate it? Call 1-877-CARS-4KIDS today. Northern Bank. New England Ford. Ford Trucks. Official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Looking up!
Sponsored by Sherwin-Williams. The Sherwin-Williams Pro Plus program helps you manage and grow your paint business. Sponsored by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop NissanUSA.com. Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
We're going to drive to left field. There are a couple runs way gone.
Subaru of New England. Love spring in the all-wheel drive 2024 Subaru Forester. Verizon. The network Boston relies on.
Long gone into the monster seats.
This has been a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
Thanks for listening to this Red Sox broadcast. For more Sox coverage and analysis across all of baseball, check out the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast with me, Rob Bradford. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Red Sox Review, and it starts right now. Here's your host, KJ Carson.
Here it is. Swinging a pop-up into shallow right field. This should end it. Second baseman out. Right fielder on. Who's going to get it? And it's the right fielder, Carroll. who ends the ball game. Well, the Red Sox do very little at the plate and fall to the Arizona Diamondbacks for the second straight day. The final, Arizona 4 and Boston 1.
Yes, dormancy again. KJ here on WEEI Red Sox Review. Red Sox lose to the Diamondbacks 4-1. No really different of a showing than what you saw last night in a 12-2 game. And sometimes you hear players say, man, losing the close games are tougher than the ones where you get blown out. Well, the whole idea is when you get blown out, you should at least score runs. And that barely happened last night. That didn't happen today. And so now the worst thing that could potentially happen with the Red Sox in a situation like this, especially during the stretch, is the bats go cold considering the arms are in blizzard mode. So last night I actually joked, like, oh boy, 4 o'clock start, here come the shadows. And so you felt like, okay, things kind of seem even. You're kind of disappointed with some of the defense that's going on. I'll get to some of that. We'll hear from Alex Cora shortly. But you felt like, okay, Zach Gallen wasn't overwhelming the Red Sox. It was almost like the Red Sox were overwhelming themselves. And then you get to the top of the fourth where you've got this double by Suarez. Here's the play.
Pitch is skied high and deep into left field. Ref Snyder is back at the track. He's at the wall. Would you believe it? It's high off the wall. It caroms past Ref Snyder. Duran plays it with the bare hand. Relay from Rafaela. Throw not nearly in time. It's a wall ball double, and it's 2-0 D-backs.
So here was crazy about the game. By this time, the shadows are gone. So you're like, all right, if you're going into the fifth, the Reds, or the bottom of the fourth and into the fifth, you feel like at a 2-run game, the Red Sox could wake the bats up. You don't have to worry about Gallen in the shadows, and he hasn't been dominating you. Granted, again, look, it wasn't one of those like, oh my gosh, he's just absolutely lights out. I just think that the Red Sox just didn't seem aware. And that's what's so unfortunate. 617-779-7937, text line 37937. The Red Sox are trying to avoid the sweep tomorrow. And what's happening now, like the Twins game is just getting underway. They're 4 ahead. The Royals have really gone on the tear. They're 5 ahead, and they're the second spot. They're a game ahead of the Twins. They get ready to play the Phillies here. I mean, you could wake up tomorrow, and tomorrow's game could determine whether the Red Sox are now potentially 5 games out of the wild card. And now the conversation is, how do you necessarily make up that room? 617-779-7937. Text line 37937. Your thoughts on today's game. Red Sox lose 4-1 to the Diamondbacks. Right now, it's time to trend. I got you.
Your home of the Sox. Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
As I've just been mentioning now here on WEEI, the Red Sox fell to the Diamondbacks 4-1 today at Fenway. Sox are now 4 games behind the Twins for the final wild card spot in the American League. Sox and Diamondbacks in action again tomorrow at 1:35. You can catch the game here on WEEI. Our coverage starts at 12:35 with the Mass Mutual pregame show. And the Patriots will be in preseason action tomorrow night in D.C. to take on the Commanders. Kickoff is set for 8 p.m. And don't forget, after the game, make sure you're here at WEEI for the 6 Rings postgame. I'm KJ. Red Sox Review continues next here on WEEI.
The Greg Hill Show.
The top 5 picks when it comes to dipping them in something. Ketchup is number 1.
Yes.
Shine.
Ranch? Mayo.
Yeah, ranch is number 2. Shine.
I'm cooking.
Mayo.
Number 3, barbecue sauce.
Barbecue number 4.
God damn it, so close. Hold on. I can get this. I can get this.
Come on, Shine. You should know this one.
Like a cheese sauce?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. You should know that.
Look at me cook, baby.
Yes.
Did you miss something? Listen to the podcast on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. The Greg Hill Show, morning 6 to 10 on New England Sports Original. WEEI. WEEI.
Lowe's knows Labor Day calls for big savings. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $750 when you buy 2 or more select major appliances priced $396 or more. And My Lowe's Rewards members get 3 bags of premium 2 cubic foot color mulch for just $10. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
A Kia SUV is capable of taking you far. But when you use it locally to help your community, you go even further. Whether that's carrying cargo, bringing your team with you, ready, or navigating new terrain. Power up your capability with the right Kia SUV. Do more with the Kia Sportage, Kia Telluride, Kia Sorento, or Kia Seltos. Kia. Movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Going down in a rinse straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes 100% of odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
We have 5 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you through the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home,
yes, cool,
or attending one live, you can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
Deep in the Pacific Ocean, submarines must navigate undersea mountains in total darkness. Kendra 3D prints equipment that guides these vessels safely. Learn about careers in maritime manufacturing at careersbuilttolast.com. Paid for by the U.S. Department of the Navy in partnership with Blue Forge Alliance.
Running a small business is no small job. So wouldn't it be great to have a partner that simplifies it all? Fair's online wholesale marketplace is designed to make your life less hectic. Explore new items while managing your inventory and relationships all in one place. With Fair, you can focus on what really matters, your customer's experience. Sign up at fair.com and receive 50% off your first order. That's www.fair.com, www.faire.com. Discount automatically applied at checkout. Maximum discount of $100.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Hey, did you know Vistaprint prints everything a small business needs? Like if a barbershop needs signage, we print outdoor signs, posters, and banners. Or if a ballet school needs merch,
1, 2,
we print tote bags, t-shirts, hoodies, hats. Or if a coffee shop needs a total refresh,
latte for Mike?
Vistaprint designs logos and prints it on menus, mugs, paper bags, anything. Because with Vistaprint, the printabilities are endless. Print it all with 25% off for new customers with code NEW25 at Vistaprint.com.
When booking with other vacation rental apps sounds like this.
This place doesn't look like the pictures.
Is there a door behind all those spiders?
It's time to try one that sounds more like a vacation.
This is perfect.
Relax, you booked a Vrbo.
Toyota has electrified options for every lifestyle. We've got hybrids, plug-in hybrids. You can even go 100% electric. Toyota is electrified, diversified. Learn more about our Beyond Zero vision for the future at toyota.com/Beyond Zero.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Everything Boston Red Sox. This is Red Sox Review on WEEI.
Field pitch toward the middle. The pitch, swinging a drive to left field. Hit pretty well. Back goes Gurriel. It's over his head. Hits low off the wall and rolls away. It's going to score the runner from first base. Yoshida pulls up with a wall ball double. Gurriel went back, but it was not high enough for him to reach. It hit low off the wall by the American League scorers, and Yoshida with a wall ball double. As the Red Sox have hit a couple of shots to break up the shutout bid, and now the tying run is on deck.
Red Sox Review on WEEI. It's KJ, and that is the Nissan highlight of the game. Let's just face it, folks, there was only 1 of 5 hits to put up there, and probably a close second nomination is Jarren Duran taking the Green Monster to the face. Remember, hurry in and save big on a new Nissan at the Nissan End of Summer Sales event. Shop your local Nissan store at nissanusa.com today. Red Sox lose 4-1, looking to avoid the sweep tomorrow, and more importantly, looking not to go underwater or upside down if they get sweep tomorrow. All right, let's go to Wally. Wally, thanks so much for calling WEEI. You're on Red Sox Review.
Yeah, what's up, AJ? It don't look good for that third wild card right now. I mean, you went to Houston, you won 2 out of 2, but Arizona is a good club. You have to give them credit. They've got the pitching. Maybe they'll trade us Zach Gallen next year. But you look at the 2 runs, I think they scored well without a hit. I mean, that really killed us today, but what are you going to do? We're just not hitting, we're not pitching. We don't have the pitching to start pitching, for one thing. But you look, everyone says the schedule now is easier. There's no guarantee we're going to win 8 or 9 in a row. We're going to sweep Toronto and Detroit. But you can't keep losing the game every day. Like I said, it could be, one of the nails in the coffin could be tomorrow if they sweep us. But Arizona is just a good team. I mean, we just can't win at home. That's the main line, and that's the bottom line. We can't win at home. We have a lousy record at home. Teams can't wait to come to Fenway Park and beat us.
Wally, thanks for the call. And if he ever wants to remember Wally, AJ is my father. KJ, who I am, is just like saying the alphabet backwards. That's an easy way to remember. But Wally's absolutely right. I think if there's going to be if you have to write a paragraph about what happened in this season, and it does kind of feel like what didn't happen or why it didn't happen when it felt so close, it's because of what's happened at home. The Red Sox record at home is so bad. The only teams that have a worse record at home, watch this, the Angels, the White Sox, and the Florida Marlins. That's it. You're like, wait, let me say that again. The only teams that have a better record a worse record at home than the Red Sox are the Angels, the Florida Marlins. Well, I mean, yeah, the Angels, the Florida Marlins, and the White Sox, who have the worst record I've ever seen. They may have 100 losses by Wednesday. So here on the other side of that ledger, the Red Sox are the most wins on the road. So again, this is what really bothered me about today's game. I'm going to call them pass balls. I know 2 of them wild pitch, 1 was a pass ball with Connor Wong. In those situations when you know that you have a pitcher who has downward action for one of their better pitchers, which is Cutter Crawford with his splitter, you've got to know there are going to be, guess what, pitches in the dirt. You cannot try to backhand these things. You cannot try to catch it with an arm. You've got to get that body in front. And you almost wonder, with those 3 balls that got past the catcher, whether they were wild or pass balls, how does the complexion of the game change, considering this was only a 4-1 game and it was a 2-0 game going into the 5th? These small things happening at home just makes you wonder what's the disconnect. The fans are there, right? Like, I can understand if you had some of the things that were going on earlier in the season when other teams were having more fans show up. A bunch of who was it? I forgot which weird team it was. You're like, they got more of them here. It might have been Seattle early. I can't remember who it was. But you had other teams with bigger fan bases coming up. That's not happening anymore. The home field advantage is there. The people are there. You know, I don't get it. I can't think of when I've seen a situation where you've had a team that's in a playoff hunt, that's amazing on the road, but completely bad at home. The only thing I think is kind of like weirder than that is the person who throws left-handed and bats right. That's just the weird, like, you're left-handed, but you bat right? Like, you don't bat, like, you switch it? No, you bat right. So how do you, this is why it feels like it's too late. I think we're down to like 15 games the Red Sox have on the road, and the remainder are at home. And so you feel like, okay, if they could turn it around at home, okay, great. But what happens if they start having slippage on the road, even though they've been the best road team in the league? I would expect there would be some slippage on the road because you've overachieved on the road, but you've super underperformed at home, and you don't have as many chances at home as you do on the road. 617-779-7937, text line 37937. We'll hear from Alex Cora at 7:30. Let's go to Carl and Lawrence. Carl, thank you so much for calling Red Sox Review. You're on the air.
Hey, KJ, how are you, bud?
Good, Carl. Thanks for the call.
Hey, are you the same KJ that was DJ for years?
Say that again?
Are you the same KJ that you were a DJ for years?
Yeah, I've been a DJ for years, and yes, I did mornings, but yeah, your Red Sox thoughts. Yes, that's I.
Yeah, yes, sir. Well, this is the name of the song. People forget. This team that team we played today is 13-32 since the 1st of June. They're about the hottest team in baseball. Ironically, they're 13th in pitching with like a 4.4 ERA, but they have wicked defense. So, I mean, this is a top-level team that could possibly go all the way like they did last year from the wild card. And it's going to happen from time to time. The question is can we rebound? And the other question is, I think when you're on the road, you're normally less distracted by all the other things that we're connected to as people and not just a player. I think they're more focused on the road. It just seems like this team is around a hot streak and really hot. It doesn't take away the fact that if we can get the same attitude at home that we do on the road and start winning at home, that would be a really good adjustment, like you're saying, because that's a really unique quirk we witnessed this year, and there's a definite reason. A quick point also, I keep asking for the Cora computer curve clocker. When our pitcher yesterday gets to the 6th inning and falls off the ledge, they should have a track on his pitching, and when they see that the couture and the velocity and the movement is gone, you got to yank him. There seems to be a preventative medicine that Cora can figure out. I'm surprised they haven't done that yet, because that's Cutter Crawford's MO.
Carl, thanks so much for the calls, and thanks for the previous recognition. Nico, he smoked me up. Yes, I used to be a morning guy. I think I'm the only other morning guy on WEEI that was a morning guy somewhere else in the market. You just hear it on weekends. Like, is that him? Didn't he used to play like Luther Vandross at one time? Yes. But yeah, he's absolutely right. The only thing that I would have a kind of a counterpoint with Carl is, it's one thing to count pitches, and then it's another thing to look at where you are on the inning, right? So if this was a pitching staff that could get batters to commit to swinging at pitches 1, 2, or let's say you get to the 3rd pitch, if you're clearly in the strike zone or near the strike zone, that batter is more likely going to go after that pitch, not wanting to put themselves down in the count, or they feel like they're going to best get a pitch that they can hit. They've seen what you're working with. I think part of the problem is these pitchers can get deep into counts just because they're not even close to the plate on the first 2 pitches. So when you're looking at a guy who's 70, 80 pitches or 80, 85 pitches, but it's the top of the 5th, and you're like, okay, I need this guy to get to the 6th, and maybe if he can just get through this inning. What we've just been finding out is these guys have, let's just call it what it is, routinely not passed these tests, D's and C's and some F's. And then when you're getting to the bullpen, I mean, Bernardino was Bernard Ball 4 today. It was just like, wow, like between him and Sips, it's like 4 straight walks. And you're like, okay, these guys are supposed to be on point as soon as you put them in the game, because you're coming off of a situation where your starter was starting to leak oil. 617-779-7937. I'll get to more of your calls here shortly. Let's go to Alex Cora.
Did a good job. Gave us 5. we got the big out with the pick right in the fifth, and then he was able to get the lefties. So, good enough. The bullpen was rested, so we were very aggressive with them. We didn't throw strikes in that inning and put us in a bad spot, but overall, he was good.
What made Gallen so effective?
Moving the ball around, changing speeds, using his curveball, letting counts. We had some tough at-bats, but we weren't able to finish it.
Tough as that stretch where you had 4 walks and a wild pitch in the span of 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, at this level, we cannot do that, obviously. We had the right matchups. It just didn't work out.
They've got Tristan just fighting timing as summer started.
We didn't talk about that in Houston, so yeah. Let's just, right? I mean, that guy's really good. He made some pitches. He did a few fastballs. He used his breaking ball. So he'll turn the page and be ready for tomorrow. That's for sure.
Still looking good for him. Play tomorrow.
Yeah. He should be in the lineup.
What have you been seeing from Garcia? He's kind of been pitching a lot better recently.
I think the fastball is playing now. He's using it in different spots. His off-speed pitches are good, but I think, you see the velo of the fastball is 99, 98, 99. You have to make a decision right away, and he's using it in different spots. So happy to see that. We're going to need him. We will. We're going to need everybody in the bullpen. So, but for him to kind of like turn the page or turn the corner, that's good for us.
What do you think was the difference between this series and the previous one in Houston for you guys in terms of just success, I guess?
I mean, the pitch. I mean, those guys are very good. Like what they do is it's not against us. It's against everybody. It's a different type of pitching too, different angles. They change speeds. They don't give in. You have to be very stubborn in the zone, and they have made pitches. I don't know how many strikeouts we had yesterday, but they make pitches, and today he expanded with us, and they're really good at what they do. That's probably one of the best teams in the big leagues right now in the National League.
How big is their defense? Just the plays that they make up the middle.
Yeah, they're good. I mean, they're very athletic. That's what they do. They run the bases well. They put good at bats. It's a complete team, And that play by Guillermo, that was amazing. Just remind me of Robbie Alomar, to be honest with you. Just lay out and then turn and put in the money. That was a great play. The double play, they turned. That was good, And they still missing their best player, so that's a really good team.
Where you kind of stayed out there talking with them and came out together. What was that kind of conversation?
As a hitter, what you want is for him to check. That's it, and that's what I told him. I said, hey, us as hitters, if you ask the umpire a third, we're good with it. So.
All right, that's Alex Cora. And I agree. Look, if you're not getting those pitches across the plate for strikes, it's going to cause problems. That's what you ended up seeing. And shout out to him for mentioning Robbie Alomar, the original Hawktua. I'm sorry. 617-779-7937 text line. 37937 KJ Red Sox review. Let's go to Larry and Dedham. Larry was at the game. Larry, hopefully you're traveling safe or you're on the tee and you're able to at least stand up for only 2 stops, but you're on the air.
Well, the team stinks. That's what I came away with. That was my conclusion. Alex Cora is so lucky to have signed that contract. That's not his fault, but this team is awful. I was hoping that they were going to turn the corner, but no, they're going downhill. They have, 6 walks, 3 wild pitches, very few hitting. I thought it was going to be a no-hitter there when I left in the 7th inning, and it's just an awful team. They're even worse than mediocre. They're an awful, awful team, and I feel terrible that I spent money to actually go to this game today. That's
Larry,
how I
thanks.
feel about it.
Larry, thanks for the call. You would feel worse if you bought a video game system and your wife found out to use the joint account. That could be worse. But look, at this level, there should not be, and I'm going to call it what it is, 3 pass balls. If you know your guy throws a splitter, you've got to be ready, or there's got to be some type of conversation saying, be ready. And maybe it tips off batters when you suddenly drop down to 2 knees, like, okay, this guy's ready to block something. But the pass balls, the excessive walks, he's absolutely right. That would, if you took someone who knew nothing about the game of baseball, and you would say, how close do you think you watch today's game? How close do you think they are away from the playoffs? You probably say, they might say, oh, I don't think they'll be there, or maybe if they get some more people there, maybe they would be better. But you tell them, it's like, hey, if they turn some things around, they end up in the playoffs, they go, oh, wow. It is kind of shocking to see out there, considering this team is still in the hunt for the wild card, is outperforming the metrics that baseball has, what they thought they would be and what they are. They're a couple games better than what they thought they would be. I think that's because of the games they've run on the one on the road. It's probably the two games they won in Houston. That's the difference. 617-779-7937. Let's go to Carl. Carl, thanks so much for calling WEEI. You're on Red Sox Review.
Hey, good evening.
Thanks for
taking the call.
You got it.
So when we look at the Red Sox struggles at home, I mean, it doesn't take much to figure out the simple fact that they're left-handed top-heavy. I mean, their home park is designed for a right-handed hitter, prototypically. And you're so left-handed top-heavy, right now you are, and then to make matters worse, your three top prospects, who everyone thinks are going to be the saviors, all three of them are left-handed hitters. It's time to mix things up. You got to go get some right-handed power. And you got to get a right-handed hitter that can hit for a quality average and drive some runs in. You got no protection for Rafi Devers.
None.
And he's your best hitter. And again, he's left-handed. You are way left-handed top-heavy. And in a game where, the analytics are so, these teams, they play everything so close to the vest, and they make these decisions. They're getting shut down. And they're just way left-handed top-heavy. That's the issue.
Yeah, Carl, thanks for
mix it up.
Yeah, Carl, thanks for the call. I agree. Tyler O'Neill's been day-to-day, right? And so you would say Ref Snyder is not – well, here's the thing. Anytime you put a right-hander in there, you would probably say, hey, can you get a ball about 70 feet in the air, 300 feet out? If you do, good things can happen. Look, the reason why I played the Nissan highlight of the game as Yoshida's hit to left center was because A, it was a shot to left center, B, it scored the only run, and C, thank God it wasn't a 4-3 ground out. So Carl's right. And obviously it's not something that's going to be addressed overnight, but you have to be able to use the tools that you have, right? There's no backing up the green monster. It's not suddenly, hey, they redesigned it and they've pushed it, 50 feet back. That's not the case. When Carl was talking, I was thinking about, think about what this park did for J.D. Martinez and what he did in this park. It was almost kind of like he could write a clinic of how to play in Fenway. You go back to that 2018 season. Everything was just boom, to boom, to boom, to boom, to boom, to boom. We're going over. And you had that protection. He's absolutely right. If I'm another squad and I'm like, okay, all we really have to do is be concerned with how do we get to Devers. Everything else is kind of a crapshoot for the team, and they're most likely, as he said, left-handed. 617-779-7937, text line 37937, KJ Red Sox Review. Red Sox lose the second in a row to the Diamondbacks. They lose today 4-1, trying to avoid the sweep tomorrow. They are now 4 games out of the wild card spot. Twins are in action against the Cardinals. Kansas City Royals against the Phillies. Twins are the ones that are now sitting in that third spot. Liam, in the car, thank you so much for calling Red Sox Review. Good Saturday to you, my man.
Hey, KJ. Yeah, I'm on my way back from the game. Unfortunately, I've gone to about 40 this year, and it seems like, every time we're coming off a road trip, I'm very excited going into Fenway. It's very disappointed, but let's be realistic. Did we expect anything else going into this Arizona series? I mean, being realistic with how good Arizona's been, both offensively and defensively since the All-Star break, taking one from them seems to be pretty good. Where we will really run into problems and where the season might be over if we don't clobber Toronto next week. If we look compared to Kansas City right now, Kansas City has the second hardest schedule in baseball. I think we're 13th or something along those lines. So we have to win the games against teams that are not playoff teams. And we need to take a few from the teams that are to stay in this race and hopefully gain some ground. We want to hear your thoughts on that.
Hey, Liam, thanks for the call. Get home safe. Yeah, you should always still have hope because crazier things have happened in the history of baseball. I think because of the wild card, it gives you a better chance for those who have a certain age. Remember, oh my gosh, someone would win the West by 20 games. Like, why is there even a game being played in the AL West at all? the AL East, you almost never really had those type of seasons where someone just was so dominant and running away from a historical perspective. Probably the one that jumps out at me is either the 96 Yankees or the 84 Tigers, right? Those are just kind of runaway trains. But here's something that's kind of disturbing, and this is why I'm concerned about this last wild card spot, is the elimination number, right? So how many games combined between the division leader and this team before that team doesn't win the division? So let me first state that I am not here to say that the Red Sox have any chance to win the AL East, though crazier things have happened. The number is 26. For Baltimore, it's 32. So for those who are not really informed, let's say New York wins 20 games and Baltimore loses 12 games over these next 34 games, Baltimore won't win the division. The Red Sox are down to that number 26. So less has to be done for them to be eliminated from the division. But when you get to the AL Central, this is the scary part. The Royals, who are trailing Cleveland by a game, 34 to be eliminated, Minnesota 33 to be eliminated. So the way things see it, Boston has a quicker chance of being eliminated already from the AL East race while potentially watching this 3-ring circus going on in the Central, where pretty much whoever loses doesn't lose. Meaning, like, whoever wins the Central may win it by a half game or full game, and the third place team may only be a game and a half out or 2 games out. So you might have, the way it is right now, Cleveland ahead by 1, Minnesota behind by 2. It could end that way, and because all of them are paying competitive ball, who's going to win the division may come down around with 2 games left in the season. But if that's the case, the Red Sox aren't going to potentially be on this run that's going to run them past Baltimore, and they're 6.5 behind Baltimore. So that's where my concern is we could talk about all these mix and matches and so forth and everything, but now we have to start considering what happens inside of your own division as you start getting eliminated out of your own, out of the East. So that's just the interesting part of the Central is, and the other thing is they have the benefit of, yes, the Red Sox do get the White Sox one more time. They get them another time. But when you have the Red Sox to feast on, I wouldn't even sleep on the Detroit series. Detroit is only 3 games under 500. And you're talking about a Red Sox team that is like 8 games under 500 against teams over 500. But yet the Tigers have 40 wins against teams over 500. So they have more wins against teams over 500 than the Red Sox do. So that's why I'd say be very careful in terms of if we can handle Toronto and all these other things, you really need the AL Central to implode, but it'd be very hard to because they all get to feast off of bad competition with the White Sox in that division. 617-779-7937. Text line 37937. This is Red Sox Review. I'm KJ Carson. We wrap it up next here on WEEI.
The Red Sox Station. Red Sox win it! WEEI.
Can you believe it?
Way back! New England Sports Original.
Lowe's knows Labor Day calls for big savings. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $750 when you buy 2 or more select major appliances priced $396 or more. And My Lowe's Rewards members get 3 bags of premium 2 cubic foot color mulch for just $10. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
A Kia SUV is capable of taking you far. But when you use it locally to help your community, you go even further. Whether that's carrying cargo, bringing your team with you, ready, or navigating new terrain. Power up your capability with the right Kia SUV. Do more with the Kia Sportage, Kia Telluride, Kia Sorento, or Kia Seltos.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's the land of the free and the home of student drivers ready to back into your new fence at any given time. It's firing up a round of burgers and dogs on your rusty grill with a faulty gas line that engulfs your tool shed in flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
There are lots of people you might want to share a Vrbo with, but the host isn't one of them. When you book a Vrbo, the host doesn't stay with you. So the only people you'll share the space with are your people. Vrbo Private Vacation Rentals. Relax. You booked a Vrbo.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Downy Unstoppables in-wash scent beads.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home, yes, cool, or attending one live, you can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Christy Pierce-Rampone here, former member of the U.S. Women's National Soccer Team and 3-time gold medalist, 2-time World Cup champion, and part of the '99 team that won the Women's World Cup, igniting passion for soccer everywhere. And like Amazon Prime, I'm a lot of things beyond what I'm best known for. I'm a girl mom to 2 teenagers, a dog mom too, an entrepreneur, a TV commentator, and I use my Prime membership pretty much every day for so many things. I am known for being quick and crafty on the soccer field, and I am definitely crafty at home, especially digging in with the girls' school projects. And I rely on Amazon Prime to have what we need and get it to us with the speed I am used to. With every change of season, I love to decorate our home. And where do I get ideas and the goods? Prime, of course. Not to mention with all the great streaming options, it's a total gold medal experience. From streaming to shopping, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. That's Amazon.com/Prime.
With Labor Day savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,500 off select appliances from top brands like LG, America's most reliable line of appliances, like the LG Smart Top Load Washer with easy unload angled front, so you can reach every last sock. Right now, get up to $1,500 off select appliances in-store and online with Labor Day savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid August 22nd through September 11th. U.S. only. See store online for details. America's most reliable line of appliances per independent study.
This is Red Sox Review on WEEI.
Red Sox Review on WEEI. Good afternoon to you, or good evening now. It's KJ. Red Sox lose 4-1 to the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's 2 in a row. The Red Sox have scored 3 runs in 2 days. Now, this is the team that I say, hey, if there's an 8-6 game, you say, hey, there's an 8-6 game in the Red Sox are in. I'm like, Red Sox win that 8-6. Hey, it's a 2-0, it's a 2-1 game. What happened? Oh, man, the Red Sox bats went cold. And at least the pitching didn't completely, unfurl. But some of that did happen today. 4 walks in a row, bases loaded, walk in a run. And you just wonder, like, okay, tomorrow, like, I'm shocked to see this. But at ESPN Bet, on the bet lines, the Red Sox are favored. They're a minus 150 bet. I'm like, did you see the bats in the first 2 games? Tanner Houck on the mound for the Red Sox, Merrill Kelly for the Diamondbacks. Merrill Kelly, 3-0. Has pitched 30-something innings, like 35 innings. 27 Ks, 10 walks. So maybe there's some patience out there with this Red Sox team, because that's the other, that was what you saw in game one, in game one, where you're like, okay, you've got bases loaded, and Ref Schneider goes after the first 3 pitches he sees. You say that cost you Friday night. Today, Connor Wong is just pretty much, I mean, we've seen some catching in Williamsport there. You know, like things going to the backstop should have stopped a long time ago. How come the body is not getting in front of? I mean, I know there's a new style, but guess what part of that style of catching is stopping past balls. You know, I don't think it's a wild pitch when a guy has a splitter and it's designed to go in the dirt and someone chase. You block that joint, you tag the guy out, or you throw it down to first to complete the play. I will give Connor Wong his props with the pickoff at first for a guy who was leading too much. But you almost feel like maybe Arizona did that because they see not as much discipline. And this is where I think some other veteran leadership will have to be in this clubhouse next year, not only on the mound, but also in this batting order to be able to make heady decisions. You know, this is not 2018, but that was also the conversation about when JD Martinez was here. You have a veteran in the lineup who's going to show up every day and just absolutely crush for you, and primarily as a DH for the most part. All right, 37937. What do you got on the text line, Nico, before we get out of here?
So we have a texter who says, I want the Red Sox to miss the playoffs this season because if they make it, I think they'll be embarrassed. Maybe John Henry sees the talent on this team and starts building starting pitching, a bullpen, and a right-handed power hitter in the outfield because Tyler O'Neill isn't the answer.
But here's the thing. Tyler O'Neill is a better answer than Adam Duvall was last year. I cannot sit here and say, oh, Tyler O'Neill's not the guy. I think, what I want to see the Red Sox at least get into the wild card, because that's when you say anything can happen, at least in the wild card, right? Like they win the wild card, cool. They get into a series, and if they get 2 wins out of it, you get the energy of Fenway. That might be a reminder for the powers that be that says, okay, what can we do to get to that next phase? Now, we've seen that movie before in 21, right? Where it's like, hey, they got to the playoffs to get all the way to the ALCS. Should that have not been a precursor to do those things? A little of it was done, Schwarber, right? But again, I'm one of those people who are saying, I think Schwarber knew, especially once the DH rule went into effect for the entire league, he could go to the National League, go get more money, and have to play absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Where here, it's kind of like, hey, we need you to play first today. So I would like to see them make it to the playoffs. Why not? Do I think the chances are great? I think they continue to drop. I think going into Friday night's game, the Red Sox had a 40% chance. Going in today's game, it was 34%. I have to see what that percent is now, because to drop from 40 to 34 just because of losing one game, it makes me think that number may go from 34% maybe down to 30.
Even that feels high at this point. Like, it just feels like every year for the past, 3 out of the last 4 years, it's all been the same thing. They're right in it, and then all of a sudden they fall apart. I give credit to this team. They fought a lot harder than I think teams in the past, but they don't have enough talent because they didn't do what they needed to do in the offseason with starting pitching.
Well, now here's the thing. If you do 30% at the plate, yeah, you're a Hall of Famer. But everything else, including your chances of getting something done,
that's not great.
It's not great. So while it's in the 30s now, that's not great. We're talking about maybe a 3 in 10 chance that they make it. We're not talking about stepping to the plate and you have a 3 in 10 chance of getting a base hit.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
Lowe's knows Labor Day calls for big savings. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $750 when you buy 2 or more select major appliances priced $396 or more. And My Lowe's Rewards members get 3 bags of premium 2 cubic foot color mulch for just $10. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
A Kia SUV is capable of taking you far. But when you use it locally to help your community, you go even further. Whether that's carrying cargo, bringing your team with you, ready, or navigating new terrain. Power up your capability with the right Kia SUV. Do more with the Kia Sportage, Kia Telluride, Kia Sorento, or Kia Seltos. Kia. Movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you through the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of homeownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on your every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on your or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on your maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
5 years ago, Noah was driving passengers to the airport and stressing over tips. Now, he builds communication systems for massive aircraft carriers. Learn about careers in maritime manufacturing at careersbuilttolast.com. Paid for by the U.S. Department of the Navy in partnership with Blue Forge Alliance.
So, should we go electric?
I think we should go electrified with Toyota.
Electrified?
Electrified means options. Yes, we could go all electric with a Toyota BZ4X, but then there are hybrids like Grand Highlander, or we could do something in between like a RAV4 plug-in hybrid.
So, Toyota is electrified diversified?
Yup, and with more options for reducing carbon emissions, the closer we all get to Toyota's Beyond Zero vision for the future.
Exactly how much coffee have you had this morning?
Learn more about our Beyond Zero vision for the future at toyota.com/Beyond Zero.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home,
Yes, goal.
or attending one live, you can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Christy Pierce Rampone here, former member of the U.S. Women's National Soccer Team, 3-time gold medalist, 2-time World Cup champion, and part of the '99 team that won the Women's World Cup, igniting passion for soccer everywhere. I'm mom to 2 teenage girls, and quality time together is prime time. We love to cook, and I have an obsession, a healthy one of course, with cooking utensils. Where do I turn? Amazon Prime, to get them fast. And when they arrive, where do I turn? To Prime, to stream the best cooking shows. And then, for dessert, what do? The Rampone team streams. Each of us gets to be the captain and pick the show. Right now, we're all over British TV, part of a Prime subscription. I think a trip to the UK is in the future, and of course, we'll get all we need for that trip. From workout clothes to raincoats, from plaids to luggage, from travel guides to umbrellas, from streaming to shopping, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. That's Amazon.com/Prime.
When booking with other vacation rental apps sounds like this.
This place doesn't look like the pictures.
Is there a door behind all those spiders?
It's time to try one that sounds more like a vacation.
This is perfect.
Relax, you booked a Vrbo.
From the WEEI studios, the destination for Boston sports fans. Boston sports fans. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Network, about 2 hours left to go in our 5-hour marathon. Been riding with you since 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock before we hand things over to our pal Jody Mack. Number to call the show, 855-212-4227. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. We kicked off the show talking about the upset heard across the world, or should I say the upset heard across the pond. Brent Key and the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets dominating Florida State up front on both sides of the line of scrimmage. And I hear what some of you out there are saying. Oh, how can it be dominant? They won on a walk-off field goal. Big bad Florida State with their badass offensive line and their and returning guys on their defensive line and hitting the portal. We thought Florida State, the coaches at least thought Florida State was going to be one of the contenders this year in college football. They come in ranked 10th. After watching this group today, Coach Norvell and company got some soul searching to do. Because for as badass as Florida State is supposed to be, for them not to be able 3.2 yards per carry today from Florida State. And if anyone's watched DJU over the past couple of years, you know this Florida State team is going to be a run-first football team. They struggled to do so today against Georgia Tech. Joining us right now on the guest hotline to talk all things college football is our pal Denton Day, the host of College Football Overtime on SiriusXM's College Football Channel. You can join him starting tonight, midnight to 2 a.m. Eastern Time, for highlights from the weekend and interviews with the best players across college football. Make sure you give our pal Denton a follow on the X app at the Denton Day. Denton, you're one of the college football sickos out there. How much money did you spend today, my friend?
Well, I won a little bit of money on Georgia Tech.
I know, I heard you.
For sure. I'm not sick enough to bet some of these other games, but I was telling everybody this week, anyone that would listen, I was like, Georgia Tech getting 11.5 plus 11.5, that's the right side. I didn't think they would win the game,
right?
But I certainly knew they would keep it close. You know, you mentioned Florida State needing to do some soul searching. I'll amend that slightly, Linnell. They need to do some quarterback searching.
Yeah.
DJU is not him. You know, he had a really good season last year at Oregon State, but he's in the ACC, and I wouldn't say that the ACC is the top of the power conferences, but the ACC is a little bit better than what the Pac-12 is, certainly now. And he's just not it. You know, it was very, very clear they did not want him to throw the ball deep today. And that's a big problem because the ACC's gotten so much better. So I don't know what they're going to do. You look at their depth chart, they got a bunch of freshmen.
Yeah.
They got a redshirt freshman and true freshmen. So I'm looking at Coach Mike Norvell, who I really like. And I'm saying, oh, God, what are you going to do this year? I know the ACC is weak enough to where you might still be able to sneak into the college football playoff, but I got to see the DJU from 4 years ago. And at a certain point, we just got to realize DJU from 4 years ago ain't the DJU now.
He's not it, bro. And I think looking at the box score, I call him the box score bandit. Some people will look at this box score and say, well, he outplayed Haynes King. Dude, watching Haynes King today, I was talking to someone in between one of the breaks, Denton. You look at it, 15 carries, 54 yards, but it's his ability to consistently get on the perimeter and keep Georgia Tech on schedule. Some of the throws he made with the pressure that Florida State was bringing was super impressive. DJU kind of had us all tripping, though. That last scoring drive that Florida State had, it was like, okay, this is what he could be. That was probably his best drive of the game. They came out running the football really well. You mentioned the ACC being weak, Denton, and I don't know if I'm pushing back when I say this, but I think the conference is going to be better than people are giving it credit for. I'm eager to see Cam Ward and company take on Florida next weekend. That's a must-win if you're going to be serious this year. I want to see if Clemson can hang around with Georgia coming up next weekend. And then locally, Virginia Tech with Kyron Drones. Do you think they have a shot? Basically, I'm asking you, what do you think about the entire landscape of this ACC conference? And does a win today for Georgia Tech give you some confidence that later on in the season when the committee is putting this 12-team playoff together that maybe, getting a win against the ACC team rather means a little bit more?
So let me break this down in an avenue that you and I perfectly understand, pro wrestling. Yes. I look at Georgia Tech as they are getting from being a jobber to now in the mid-card. They're in the mid-card of the ACC. They're not going to be an easy team to beat, but they're not going to be contending more likely than not for a championship because very similar to DJU. I like Haynes King, and his mobility takes him to a different level than DJU, but he also cannot throw deep down the field. It's never a good sign when in the third quarter, ESPN is throwing up graphics about these quarterbacks not having success while throwing the ball more than 5 yards. That's two power schools in the ACC that have quarterbacks that aren't comfortable throwing the ball more than 5 yards in front of them. So that's never a good thing. As far as Kyron Drones and Virginia Tech, I'm glad you mentioned them. Mm-hmm. I went on a show yesterday in our market in Washington, D.C., And I said, I like Virginia Tech to win the ACC. Now, Pat McAfee stole my thunder a little bit this morning on College Game Day, but I like Virginia Tech to win the ACC. It's not necessarily – I think that the weak, like using the term weak to describe the ACC probably isn't fair. I think it's more in the direction of they're going to cannibalize one another, very similar to what the Big 12 is going to be, because there's nobody head and shoulders better than everybody else. Like I look at Miami and I see this team is incredibly talented, but I also know who's coaching them. And the guy who's coaching them has proven that he's not exactly the best in winnable situations. So I think this is a one big league for the college football playoff.
Wow, really?
Largely because you're likely getting a conference champion with 3 losses, 2 or 3 losses. They're gone are the days where there's a team like Clemson that's running this thing, the gauntlet, and going 16-0. It's just not going to happen nowadays.
Yeah, Clemson is another team, that I'm really eager to see. I'm curious to see what Klubnik looks like this year. You mentioned Miami, though, man. Do you think Cam Ward has the opportunity to put himself in that Heisman Trophy conversation? Because the past couple of years and what he was able to do at Washington State, I'm really impressed with who he is, and I think bigger stage for him, maybe this is the year.
He has talent. And not to say that Washington State did not have talent, but they don't have the kind of talent that you're going to get when you're playing in Miami, especially in this era of name, image, and likeness, because we all know that there's some people in Miami that really like the football team and have deep enough pockets to do something about it.
Yeah.
So I love Cam Ward this year. I think as you enter the season, he's the best quarterback in the ACC. I'm super high on Kyron Drones becoming the best quarterback. But as we sit here now, he is the best quarterback. He would have gotten drafted this last NFL draft had he not gone back to college. He wouldn't have been one of the guys in the first round. So doing this and coming to Miami should theoretically help his draft stock. But I think there's a lot of people that maybe are casual fans who did not watch a ton of Washington State last year that are going to be seeing him in bigger matchups for the first time, and they're going to come away thinking, wow, I have been missing out on Cam Ward for all these years.
For sure. Damn sure an exciting prospect. Love the way that he plays, and they're going to be in some big-time spots early on in the season, so we'll get to figure out right away, how the Cam Ward experience is going to go out there in Miami. The conference, though, Denton, that I feel like everyone wants to talk about is the flavor of the week. It's got a bunch of new teams. This new revamped Big Ten, the Big 18 is what some folks, are out there calling it. When you look at the top of this thing, a lot of folks, in terms of their college football playoff outlook, it's really Ohio State, Oregon. I happen to think it's do or die time for James Franklin out of Penn State. But I want to stay on Ohio State for a second here. Ryan Day has accomplished a decent amount during the regular season at Ohio State, but he's 1-3 in the playoff, and he's 1-3 against Michigan. I think everyone to a man, Denton, will tell you this is the best Ohio State team that they've fielded. I keep hearing questions about Will Howard at quarterback. I say I don't care who's under center, Denton. When you've got the running back duo that they've got, and you've got the badass defense that they've got, doesn't really matter who's under center. They are going to be a team that I think Denton bludgeons teams to death all season long. And I do think this is the year they get over the hump.
They should.
Yeah.
Everything you just said should be true. I get the feeling that if this was a party and we're in like this gala and everybody keeps talking about how good Ohio State is this year, how talented Ohio State is this year, Urban Meyer's getting on stage, Jim Tressel's getting on stage. Wow, this is the best team we've ever seen. And I just get the feeling that Ryan Day's like in the corner kind of slashing his throat, being like, guys, can we please stop hyping up how good we are this year? Like, give me a little bit of leeway in the event where something goes wrong. I mean, the thing with Ryan Day is, if you look at him on paper, he is a great coach. The problem is, and this is what separates college football from the NFL, people are psychos. And Ohio State fans care about two things.
Yep.
They care about Michigan. They care about national championships. And depending which Ohio State fan you ask, those orders might be different, right? Because there are some people that are just so passionate about the Michigan thing. And when you take into consideration that Jim Harbaugh's not there anymore and that Michigan is a completely different team this year than it has been the last couple of years, that puts a lot more pressure on Ryan Day. I like Will Howard. I don't love Will Howard. I think he's a little bit of a step up from what Kyle McCord was last year.
Ain't saying much, is it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was a lower bar. The thing is, he was going to lose a job at Kansas State.
Yeah.
He was not going to be their starting quarterback this year. It's going to be Avery Johnson. And we talk a lot over the course, because you and I love college football and the NFL. We talk about a lot of these guys that enter the transfer portal and then go on to become something amazing. Joe Burrow's a great example. Jay Daniels is a great example. Joe Burrow left Ohio State because it was Ohio State, and they just had a load of quarterbacks to then go to LSU. It's a very different thing to me when you're leaving Kansas State. Right? Like they're just not in the same tier in terms of talent and recruiting, because we understand that Ohio State, they're going to constantly bring in 5 stars, where Kansas State is not. So that worries me a little bit. I do think there's so much talent there that it should be able to cover up his flaws, but you got to beat Michigan. And then if by some event you don't beat Michigan, it's national championship or bust.
Yeah, 110%. Talking about Ohio State, man, I just feel like, man, Will Howard should throw the ball no more than it should look like how today looked, 16 to 19 pass attempts at most, right? When you've got this running back duo that you've got with Judkins and Henderson, I guess you could say the same about the trio that they've got out at wide receiver. Denton, it's fascinating to me, because eventually in the world of college football, and I know Ryan Day has had a tremendous amount of regular season success, but as you mentioned, if you ain't beating Michigan and you ain't bringing home the trophy, the seat getting warm to you maybe out there in Columbus, Denton, with Ryan Day? Like, what are the consequences for Coach Day if Ohio State does fall short for whatever reason?
Well, I mean, if you're not beating Michigan and or winning the national championship, there's going to be somebody that puts up money. You don't bring Chip Kelly in there just because. Now, the nice thing about Chip Kelly is he's going to do what Ryan Day has not done for the past 4 years. Chip Kelly is going to run the ball because he wants to run the ball, where it felt like you had to waterboard Ryan Day to get him to run the ball. Like, you don't pay the money that you're going to pay Quinshon Judkins in the transfer portal and NIL to just have him sit there and become a blocking back. He's the best running back, or one of the best running backs in college football. So you're going to see a much different Ohio State offense, which, to what you were saying, if you're throwing the ball 20 times, that's a good game, because that means your guys in the backfield are absolutely wrecking havoc on whoever's in front of them. And if you learned anything from that team up north, Michigan told you can win by running the football last year. So there's a lot of pressure on Ryan Day. And again, like, Chip Kelly's not there just because he wants to be, right? I mean, he does want to be there.
For sure.
But there's also, he recognizes he's not the dumbest dude in the world, right? He recognizes there is an avenue to where I might be able to become the Ohio State head coach. If you go UCLA head coach, 1 year off as a coordinator, and then all of a sudden you're the captain of Ohio State, that's a pretty good return on investment.
I would say so, my friend. We're joined right now on the guest hotline by our pal Denton Davey, host of SiriusXM's College Football Overtime, which you can check out tonight from midnight to 2 a.m. Eastern Time on Channel 84 on SiriusXM Radio. Denton, going from one superpower conference to another, be crazy if we let you out of here without mentioning the SEC. Feels like it's Georgia versus the world, but we know teams like Texas and Alabama and Ole Miss are going to try and enter themselves into that conversation. I want to look at Texas here, because with some of the losses that they've had on defense, they're still a loaded group. They've got a big-time matchup in Week 2 against Michigan that I think kind of sets the tone for maybe what they're going to be this year. Do you think, two-parter here for you, do you think Texas has a real shot at not just making the college football playoff, Denton, which should be a shoo-in? Do they think they have a shot of winning the entire thing? And then, two, at season's end, how do you think NFL evaluators are talking about the quarterback, Quinn Ewers?
Your first question, yes, they do. They very much have an opportunity to beat Georgia. It's going to be more about execution.
Yeah.
You know, they bring in a lot more wide receivers because their previous wide receivers, Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, are now in the NFL, so you have to kind of replenish. Isaiah Bond comes over from Bama. You bring in a bunch of new dudes, and you still have Quinn Ewers. I like Quinn Ewers. I like Quinn Ewers more than most people seem to like Quinn Ewers in terms of evaluators. I think there's a lot of things that he does really, really well, and the thing that has not changed from year to year is they have the best play caller in college football.
Yeah.
You give me any amount of money, and I'm putting it on Steve Sarkisian saying, I'm gonna have this dude call plays for me. I think he is incredibly dynamic, and the stuff that he does is really stuff of legends. I mean, they were throwing to defensive linemen in the first quarter of the Big 12 championship last year to go up 20. It was insanity. When he gets in his bag, there's nobody that can really stop him outside of maybe Kirby Smart, and that's what excites me because you have this team in Georgia who, quarterback-wise, they got Carson Beck, who is fine. I think Carson Beck might be getting a little.
He's getting gassed up, Denton. I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, brother. He's getting gassed up. He doesn't have to do much out there.
Gassed up. I've watched him, and I think he's a good quarterback. I have not ever watched him and said that guy's going to be the number one overall pick.
And that's the talk right now, which is crazy.
Made that connection. So I think Texas very much has the ability to win the SEC. My money's still on Georgia, but I think they're very much still in that race. They're the best team that Georgia's gonna see. I think. I don't know if there's anyone that has a better shot than Texas, but it's going to come down to Quinn Ewers. And if it's not Quinn Ewers, I mean, we know who's sitting behind him, and that name's going to carry a little bit of weight.
110%, my friend. Appreciate you giving me some time as always, my brother.
All right, man. I'll talk to you.
That is Denton Day. Check him out tonight, midnight to 2 a.m. Eastern time on Sirius XM Channel 84, hosting college football overtime. Giving you the highlights from around the weekend, as well as interviews with some of the best in the world of college football. Always good talking college football. We probably won't talk too much more college football before we get out of here. About an hour and change left to go here in the program before we hand things over to Jody Mack coming up at 10 p.m. Eastern time. I mentioned we were doing a little bit of NFL division previews, picking some winners here. I gave you my winners of the NFC East. In the AFC East, I think Philadelphia comes out of the NFC East. I think Buffalo comes out of the AFC East. Perfect time to take a swing around to the West, the AFC West in the NFC West. Two divisions to me that honestly have their guys at the top, right? We pretty much think it's going to be San Francisco and Kansas City. But I look at some of the other teams in both of these divisions and go, you know what? If KC or San Fran does have a regression, I'm more so talking about San Fran when it comes to a regression. I can see the Rams being marketably better this year. I can see Seattle with Ryan Grubb now there calling plays, taking a step forward. They're a team that health kind of was their Achilles heel a season ago. I love the bookends that they've got out at tackle with Lucas and Charles Cross. The big question is, can they stay healthy, and can Geno Smith continue to play good football, which it seems like he'll be able to. I'm not going to get ballsy and pick the LA Rams to win the NFC West, but darn it, I was thinking about it. San Francisco, to me, if they're going to play chicken with Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams, which they're currently doing right now, if they're going to do that, I'm not sure that they have enough on the perimeter to run things back, so to speak. Now, as long as Christian McCaffrey's healthy, I guess you've got a shot. But I don't think San Francisco, here's the better way to put it, I don't think San Fran runs away with this division. I don't. I think the Rams, on paper, are much improved. I think defensively with the Rams is where I really like that group. Kobe Turner really burst onto the scene last year. What are they going to get out of Byron Young coming up here in year two, coming off an 8-sack rookie campaign? Like, they've got some interesting pieces up front. You add Jared Verse to that mix, and now you've got 3 legit pass rushers up front. I'm excited to see a bounce back, hopefully, here for Tre'Davious White, who comes over via free agency. They signed Cameron Curl from Washington via free agency, someone I'm pretty high on. And then they got one of my favorite players in the draft, man. I haven't been following preseason ball that much for the LA Rams. Cameron Kitchens, though, man. You want to talk about a football player? 5'11", 207 pounds, linebacker, safety hybrid. I don't think he's like your traditional post safety. I think he's somebody that can come up and make plays in the box. I just think they've got good pieces on that side of the football. And then offensively, that's where I say, well, you know what you're getting. Sean McVay's going to dial it up with amongst the best of them. We know if they can protect Matthew Stafford, I think things are going to be all right for them. They brought over they re-signed rather their guard Kevin Dotson, who I thought took a massive step forward over the past couple of years. You got Jonah Jackson coming over via the Dolphins. I'm excited to see, or excuse me, via the Lions rather. I'm excited to see what this group is going to be able to do. I'm a big fan of Tyler Higbee. We saw Puka Nacua last year really do some really good things. Cooper Kupp, we know what he is. Kyron Williams is going to get a lot of the press in terms of their backs, but Blake Corum in this scheme, in this run scheme, I think can be really good. Jordan Whittington out of Texas. Denton mentioned them losing Adlai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy. They lost Jordan Whittington as well. He's kind of the unsung guy of that Texas receiving corps. He cannot stop being praised by head coach Sean McVay here during camp. On paper, I think San Francisco ultimately wins the NFC West. I think Kansas City, and we didn't even spend too much time on that division. We know Kansas City probably wins that. But if there's like a close second in that NFC West, I think it's the LA Rams. And then in the AFC West, if we're talking about a team, if it's not going to be Pat Mahomes and company, this may shock you all. I look at the Las Vegas Raiders, and some of you are going to say, what? You smoking? I don't like the Chargers. I just don't know. We'll see with the Chargers. Because I think Jim Harbaugh's going to come in there and want to run the football. We know that about him. We know defensively last year they took a step back, but the sack numbers were there. I look at the Chargers, man, and I don't know if I like what they have on the perimeter, but ultimately, like, that may not end up mattering, right? Because Gus Edwards is going to touch it a lot. J.K. Dobbins is going to touch it a lot. You've got Ladd McConkey. You've got Quentin Johnson. I've heard Brendan Rice has been really, really strong during camp to this point. I'm excited to see what he ultimately looks like. But at the end of the day, I think we all know that division is Kansas City's to lose. But I would say don't sleep on the Las Vegas Raiders, a team that actually pushed Kansas City to the brink twice during the 2023 season. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll continue to talk all things National Football League. I've been teasing it. There are a couple of quarterbacks around the NFL that I think are under an immense amount of pressure as we get geared up for the regular season opener. That's next here on the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
A Kia SUV is capable of taking you far. But when you use it locally to help your community, you go even further. Whether that's carrying cargo, bringing your team with you, ready, or navigating new terrain. Power up your capability with the right Kia SUV. Do more with the Kia Sportage, Kia Telluride, Kia Sorento, or Kia Seltos. Kia. Movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Roto-Rooter. Plumbing problem? No match for a little DIY duct tape. Shoot, hold on. Nope. There we go. No match for a little... dang it, wait. Duct tape and a wrench. Leaks are no match for duct tape and a wrench. And a bucket and a towel, more duct tape, a hammer, this random tool I found in the basement, another bucket, more tape, a little more tape. Perfect. On second thought, maybe leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Are you ready to transform your health career? Explore free and low-cost courses, trainings, and certificates that can take your career and the care you provide to the next level. Learn more at caringcareers.ri.gov.
5 years ago, Noah was driving passengers to the airport and stressing over tips. Now, he builds communication systems for massive aircraft carriers. Learn about careers in maritime manufacturing at careersbuilttolast.com. Paid for by the U.S. Department of the Navy in partnership with Blue Forge Alliance.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home, yes, cool, or attending one live, you can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
895.
WEEI. WEEI.
Download the Odyssey app and listen on demand anytime.
Boston Sports Original. WEEI.
In charge movement, Linnell Willingham out of Washington, D.C. Number to call the show, 855-212-4227. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Before we get out of here, still got to pick winners of the AFC South and NFC South, as well as the AFC North and NFC North. We'll do that for you before we get out of here. As I teased going into the break, though, that's why I love the NFL. The acronym "Not for Long" really remains to be true. There could be turnover at key positions on a week-to-week basis across this league. The thing I appreciate about the NFL, teams stopping at nothing to get better. And that was my mentality toward the Cleveland Browns a couple of years ago. Stopping at nothing to improve your football team. Everyone was crushing them. Why would you want to go acquire Deshaun Watson? Do you want to deal with that baggage? What kind of message are you sending as an organization to your fan base and to the rest of the football league? What are we, 3 years into the Deshaun Watson experience? This is year 3. It hadn't looked good. It hadn't looked good at all. And we found out earlier today, Deshaun Watson dealing with armed or shoulder discomfort, I believe is how they categorized it. He is going to not play in the preseason finale. I think the Browns have already kicked off or kicked off earlier today. And I am personally stunned that they went through an entire preseason And could it manage to get him any game reps? Couldn't manage to get him any game reps. And since he did not play in the preseason, Deshaun Watson has not played in a live football game in 302 days. What? When he takes the field September 8th versus Dallas, Deshaun Watson will have not played in a real NFL sanctioned game in 302 days. It's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it. And I think if we're talking about quarterbacks that have the most quote-unquote pressure on them heading into the regular season, how does your list start with anyone outside of Deshaun Watson? And it pains me to say it. His fall from grace, talking about Watson, is one of the most head-scratching, puzzling, bizarre things I can remember in the National Football League here in recent memory. It's crazy. Deshaun Watson and his fall from glory should be studied. This is a guy that in 2020 threw 33 touchdowns to just 7 interceptions, completed 70% of his passes, as well as throwing for damn near 5,000 yards. It makes no sense that he has regressed the way that he has, but it does. But it does if you're paying close attention. I say this all the time about the quarterback position. More than any position, task, whatever in pro sports, quarterback and the success of a quarterback is dependent upon repetition. And between the suspensions and the injuries, Deshaun Watson simply has not repped it out enough, talking about playing quarterback. And I'll be real with you. Bringing over Ken Dorsey, to me, isn't a solution. It's not. And I think for Watson, I understand you can't really control whether or not, you stay healthy or not. Like, you can get blindsided and it cannot be your fault. I get that. I look at this Browns offense, and I look at Deshaun Watson, and I look at what this team needs. It wouldn't stun me if it got to a point during the season where they pulled the plug on Deshaun Watson if he looks bad. It's one of the most mystifying things that I've seen here in recent memory, man. Deshaun Watson was in that conversation with your Josh Allens, your Lamars, Mahomes, you name it. Deshaun Watson, for the entirety of his career before he got to Cleveland, was very much in that conversation. And I think the reason he got the money that he got is because he's earned it. He's earned it. But if you're the Cleveland Browns, they can tell you they're all in with Deshaun Watson. They can tell you, right, that, hey, look, we're going to make this work. We paid too much money to not make it work. They can tell you that till you're blue in the face. Their additions to the quarterback room this offseason that already included Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who they drafted last year in the 5th round. He's there. My birthday twin, by the way, DTR. November 14th, Scorpio stand-up. But when you bring in Snoop Huntley from Baltimore, who I know several other teams were pretty bullish on, when you bring in Jameis Winston, who is a former number 1 overall pick, that is a contingency plan for Deshaun Watson going AWOL. Especially when you only let Jameis throw 5 passes all preseason. They are preparing for Deshaun Watson to either get benched due to poor performance, or him playing his way out of the lineup, whichever happens first. A move that I thought had so much promise when they initially made it has now gone sour for the Cleveland Browns. And I don't want to be this guy, and I'm going to make sure I use the word speculation and allegedly so I don't get in trouble here. But when you have some of the allegations attached to your name that Deshaun Watson had attached to his, would you consider what's happening to him football karma of some sort? Seriously. And I'm not preying on nobody's injuries. I'm not that type of cat. I'm not. But man, you could not write a worse chapter of Deshaun Watson's career than the one that he's currently in. This Browns team is ready, made to win. And when I say win, not talking about just making it out of the AFC North. Talking about competing for a Super Bowl. This offensive line, Jedrick Wills, Joel Bitonio, Wyatt Teller, Conklin, Dawan Jones. They've got guys up front that, to me, are good enough to win a championship. At the skill position spots, Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy, David Bell, Elijah Moore. It's more than enough. It's more than enough. David Njoku really burst onto the scene last year. But this is where I get excited about the Cleveland Browns. This secondary, one of the best in football. Love me some Greg Newsome. Martin Emerson Jr. the last 2 years has really burst onto the scene and proven his value. And then you can't name me 5 cornerbacks in the NFL that are better than Denzel Ward. So when I look at Cleveland, and that's just the secondary, they've got it going on. Grant Delpit, Juan Thornhill, Rodney McLeod. But then I get to this front seven. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah just got paid the bizag on a 3-year extension about 10 days ago. He's legit. Zadarius Smith and Myles Garrett, I can make the argument that they're arguably the best edge rush duo in football. Then you add Dalvin Tomlinson to the mix, and then they brought in the old wily vet, Shelby Harris, via free agency. So they've got guys on that side of the football. They do. They've got guys on the offensive side. Now, Nick Chubb and his injury and how he comes back from that obviously is going to be a key part of it. Jerome Ford, I thought last year, was extremely serviceable and, gave you some pop and some juice. 4 touchdowns, 813 yards, 4 yards a pop was pretty damn good. If he can hold down the fort till Nick Chubb gets better and gets right, I'm telling you, if they get good quarterback play out of Deshaun Watson, got an opportunity to really, really make some noise in the AFC. But that's why I think Deshaun Watson, one of those quarterbacks that are under an immense amount of pressure as we get geared up for the start of the regular season. 855-212-4227 is the number here on the Infinity Sports Network. You're tapped in to the youngest in charge movement, Linnell Willingham out of Washington, D.C. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll look at some other quarterbacks who I think are under the microscope this year and have to have a big year, or else maybe they're getting replaced in 2025. All that and more coming up next, but first, the Sports Flash with our guy, Manny Rodriguez.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Linnell, we'll start with week 0 in college football, and we've already had a stunner. Off to Dublin.
Set down for him. Boot it up. It's tumbling. It's turning. It is good! At the horn! It ain't the luck of the Irish. It's the heart of the Jackets.
Georgia Tech Radio Network. Aiden Burr's 44-yard field goal as time expires stuns the number 10 team in the nation. Georgia Tech 24, Florida State 21. Elsewhere during this week 0, FCS school Montana State scores 21 unanswered points in the fourth quarter as the Bobcats outlast New Mexico 35-31. SMU and Nevada, they are in action right now. They're scoreless late in the first quarter. Baseball scores. The Reds are up on the Buccos 10-2. The Guardians lead the Rangers 8-1. Twins have a 5-0 lead on the Cardinals. The Phillies lead the Royals 2-1. Tigers up on the White Sox 9-3. Nats hold a 2-0 lead on the Braves. The Mets and Padres are set to start in moments in San Diego. Finals from earlier, a couple of teams with dreams of October met in Baltimore.
Jackson to the gap in right center field. That's down for a base hit. Henderson scores. Eloy Jimenez will score. They're waving counter. He will score. It's a bases clearing double for Jackson Holiday. And the Orioles seize the lead in the sixth.
Orioles Radio Network. That Jackson Holiday double does the job for the O's. They beat the Astros 3-2. Bowden France's no-hit bid falls short, but the Blue Jays beat the Halos 3-1. Brewers beat the A's 9-5. D-backs over the Red Sox 4-1. The Rockies, they handle the Yankees 9-2. The Giants hold off the Mariners 4-3. The Cubs dispose the Marlins 14-2. Final week of preseason football. Panthers beat the Bills 31-26. Lions over the Steelers 24-17. Packers cruise over the Ravens 30-7. Texans hold off the Rams 17-15. Vikings dismantle the Eagles 26-3. Chargers beat the Cowboys 26-19. Giants and Jets are in action. It's 10-0 Jets in the second quarter. I'm Andy Rodriguez.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Check out our new and improved website at infinitysportsnet.com. That's infinitysportsnet.com.
WEEI, Boston Sports Original. WEEI.
AUDACY. Type that into your app search, then download.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription, based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
A Kia SUV is capable of taking you far. But when you use it locally to help your community, you go even further. Whether that's carrying cargo, bringing your team with you, ready, or navigating new terrain. Power up your capability with the right Kia SUV. Do more with the Kia Sportage, Kia Telluride, Kia Sorento, or Kia Seltos. Kia. Movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Looking for a tequila that puts tradition above trends? Raise a glass of Lunazul. Lunazul tequila is made with 100% Blue Weber agave and no extras. No celebrity endorsements, no vanilla additives. Just real, authentic flavor that's sure to make a statement. Because great tequila speaks for itself, and those who know look to Luna. Lunazul Tequila, Bardstown, Kentucky. 40% alcohol by volume. Think wisely, drink wisely.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home,
Yes, goal.
or attending one live, you can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Christy Pierce-Rampone here, former member of the U.S. Women's National Soccer Team, 3-time gold medalist, and 2-time World Cup champion. I'm mom to 2 teenage girls and a dog mom too. All 4 of them need lots of stuff, and we always need it fast. And that's why we use Amazon Prime. When our favorite leash broke, I went right to Prime, and with one click, I ordered it again. Not to mention all the great streaming shows I watch with family. From streaming to shopping, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
With Labor Day savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,500 off select appliances from top brands like LG, America's most reliable line of appliances, like the LG Smart Top Load Washer, with easy unload angled front, so you can reach every last sock. Right now, get up to $1,500 off select appliances in-store and online with Labor Day savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid August 22nd through September 11th, U.S. only. See store online for details. America's most reliable line of appliances per independent study.
Sports Original.
Want Boston sports 24/7? It's easy. Download the Odyssey app and listen on demand anytime.
Here on the Infinity Sports Network, you're tapped in to the youngest in charge movement, Liddell Willingham out of Washington, D.C. Number to call me, 855-212-4227. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Plenty more to get to here in the final hour and change of the program. Coming up at about 9 o'clock, so about 15 minutes from now, we'll be joined by my pal Sam Bruckhouse from SumerSports.com, former D1 college linebacker, does really good work for them. Latest piece he did for SumerSports.com was analyzing and predicting how the rookie quarterbacks will fare in the National Football League this year. So I can't wait to talk to Sam about that. We will also wrap up our division winners series coming up here before we get out of here. We've picked winners in the NFC East, the AFC East, the NFC West, and the AFC West. Coming up when our pal Sam joins us, we will get winners of the AFC South and NFC South, as well as AFC North and NFC North. Man, it feels like, I always say it, doing 5 hours of radio, I mean, it's the coolest thing ever to sit and get to talk about sports for 5 hours, get paid for it. It's awesome. We live the damn dream. 5 hours today in particular has zoomed past. Y'all have been awesome on the phones. The number is 855-212-4227. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Want to go back out to the phones. Going out to Cali. Cali, cool. Ashley's out in Sacramento. What's going on?
I was just wondering what your take on Purdy and if he's under the microscope and what his season might look like. I know that if he has a good season, he'll likely be extended next year for a $50 million tag or not tag, but a $50 million contract or something in that ballpark with where current contracts are and his current performance his past couple of seasons. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Brock Purdy has shown a lot of good stuff. I think he's in a system that is perfect for his skill set. I think out of all of the big money quarterbacks in the National Football League, or guys that are projected to be big money quarterbacks, you make the argument, two of the most insulated guys, one, Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia, and then two, Brock Purdy with the San Francisco 49ers. This year in particular, I think, is going to be critical in whether or not San Fran decides to make him that guy, so to speak. I keep saying it, and I thought it would happen with Miami, but maybe it happens with San Francisco. There is going to be a team out there, and stick with me here, that says the hell with what the market says. I am of the belief that if you are going to be one of these quarterbacks making $50, $60 million annually, you have to for sure elevate the play of others around you. And if they're going to be without Brandon Ayuk, if Trent Williams is going to actually hold out into the regular season, Brock Purdy will have to earn the mega contract that he is slated to get at season's end. To keep it short here, I don't think he's worth $50, $60 million annually, but that's what the market says. I'll be honest with you. You could probably go find another Brock Purdy. I don't know if Kyle and John Lynch have the kahunas, so to speak, to make a move like that. But if I was the Niners, no way in hell I'm paying Brock Purdy 60 M's annually. I appreciate the call, as always, Ashley. 855-212-4227 is the number. Let's keep things on the phone. Let's go out to our guy Joseph in Buffalo. Joseph, were you tired of hearing me talk crap about your Buffalo Bills?
No, not my Buffalo Bills. I'm a staunch Browns fan.
Oh, you're a Browns fan in Buffalo, brother. Wow.
Yeah, for 63 years, and I've been a Browns fan for 57 of them.
Okay.
And if I could bring up a couple points to differ from yours. First off, Deshaun, it was arm discomfort. I understand I'm nitpicking, but it was arm discomfort.
Okay.
Their left tackle situation is terrible. That's why he's not playing tonight. They play at 10, by the way.
Okay.
The other things that irk me about people talking about Deshaun, first of all, he's never had the talent around him that he has now. It's ultra talented, as a matter of fact. If Nick comes back, which he's trending towards that earlier than not, then it's going to be even more so. And then the kicker is they got Ken Dorsey now.
Mm-hmm.
Ken Dorsey has always gotten the best out of his quarterbacks, including Cam Newton, with RPOs, with spreading the field. So I think Deshaun is going to have a good year. It's going to be the best one he's had since he's been with the Browns for those reasons. And lastly, if he doesn't, I have no qualms with Jameis Winston starting for this team, especially because of the talent around him. So one of us is going to be right.
Yep. That's usually the way this thing goes, man.
Yeah. So
I appreciate the call. We're up against the clock here. I personally agree with you. This is the most talent Deshaun's ever had around him. I just wonder if we're getting the same version of Deshaun Watson. Hard to miss all the time that he has and still come out and have good footwork and actually play the quarterback position the way they need him to. Final hour of power coming up. Our pal Sam Brockhouse coming up next.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S.
A Kia SUV is capable of taking you far. But when you use it locally to help your community, you go even further. Whether that's carrying cargo, bringing your team with you, ready, or navigating new terrain. Power up your capability with the right Kia SUV. Do more with the Kia Sportage, Kia Telluride, Kia Sorrento, or Kia Seltos. Kia. Movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home,
yes, goal,
or attending one live,
goal,
You can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
Noah starts his day in a high-tech facility that houses the world's most advanced manufacturing equipment. 5 years ago, he was stressed over a passenger's one-star review. Now, he builds communication systems used on aircraft carriers thousands of miles out at sea, which, yeah, is kind of a promotion. Learn more about careers in maritime manufacturing at careersbuilttolast.com. Paid for by the U.S. Department of the Navy in partnership with Blue Forge Alliance.
At Reese's, we love good times. That's why our lineup of ready-to-serve deli salads and ready-to-heat side dishes make good times easy, anytime. With rich and creamy choices like macaroni and cheese or mashed potatoes, and mouth-watering favorites like deviled egg potato salad, every variety is a crowd pleaser. Find Reese's fresh and flavorful deli salads and side dishes in your grocer's deli. We don't just love good times, we're made for them. Reese's, proud sponsor of Good Times.
You've probably heard a lot about electrified vehicles lately. Well, Toyota has electrified options for every lifestyle. We've got hybrids, no plug needed.
Let's go.
But we also have plug-in hybrids, if that's your thing. You can even go 100% electric in the Toyota BZ4X. With so many options for reducing carbon emissions, Toyota is electrified, diversified. Learn more about our Beyond Zero vision for the future at toyota.com/Beyond Zero.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Christy Pierce-Rampone here, former member of the U.S. Women's National Soccer Team and 3-time gold medalist, 2-time World Cup champion, and part of the '99 team that won the Women's World Cup, igniting passion for soccer everywhere. And like Amazon Prime, I'm a lot of things beyond what I'm best known for. I'm a girl mom to 2 teenagers, a dog mom too, an entrepreneur, a TV commentator, and I use my Prime membership pretty much every day for so many things. I am known for being quick and crafty on the soccer field, and I am definitely crafty at home, especially digging in with the girls' school projects. And I rely on Amazon Prime to have what we need and get it to us with the speed I am used to. With every change of season, I love to decorate our home. And where do I get ideas and the goods? Prime, of course. Not to mention with all the great streaming options, it's a total gold medal experience. From streaming to shopping, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. That's Amazon.com/Prime.
From the WEEI studios, the destination for Boston sports fans. Boston sports fans. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
p.m. Eastern Time. Number to call the show, 855-212-4227. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. I can't believe we've made it all the way to 9 o'clock already. Been riding with this since 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. The 5-hour marathon sprint, whatever the hell you want to call it, sadly, is going to come to an end here in this 9 o'clock hour. Jody Mack ready to take you into the wee hours of Sunday morning. Me personally, talking about what to look forward to coming up tomorrow in the sports landscape. I told you I'll do my local radio out of Washington, D.C. Preseason finale tomorrow for my Washington Commanders. They're the final preseason game on the docket as they play on Sunday Night Football against the New England Patriots. Drake May still trying to figure out whether or not he is going to be able to earn the starting job in New England. We'll talk about Drake May and the rest of the rookie class coming up here as we go out to the guest hotline where we find our pal Sam Bruckhouse, analyst for SumerSports.com. Sam, what's going on, my brother?
Linnell, the youngest in charge movement is strong tonight on this radio show. Thank you for having me on.
Yes, indeed, my man. Always love talking ball with you. I think you've got tremendous perspective because you've played the game at the big D1 level. I'm just a whiny old Division III defensive end, so I don't know as much as you, obviously, my friend. So love bringing you on to have your expertise. If you all want to check out some of Sam's work, make sure you go to SumerSports.com. Check out his latest article on what to expect from the 2024 rookie class, that Sam is already down one projected starter in J.J. McCarthy, losing his rookie campaign to a meniscus injury. So we'll skip him. I want to talk about the guy we were just speaking of, Drake May. Now, everyone to a man, Sam will tell you that the supporting cast for the New England Patriots isn't really good enough to allow Drake May to be able to hit the ground running, but I call poppycock on that. If you are a good NFL quarterback, if you're made up of the right stuff, Sam, I feel like you'll be able to make everyone around you better. Big game going into tomorrow night as they take on the Commanders in the preseason finale. If he plays well, what kind of shot do you give him of being New England's opening day starter?
On such a team that you can look, that's a rebuilding year for them.
Yeah.
There's not real evidence that shows that you should keep that guy on the bench. Eric Eager, formerly of Sumer Sports, now of the Carolina Panthers, did a good piece on this last year in which he talked about, the evidence is just not there to sit your starter, especially on a team like New England. So I'm in favor of them trotting him out as the day one starter. In the more general terms, I didn't love May's film. I think his stats.
Neither did I.
I think his stats were great, and I think obviously he's a stereotypical kind of body. But as a former football player, some things just catch your eye, and it was interesting to see that in a lot of the reports they were saying he's having footwork issues in camp, because that's kind of what I picked up on. It seemed like kind of a lazy operation that he had there, and whether that's, inherent to the player, whether that's coaching and that can be coached out. I think he has a good opportunity to start day one. I'm not super big on him, but we'll see how he performs in these last preseason games and how he moves forward.
Yeah, I am. I'm right on the same boat as you, buddy. I think the footwork, major issue. A lot of his issues coming out. He's like a bigger Sam Howell. And when I said that locally, people were ticked off at me, buddy. But in terms of how they were coached, what their issues were coming out of college, and what their strengths were, both of those two guys, no one's going to mistake Sam Howell for having a howitzer, but we know Drake May can straight up sling it. The shortcomings of both of those quarterbacks have to do with some of their technical flaws. I think for May, as you mentioned, love the piece that Eric did last year, by the way. I agree. There isn't this large sum of evidence saying that young quarterback sitting works. Everyone goes back to Jordan Love. And I say, well, Jordan Love sat behind Aaron Rodgers. And then you go to Mahomes. Well, Mahomes sat behind Alex Smith. Unless you're got a Pro Bowl quarterback in front of you, like a lot of these other guys that have had to sit have had, I don't think, like you mentioned, there's much evidence to the young guy having this immense amount of success from sitting. With Drake May, I think if you're New England and you look at some of the shortcomings you have up front along your offensive line, the one thing I cannot deny Drake May of is I think he's a pretty damn good athlete. I think the mobility is real with him. And if you're looking at it from purely the vantage point of giving our offense the best chance to move the football week in and week out, putting Jacoby Brissett, who I got to watch up close in person for 17 weeks last year, immobile. And I think behind that offensive line, Drake May gives you a better shot because he can make plays off schedule with his legs.
Right, yeah. He's a physical specimen for sure. And I think he does have that added element of creativity. And I think that's honestly why you pick a player like that. And I think that's why the Patriots went ahead and did that. But I totally agree with you. You and this is kind of the case in several quarterback controversies throughout the league right now. But when you can add that 11th player on run plays, you got to do that, especially when you're a team that's trying to overachieve majorly. You got to add in another element. And I think May does add in that element. And I think that's why my opinion, I think the analytical opinion as well, is that you should probably start him at one, or at least sometime during the year.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, man. The piece that you all did for Sumersports.com and breaking it down in terms of draft range, game started, passing yards, you used some real good numbers to give you an idea of who's going to be the best guy this year. We talked about Drake May. We know his supporting cast, less than ideal. He's going to have to make chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what. The exact opposite can be said for Caleb Williams out in Chicago with the Bears. I see folks saying that the Bears are not only going to be in playoff contention, but maybe have a shot to come out of the NFC if they can stay healthy and all things go well for them. One thing that I don't think people are pointing enough to, Sam, when it comes to the preseason for a guy, Caleb Williams, and I want to double check this and pull it up before I say it, the completion percentage that Caleb Williams had during the preseason wasn't all that great. I believe he finished 10 of 20 for 170 yards. You have any concerns there about the way he looked during the preseason? And then ultimately, what type of year do you think he has? Because I think despite those numbers, real good shot, he's one of those guys.
Yeah, the way I'm kind of looking at this, I try to keep it on a distribution. And so in the piece, I break down kind of what to expect from the average. And you mentioned Sam Howell. Sam Howell is pretty much an average rookie starting quarterback in their first year. And so, 10 starts is probably average. Obviously, we now have J.J. McCarthy, who's most likely going to be zero, given he had a major injury. You're looking at like a pretty normal stat line in terms of like traditional stats, like 2,000, just over 2,000 yards passing, just around 59% completions. I am of the mind that Caleb is probably the one of one in that group. You look at the situation, great wide receivers, an offensive line which has been invested in, a defensive-focused head coach with a pretty good defense, and a new offense coordinator who's coming in and has made a whole career out of, building quarterbacks up to succeed. Last year, I think the Seahawks were something like 10th in offensive EPA per play, which is expected points added, which helps us put in context the yardage that people are gaining. And he did that with a mix of Geno Smith and Drew Lock. Caleb Williams is more talented than those players.
Yes.
And so the situation around him is perfect for him to succeed. The downside is it's a hard division, man. Like, that division is a ringer. And especially this year with obviously a loaded young Packers offense, and then the Lions, who are, the kneecap biters, and it's like getting in a dust up when you play against them. They're very physical, particularly across the offensive line. So, that situation is not great for a rookie. And obviously you have two indoor buildings in that division, but two pretty hostile outdoor buildings once it gets into November and December. I think Caleb's going to have a great year, but I don't know how successful the Bears will be in the context of that division. I think they'll have a good year. They're not my pick to win it. The Lions are, but I think he ends up being the best. He ends up having the best first year, and he ends up probably being the best player in this draft period.
That now brings us to the second overall quarterback taken in the 2024 draft, Jayden Daniels of the Washington Commanders, reigning, defending Heisman Trophy winner. Historic season last year in Baton Rouge from a running standpoint, from a throwing standpoint. And based off of all the reports out of Washington, I've gotten the chance to see him up close in person pretty much every day. Feels like, he's at least got it from the neck up from a decision-making standpoint, getting the ball out on time with accuracy, the ball placement. Feels like he's been as advertised here in camp. The one area that we haven't seen him take off in, no pun intended, is running. When you evaluated him coming out of LSU, did you think he was a guy that could thrive at the next level, winning strictly from the pocket? Because that's what he's done to this point in training camp and through two preseason contests.
It's interesting that you note that. And obviously, you have a closer look at that training camp in practice. I went to the game against the Jets. Obviously, he did have a rushing touchdown in the red zone, which is interesting because you look at guys like Lamar Jackson and sometimes the quarterback isn't utilized a ton in the red zone rushing because there is obviously a much higher probability that they get hit.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see how this situation develops because he's a rock star running the ball. I mean, the throwing is fantastic. Obviously, last year he was very, very successful throwing the ball to some great receivers. And he's coming in with Cliff Kingsbury, who paired with Kyler Murray ended up in a rookie year where Kyler Murray was the offensive rookie of the year. So all that being said, JD, he's an outstanding runner, and that's the thing that jumps off the page to you when you look at his LSU stuff, particularly against teams like Alabama, who, they're devoting the resources of their multitudes of 5-stars to stopping him from running, and he's running wild on them the whole time. So I'd be interested to see how this develops going into the year, particularly as a team with a new staff, a bunch of new players, basically, a brand new situation, top to bottom in that organization, all the way up to, the ownership level.
Right.
I'd like to see how it develops. I'm excited to see him. And again, thinking about that distribution, I really think he's probably going to slot in as that second best quarterback in the draft, kind of over, I expect him to start every game if available. Due to injury, I'd expect him to be a little over those averages. Turnovers and sacks could be a problem for him.
Yeah.
But overall, I'd expect to see some serious production out of him, even if it's just, they're in some competitive games. They're sometimes dropping those games, but, he's having to throw a lot. He's having to do a lot for that offense.
Yeah, you mentioned sacks and holding on to the football is something that could potentially be an issue for him.
Right.
I know that was something that was highlighted throughout the pre-draft process, Sam, but watching him every day, it feels like that's been his best trait, is the ability to get the football out on time, not throwing, not holding it. When you watch Marcus Mariota take reps behind him, he's the guy that's holding on to the football. In terms of work that you can do to get yourself more comfortable, the stories have come out ad nauseum about how he's getting to the facility at 5:45 a.m. and how he's been a nerd in the playbook. He's gotten Josh Harris and the ownership group to invest in the virtual reality program that he used last year in Baton Rouge. Right. When you think about all of that stuff and then the pressure to sack percentage, do you think he's more likely to fall in the category of guys like Justin Fields, who have had bad numbers in college with pressure to sack, or do you think, he could be like a Joe Burrow who did have those bad numbers but still was able to come into the next level and have success?
Yeah, pressure to sack ratio, which you mentioned, Lamel, which is basically like when you're getting pressured, when are you hitting the ground? It's one of the stickiest stats that we have for quarterbacks. It's something that tends to travel across level, NCAA to NFL, and across when a player goes to another team or something like that, and year over year. So he was, to plainly put it, he was quarterback 8 in this draft class in pressure to sack ratio, 26.7%. Like a quarter of the time when he's being pressured, or over a quarter of the time, he's hitting the ground. Now he's fantastic at running around and not getting pressured, and if he can manage that, especially in a division where you got Michael Parsons coming after you, if he can manage that along with Cliff Kingsbury and the play calling, that'll be a major feather in his cap. But I would expect that pressure to sack ratio to stick kind of there. So it's something that certainly needs to be managed by Daniels, by Cliff Kingsbury, and by Dan Quinn with the Commanders.
Joined by my pal Sam Bruckhouse, SumerSports.com. Make sure you check out his work at SumerSports.com. Latest piece he wrote analyzing the NFL quarterbacks and what to expect from this 2024 rookie class. The one guy that's expected to be a starter that we have not mentioned yet was just named the starter late last week, Bo Nix out of Oregon for the Denver Broncos. Fascinated to hear, Sam, what you think about him. We talked about maybe a potential lack of weaponry for Drake May out in New England. I'm not too impressed with what the Denver Broncos have on the perimeter either. Troy Franklin, based off of most reports, has been a dud through training camp at this point. I know Marvin Mims has some explosive big play ability. Cortland Sutton and Tim Patrick simply just haven't been able to stay healthy. When you look at what Bo Nix has to work with, do you think he's got enough to be able to have success? And then two-parter here for you. What did you ultimately think about him coming out of school? And how do you think him staying in school so long may have benefited him?
Yeah, so it's an interesting situation with the Broncos. I, as a Saints fan from Louisiana, watch a lot of Sean Payton, and he made a lot out of a little a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you look at those guys who we think of as Hall of Famers now. Marcus Colston out of Hofstra, who many people thought was going to be a tight end.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone, I think he was a 7th-round pick. You look at Jimmy Graham, a guy who had barely played football in his career, great physical talent. All of a sudden, he becomes a guy who's one of the best in the league. Names like Lance Moore pop up.
Yeah.
Down the stretch, he had Mike Thomas, who big
Robert Meacham.
Great. Robert Meacham's another one, yeah. And so I'm less concerned, about Sean Payton's ability to use his talent and the talent around there. I think he's a good enough coach to manage that. I am concerned about Nix. Nix is just sheer talent to begin with. I was lucky enough to play against him in his younger days in Auburn, and it is interesting to see how he progressed. You mentioned he stayed in school so long, and obviously, transferred, got a new coaching staff, stuff like that. When he was at Auburn, man, he was like Bo Nix, the turning on the superhero, running around against LSU sideline to sideline, throwing the ball up in the air. And he was like the loose cannon. And then you go to Oregon and you look at what happened last year, and he's very conservative, high completion percentage, low air yardage on his throws, kind of the dink and dunk. Yeah, we mentioned Alex Smith earlier, kind of like that kind of mold. And I think that's really the only way he can be successful in this league, in my opinion. He was very successful at the college level. I just don't know if he has the innate talent that you have to have when you are going against defenses who have immense talent. And obviously, Sean Payton could manage him into a great quarterback, but he's not going to grow 2 inches, get more physically imposing, and have a insane arm anytime soon. And so it really comes down to winning on the margins and winning, in the pre-snap. And that's really hard to do in this league.
Yeah.
And so I think he has the lowest margin for error out of all the first round quarterbacks. I have him probably as the least likely to succeed.
Yeah, and then I don't know how much of his preseason stuff you've been able to watch. People are, singing his praises up there in Colorado, but I mean, footwork seems like an issue. A lot of off-platform stuff seems like he's actually holding onto the ball longer than he's supposed to. I am very curious, to see what happens in Denver, because Sean Payton got off of Russell Wilson in that contract. Shout out to him. But did you get the right guy is ultimately what's going to be the barometer of whether or not he could, stay around there for years to come. Sam, I appreciate you giving us some time. As always, my friend, we'll make sure to check out your work at SumerSports.com. Appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate you, Linnell.
That is Sam Bruckhouse, one of the absolute best, one of the new bloods over at SumerSports.com. Former Falcons GM Thomas Dimitroff, a big part of that contingent, allowing, sports science to play into some of the numbers and using numbers and sports science rather to evaluate some of these prospects. I'm a big stats guy, but I caution folks out there consistently when you're talking stats, right? I think it's super important to add context to those stats. And a lot of the times we don't see that. I mentioned before we got out of here, we give you a division winner for every NFL division in the National Football League. I picked the Eagles in the NFC East. I picked the Jets in the AFC East. In the AFC West, obviously, I chose the Kansas City Chiefs. In the NFC West, I chose San Francisco, with the disclaimer that I do think the Rams are right on their heels. Before we hit this next break, AFC South, NFC South, two divisions to me that honestly maybe are a little bit slept on. I'm a big fan of Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think up front they've got a pretty damn good offensive line. I think defensively they're slept on. Their wide receiver trio, I'm a big fan of. We know about Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, but one guy that has been unheralded during training camp in the preseason and honestly should be to the surprise of no one is Jalen McMillan out of the University of Washington. Michael Penix put up some big numbers out there at UW. It's because he had a damn good receiving group that he was throwing to as well. They got 3 badass wide receivers. I want to see how Baker Mayfield is able to transition post Dave Canales. Rashad White going into another year. I know they're going to have balance offensively. I'm a big fan of Tampa. The New Orleans Saints, to me, are another interesting case. I think legitimately they've got one of the best defenses in the National Football League. I'm eager to see how the Chase Young addition helps that group out. But ultimately with them, I don't know if they have enough at quarterback with Derek Carr. The Panthers, we'll talk about Bryce Young in great detail before we get out of here, but I think it's going to be boom or bust this year for Dave Canales and company, and either Bryce is going to prove he's legit or they're going to be picking another quarterback next year. And then the Atlanta Falcons, a team that is much improved on both sides of the football. I look at this as a two-team race in this division. It's between Atlanta and Tampa Bay. Tampa's won the last 3 NFC South titles. I think Kirk Cousins and company break that streak. Not only do I think Cousins and company win the division, I think they've got a chance to potentially be the number 1 seed in the NFC based off of their schedule. To the AFC South, a division that all of a sudden could have 4 really good quarterbacks. We know what C.J. Stroud is after his breakout rookie campaign. Trevor Lawrence just got the bag, and the hope is that he can continue his stellar play. Last year, injuries and turnovers really was his Achilles heel. Out in Indianapolis, you hope that Anthony Richardson can come back healthy and take the league by storm. Him and Shane Steichen, one of my favorite head coach quarterback combos in the National Football League. And then another sophomore quarterback we'll talk about heading in to the 10 o'clock hour here as we get ready to pass things over to Jody Mack. I look at Will Levis. They're another team where I think the Titans have pretty much said, you know what? We don't know how good Will Levis is, but we're going to surround him with surplus talent. And if he fails, it's on him, not on us. In the NFC South, I'm going to go with the Atlanta Falcons. In the AFC South, I'm going to go with the Houston Texans, but do not sleep on Will Levis and the Tennessee Titans. I think they're a group that could shock some folks around the NFL. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll continue to look at some of these quarterbacks heading into next year that are under an immense amount of pressure, including Will Levis and Bryce Young. It's next here on the Infinity Sports Network.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Attention. Are you or a loved one suffering complications after taking Ozempic or Wegovy? These medications may be linked to serious gastrointestinal illnesses. If you've been hospitalized and diagnosed with gastroparesis, chronic vomiting, deep vein thrombosis, or experienced intestinal blockage requiring surgery, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call 888-900-LAW-1 today for a free consultation. That's 888-900-LAW1. Paid for by Tort Defenders. Tort Defenders is not a law firm and does not provide legal services. Attention. Are you or a loved one suffering complications after taking Ozempic or Wegovy? These medications may be linked to serious gastrointestinal illnesses. If you've been hospitalized and diagnosed with gastroparesis, chronic vomiting, deep vein thrombosis, or experienced intestinal blockage requiring surgery, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call 888-900-LAW-1 today for a free consultation. That's 888-900-LAW1. Paid for by Tort Defenders. Tort Defenders is not a law firm and does not provide legal services.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Should we go electric?
I think we should go electrified with Toyota.
Electrified?
Electrified means options.
So electrified looks different for everyone.
Yup, and with more options for reducing carbon emissions, Toyota is electrified diversified.
Learn more about our Beyond Zero vision for the future at toyota.com/Beyond Zero.
A Kia SUV is capable of taking you far. But when you use it locally to help your community, you go even further. Whether that's carrying cargo, bringing your team with you, ready, or navigating new terrain. Power up your capability with the right Kia SUV. Do more with the Kia Sportage, Kia Telluride, Kia Sorento, or Kia Seltos. Kia. Movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home,
Yes, go!
or attending one live, you can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
Christy Pierce-Rampone here, former member of the U.S. Women's National Soccer Team and 3-time gold medalist, 2-time World Cup champion, and part of the '99 team that won the Women's World Cup, igniting passion for soccer everywhere. And like Amazon Prime, I'm a lot of things beyond what I'm best known for. I'm a girl mom to 2 teenagers, a dog mom too, an entrepreneur, a TV commentator, and I use my Prime membership pretty much every day for so many things. I am known for being quick and crafty on the soccer field, and I am definitely crafty at home, especially digging in with the girls' school projects. And I rely on Amazon Prime to have what we need and get it to us with the speed I am used to. With every change of season, I love to decorate our home. And where do I get ideas and the goods? Prime, of course. Not to mention with all the great streaming options, it's a total gold medal experience. From streaming to shopping, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. That's Amazon.com/Prime.
Looking for a tequila that puts tradition above trends? Raise a glass of Lunazul. Lunazul tequila is made with 100% Blue Weber agave and no extras. No celebrity endorsements, no vanilla additives. Just real, authentic flavor that's sure to make a statement. Because great tequila speaks for itself. And those who know look to Luna. Lunazul Tequila, Bardstown, Kentucky. 40% alcohol by value. Think wisely, drink wisely.
Lowe's knows Labor Day calls for big savings. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $750 when you buy 2 or more select major appliances priced $396 or more. And My Lowe's Rewards members get 3 bags of premium 2 cubic foot color mulch for just $10. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
9970.
WEEI. WEEI.
Download the Odyssey app and listen on demand anytime.
Boston Sports Original. WEEI.
To go before we hand things over to the Mac Man. Jody Mack will take you into the wee hours of Sunday morning as he takes you from 10 to 2. I've been riding with you since 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. The marathon almost over. You've been tapped in to the youngest in charge movement, Linnell Willingham out of Washington, D.C. Number to call the show here in the final half hour, 855-212-4227. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. You can check us out on the always free Odyssey app as well as SiriusXM Channel 158. I want to get back into the National Football League here for a second. We've been talking about some quarterbacks that are under an immense amount of pressure, right, as we get geared up for the 2024 season. And y'all know how I get down. Pressure, bust, pipes, or makes diamonds. I think Deshaun Watson and the pressure that he's got is going to bust the pipe. I think Daniel Jones and the struggles and the pressure that he is under is going to bust the pipe. I want to talk about a couple of guys who I think this pressure is going to make diamonds for. I mentioned him going into the commercial break. I'm a real big fan of what the Tennessee Titans did in the approach that they are taking with the quarterback position. Will Levis last year, they drafted in the first pick rather, of the second round, 33rd overall. And last year, Will Levis threw for 1,800 yards, 58.4% completion percentage, 8 touchdowns, 4 picks, was sacked 28 times. Was sacked 28 times. That is the big area for me where I look at Levis and go, hey, bro, got to be better than that. Got to be better than that. But there were some real supreme bright spots with Will Levis, including his very first start against Atlanta, 19-29, 4 touchdowns, 238 yards passing. I thought he was damn good in their win on Monday Night Football against the Miami Dolphins, throwing for 327 yards, a career high then. But let's just be honest here. Will Levis is Tennessee's starting quarterback, Tennessee's franchise guy for now. I don't think Will Levis has earned any sort of long-term security with the Tennessee Titans. And I get that. The thing about the Titans in their approach and the way they're going about this thing, I couldn't agree with it more. They understand, this regime understands rather, this head coach did not draft Will Levis. Talking about Coach Brian Callahan coming over from the Cincinnati Bengals. And the work that he's done with Joe Burrow over the last couple of years, uber impressive. Now, Burrow, we know, is just a damn good quarterback, but I'm a big proponent of coaching and that matters at the quarterback position. They have decided for Will Levis, hey, look, we got Bill Callahan coaching the offensive line, best in the business. We got Brian Callahan calling the plays offensively and being the head man. You've got Calvin Ridley, who you acquired this offseason. You got DeAndre Hopkins. You acquired Tyler Boyd. You've got Chig Okonkwo at tight end. You've got Josh Wiley at tight end. Your offensive line is much improved. You got J.C. Latham out there at your bookend left tackle spot. Peter Skoronski had a pretty damn good rookie year. Offensively, it feels like, and then not to mention they add Tony Pollard via free agency, Tajay Spears coming off an impactful rookie season. They have taken the mindset of, look, I don't know how good Will Levis is, but him not having a good enough supporting cast is not going to be the reason he fails. Basically, they've taken the sink or swim mentality with Will Levis, and they're going to find out right away. Either you got it or you don't, kid. Point blank, period. Now, on defense, they revamped their secondary, signing Chidobe Awuzie. They bring in Quandre Diggs from Seattle. Jamal Adams signs there via free agency. They bring in L'Jarius Sneed. I mean, they have overhauled that group, that secondary. And I think they got a shot to surprise some people in the AFC South. I really do. Now, I believe it is Houston's division to lose. But if we're talking about picking wild cards in the AFC, I personally think, and maybe I'm tripping, maybe I'm geeked up, I think Tennessee's got the chance to be the second best team in the AFC South. I really do. Ahead of Jacksonville, ahead of Indianapolis. I really do believe that. But Will Levis has got a ton of pressure on him. He does, because if he does flame out this year, and if he does not have success, there's really no excuse for it when you consider the supporting cast. In a quarterback class that's got some dudes in it, I wouldn't be surprised if Tennessee after this year is back at the table, you know, if Will Levis proves that, hey, this is too much for me. I think he's a guy that's got an immense amount of pressure on him. The next guy I'm going to mention here, some folks are going to probably think doesn't have any pressure on him. I look at Joe Burrow and say, you know what? Got to stay healthy, brother. And the thing about Joe Burrow last year, even when he was healthy, wasn't all that good. Remember, Cincinnati came out of the gate slow. They did. They started off 0-2, losing 2 games in division. They squeaked by the LA Rams on Monday Night Football. Then they proceeded to lose to Tennessee 27-3. They were off to a 1-3 start last year. And then I remember everyone was jocking them after they went to Arizona and you finally saw Jamar Chase and Burrow on the same page. But in the opener, Burrow, 14 to 31, 82 yards. Burrow, week 2, 27 to 41, 222 yards. Week number 3 against the LA Rams, Monday Night Football, barely completed 50% of his passes, threw an interception, and didn't throw any touchdowns. I mean, it was not pretty for Burrow last year. In 3 of the first 4 starts last year, Burrow didn't even throw a touchdown. So I'm not trying to say, since he should be looking to replace Joe Burrow, I would never go that far. And I'm a big Joe Burrow fan. I even gave him the nickname Beans, right? I think he's made of beans. I think he's got magical stuff about him. 1, he's got to stay healthy. And 2, even when he was healthy last year, and I get he's coming off of the injury, didn't have a whole training camp, he's got to be better. He's got to be better. He's the only quarterback that's been able to beat Pat Mahomes when it matters. I want to believe that he's in that upper echelon conversation of NFL quarterbacks. I firmly believe that he is. I think this year for Cincy, though, man, they've got to decide what type of group they're going to be. They've got to decide what type of football team they're going to be. I'm a big fan of Chase Brown, their second-year guy last year from the University of Illinois. I think he's going to be used a lot more. I think, bringing over Zach Moss, he's going to be used a lot more. I'm curious to see, though, man, do they have it up front? They brought in Orlando Brown via free agency. They brought in Trent Brown via free agency. They drafted Armarius Mims with the number 18 overall pick. Like, they've got a big, physical, imposing offensive line. The question is, can they stay healthy? That's their big question mark right now. If you were the Cincinnati Bengals, can you stay healthy? But I think from Joe Burrow's perspective, 1, if he gets hurt again, he now may officially garner the title of being injury prone. And I understand that's a difficult dynamic to try to understand here. And I understand that that's like a hard, difficult convo to have because you don't want to be disrespectful or rude towards anybody. We had these conversations in the NBA all the time. Joel Embiid can't stay healthy, but is for damn sure clearly one of the best players in basketball. Last 2 years, Giannis Antetokounmpo can't stay healthy, but clearly one of the best players in the association. How are we going to judge Joe Burrow if he has another season-ending injury? It's the big question. Another quarterback I want to take a look at here that I think is under an immense amount of pressure as we get geared up for next year. I look at Bryce Young amongst the sophomore quarterbacks and go, you know what? Carolina, another team that if things go sour this year with Bryce Young and Dave Canales after adding what they added to help this kid out, you wonder, is David Tepper in the organization going to have patience with Bryce Young, right? There is no precedent for a 5'10", 204-pound quarterback. I firmly believe that. I was not a fan of him coming out. I thought C.J. Stroud should have been the number 1 overall pick. Last year, that kind of proved out to be true. They added Robert Hunt via free agency from Miami to help. They drafted Jadavion Sanders out of Texas to try and help. They trade for Deontay Johnson. They draft Xavier Legette. They draft Jonathan Brooks, who's been on the shelf and hadn't been able to, really contribute yet in camp to this point, but we know what he is when healthy. They've got the pieces, it feels like, offensively. The question is Bryce a good enough quarterback to not just keep this team afloat, but maybe elevate guys around him? That, to me, is what it is about. Can you elevate the guys around you? And I don't know if Bryce Young is a good enough quarterback to be able to do that. Now, defensively, we know what they have. You lost Frankie Louvu. Give you that. That was a big piece that you lost. But outside of that, you're returning a lot of your usual suspects. Derek Brown, one of the best defensive linemen in football. You add Jadeveon Clowney. You brought in Xavier Woods via free agency. Another year older is J.C. Horn. There's another team that, has enough pieces on paper, I would suggest, to be competitive in their division, but it starts and ends with what they're going to ultimately get out of the quarterback position. 855-212-4227 is the number. One final segment coming up with me before we hand things over to Jody Mack. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we will pick the division winners in the AFC North and NFC North. That's next, but first, the Sports Flash with Manny Rodriguez.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Linnell, we'll start with what is happening on the diamond. The Guardians, they're cruising. They have a 13-3 lead over the Rangers. The Phillies have blown it open, 10-2 lead over the Royals. The Tigers lead the White Sox 9-4. The Braves have flipped the score. They lead the Nats now 3-2. The Mets, they hold a 5-0 lead on the Padres. The Rays are up 4-0 on the Dodgers. Before the game, Shohei Ohtani threw off a mound for the first time since elbow surgery. We nearly saw some history at Rogers Center on Saturday.
Swing and a fly ball deep left center. Varsho going back near the wall, leaps up, and that ball is gone. Taylor Ward with a solo home run breaks up the no-hitter in the ninth and gets the Angels on the board, but the fans will get on their feet and clap for Bowden Francis, who went 116 pitches before giving up a run.
Blue Jays Radio Network, Taylor Ward is the villain in Toronto tonight as his solo blast marked the end of Bowden Francis' no-hit bid, but the Blue Jays finished the job. They beat the Angels 3-1. More finals from Saturday. Twins just finished a 6-zip shutout of the Cardinals. The O's beat the Astros 3-2. Brewers handled the Athletics 9-5. D-backs with a 4-1 win over the Red Sox. Rockies shocked the Yankees in the Bronx 9-2. Giants beat the Mariners 4-3. Cubs manhandled the Marlins 14-2. The Reds cruise 10-2 over the Pirates. Final week of preseason football. Panthers beat the Bills 31-26. Lions over the Steelers 24-17. Packers cruise over the Ravens 30-7. Texans hold off the Rams 17-15. The Vikings dismantled the Eagles 26-3. Chargers beat the Cowboys 26-19. The Dallas announced DB Deron Bland. He has a stress fracture in his foot. He will miss roughly 6 to 8 weeks. Jets and Giants are in action, 10-3 Jets in the third quarter. College football season is underway. Aiden Burr's 44-yard field goal as time expires shocks the number 10 team in the country in the Florida State Seminoles. Georgia Tech 24, Florida State 21. I'm Manny Rodriguez.
You make the call. 855-212-4227. When you want to talk to us, call 855-212-4227.
WEEI, Boston Sports Original. WEEI.
AUDACY. Type that into your app search, then download.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications in the media. I've been an avid fly fisherman for at least 40 or more years. I've been taking Prevagen on a regular basis for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life. Robert Strickler is a content contributor for Prevagen and real user, based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
A Kia SUV is capable of taking you far, but when you use it locally to help your community, you go even further. Whether that's carrying cargo, bringing your team with you, ready, or navigating new terrain. Power up your capability with the right Kia SUV. Do more with the Kia Sportage, Kia Telluride, Kia Sorento, or Kia Seltos. Kia. Movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Botox Cosmetic, out of botulinum toxin A, FDA approved for over 20 years. So, talk to your specialist to see if Botox Cosmetic is right for you.
For full prescribing information, including boxed warning, visit BotoxCosmetic.com or call 877-351-0300.
Remember to ask for Botox Cosmetic by name. To see for yourself and learn more, visit BotoxCosmetic.com. That's BotoxCosmetic.com.
Looking for a tequila that puts tradition above trends? Raise a glass of Lunazul. Lunazul tequila is made with 100% blue Weber agave and no extras. No celebrity endorsements, no vanilla additives. Just real, authentic flavor that's sure to make a statement. Because great tequila speaks for itself, and those who know look to Luna. Lunazul Tequila, Bardstown, Kentucky. 40% alcohol by volume. Think wisely, drink wisely.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home,
Yes, goal.
or attending one live, you can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
There's a mountain range 800 feet below the surface of the Pacific Ocean that submarines must navigate in total darkness. Thousands of miles away, Kendra builds equipment that guides these vessels safely. 2 years ago, she didn't even know there were mountains underwater. Career path upgraded. Learn more about careers in maritime manufacturing at careersbuilttolast.com. Paid for by the U.S. Department of the Navy in partnership with Blue Forge Alliance.
At Reese's, we love good times. That's why our lineup of ready-to-serve deli salads and ready-to-heat side dishes make good times easy, anytime. With rich and creamy choices like macaroni and cheese or mashed potatoes, and mouth-watering favorites like deviled egg potato salad, every variety is a crowd pleaser. Find Reese's fresh and flavorful deli salads and side dishes in your grocer's deli. We don't just love good times, we're made for them. Reese's, proud sponsor of Good Times.
WEEI, Boston Sports Original.
Want Boston sports 24/7? It's easy. Download the Odyssey app and listen on demand anytime.
Orange Movement, Linnell Willingham out of Washington, D.C. You can tweet at me. It's at NELL_BTP. Jody Mack in the bullpen. Get ready to take you from 10 to 2. Riding with you all the way up until the wee hours of Sunday morning. I mentioned my beloved Washington Commanders wrap up the NFL preseason tomorrow against Drake May and the New England Patriots. A massive opportunity for Drake May in that preseason finale to potentially put together another good batch of tape and stake his claim to be New England's Week 1 starter. I want to finish up picking our division winners here before we get out of here, the last few minutes of the program. Last two divisions, AFC North, NFC North. And I want to start on the NFC side because I think everyone is absolutely in love with Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. Everyone loves what they think the Bears potentially could be. Everyone loves, Chicago's weapons on the perimeter. They love the defense, the offensive line. They have invested, premium resources into it. I see why folks would be super high on the Chicago Bears. Doesn't mean they're winning the division, right? Doesn't mean they're winning the division. I look at the Minnesota Vikings. I'm excited to see Sam Darnold throwing the ball around the yard to Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson. I'm excited to see Aaron Jones in a Vikings uniform. I'm excited to see Kevin O'Connell, rather, dial things up. Can he get Sam Darnold to be one of the next reclamation projects at quarterback across the National Football League? Don't think they're winning the division, though. I look at the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions, I think, have as good of a case as anybody to win that division, and they're probably the favorite according to most people out there. Their number one addition that I loved this offseason was adding DJ Reader. There was a toughness element that I thought was missing from the Detroit Lions, and to add him to the middle of that defense to go along with Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil, who is a mega riser right now in the National Football League, I think they got a good shot. But ultimately, I think the NFC North gets won by the young upstart Green Bay Packers. Big fan of Jordan Love and company. Also love a couple of the moves that they were able to make this offseason, mainly Josh Jacobs. Him splitting carries with A.J. Dillon, I think, is going to cause hell to the rest of the National Football League. They drafted one of my favorite offensive linemen in the draft in Jordan Morgan, Rashawn Gary, Preston Smith, Lucas Van Ness. They've got guys up front to be able to get after the passer, Quay Walker, you name it. I think they're a good group, man. I really do. I am a big fan of what they have defensively. Bringing over Xavier McKinney from the New York Giants, I also think is a huge move. The big question is going to be, can Jordan Love replicate the play that we saw out of him last year? And I'm of the belief with Josh Jacobs as your back with A.J. Dillon, you got a hell of a shot. Quickly here, want to go over to the AFC North, a division that a lot of people probably feel like is the Ravens to lose. For Baltimore, they lost 3/5 of their starting offensive line this year via free agency. 3 new starters up front. You lost Baby Belichick, as I refer to him as, in Mike McDonald to Seattle. It's hard for me not to pick the Ravens, though, because if you would have told me 2 seasons ago that Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry would share the same backfield, I'd tell you to cash me a bet slip of them winning the Super Bowl. I don't know if we've ever seen a quarterback running back duo as dynamic as these two sharing a backfield together. The offensive line issues, though, give me some real concern. They do. In the AFC, man, this is tough for me. I'm gonna go with the Cleveland Browns. I can't believe I'm doing it. I like what they have defensively. You hope Deshaun Watson's able to bounce back. Talk about leaving the show with a take. I like the Browns to win the AFC North. That's going to do it. Big thank you to Nico. Big thank you to Billy G.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
A Kia SUV is capable of taking you far. But when you use it locally to help your community, you go even further. Whether that's carrying cargo, bringing your team with you, ready, or navigating new terrain. Power up your capability with the right Kia SUV. Do more with the Kia Sportage, Kia Telluride, Kia Sorento, or Kia Seltos. Kia. Movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Roto-Rooter. Plumbing problem? No match for a little DIY duct tape. Shoot, hold on. Nope. There we go. No match for a little... dang it, wait. Duct tape and a wrench. Leaks are no match for duct tape and a wrench. And a bucket and a towel, more duct tape, a hammer, this random tube I found in the basement, another bucket, more tape, a little more tape. Perfect. On second thought, maybe leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile and get fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. So whether you're playing a game at home, yes, goal, or attending one live, you can do more without spending more. Learn how to save at cox.com/internet. Cox Internet is connected to the premises via coaxial cable. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary, not an endorsement. Other restrictions apply.
Christy Pierce-Rampone here, former member of the U.S. Women's National Soccer Team, 3-time gold medalist, and 2-time World Cup champion. I'm mom to 2 teenage girls and a dog mom too. All 4 of them need lots of stuff, and we always need it fast. And that's why we use Amazon Prime. When our favorite leash broke, I went right to Prime, and with one click, I ordered it again. Not to mention all the great streaming shows I watch with family. From streaming to shopping, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
Lowe's knows Labor Day calls for big savings. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $750 when you buy 2 or more select major appliances priced $396 or more. And My Lowe's Rewards members get 3 bags of premium 2 cubic foot color mulch for just $10. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Reese's ready-to-serve deli salads and ready-to-heat side dishes make good times easy. Find classic favorites or new flavors in your grocer's deli. Reese's, proud sponsor of Good Times.
Need parts fast? O'Reilly Auto Parts has fast. Need them now? We've got now. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. We're O'Reilly Fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Subtle results, still you, but with fewer lines. Botox Cosmetic, out of botulinum toxin A, is a prescription medicine used to temporarily make moderate to severe frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better in adults.
Effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Don't receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow and eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Tell your doctor about medical history, muscle or nerve conditions including ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. For full safety information, visit BotoxCosmetic.com or call 877-351-0300.
See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
80. From the WEEI studios, heard throughout all 6 New England states. 6 New England states. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, it's Saturday night.
This is the Jody Mack Show. Here's Jody McDonald.
Saturday night. Hey, how are you? It's a Saturday night. It's a Saturday evening for those of you out there on the West Coast. And it's a Saturday late afternoon. If we've got any listeners in the 50th state, they might be on their way to the stadium, maybe doing a little tailgating, as a matter of fact, before the Warriors play tonight against Delaware State. Yes, college football's back. I watched some of the game from Dublin earlier today. And between you and me, you know how big a fan I am of Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith. I did a show with Kenny for an NBA season called Full Court Press, which was a whole lot of fun on Sirius XM. At the time, This was a long time ago. What year was it? 2004, I guess it was. Um, the 2004-2005 NBA season. Um, Kenny and I did the show together every day on a an Infinity. I'll get it yet. A Sirius sports channel. They did not, as of yet, have an NBA dedicated channel. This was the first ever foray into NBA sports talk that SiriusXM had ever done. And I knew of Kenny. I wasn't friends with Kenny. I knew him as an NBA star. And I knew him because he, like me, slightly younger, just a couple of years younger. But Kenny was also a CHSAA player. And if you're wondering what the hell CHSAA stands for, it's Catholic High School Sports, something. The New York City Catholic High School basketball, which is one of the best high school basketball leagues in the country. And even though I grew up in Yonkers, New York, which is Westchester County, just outside of the New York City limits, we were part of the New York City basketball league. And Kenny played over in Queens for Malloy. I played for Sacred Heart up in Yonkers. We never played Malloy because the divisions, the way they broke it down, Brooklyn, Queens played each other. We played Bronx, Manhattan, Staten Island. I don't know if there were any Catholic schools that were part of the CHSAA. I think they were a standalone little island of their own. So the only way we'd ever catch Malloy would be if we played them in the CHSAA playoffs after the regular season was over and done with. But they were not part of our league, so I never would have played against Kenny anyway. But I certainly knew of Malloy and Kenny's outstanding high school career, which got him to the Tar Heels and eventually into the NBA and an NBA champion with the Houston Rockets. So I knew of Kenny. I'd never worked with him before. I'd seen him play on the high school level, but never played against him. And they just paired the two of us together. They wanted to experiment with the show and have a basketball foray. And it turned into an entire NBA channel. Sirius talks NBA 24/7, 365. But we were the first show that was ever together. And because of that, I'm a Kenny guy. Now, Barkley, I actually do know. Although Kenny and I are from New York together, Charles I knew because of his time spent in Philadelphia. When he was here, he had some really good friends who were good friends of mine. I sat at a table with Charles Barkley at a wedding years ago and had a fun time, good time. We kicked back and had some good cocktails. A very good friend of both his and mine got married. So I actually know Charles more than I know Kenny. But I talk forever about how great that show is, and it's a travesty. And I got friends at NBC too, and more power to them. I hope they do a great job of covering the NBA. But the fact that TNT lost out on NBA coverage going forward next year will, at least for TNT, be the last year of their NBA studio show, which is the best sports studio show in all of sports. But you know something? College Game Day is not far off. And yes, starting 2 weeks from tomorrow, we'll be inundated with all the NFL studio shows, pregame, postgame, all that mixed together. And I don't think that any of the NFL shows compares to College Game Day. College Game Day is the only one that even comes close to what Charles and Kenny and the crew, Ernie and Shaq, do on TNT. So I did watch Game Day today just because, A, I'm a college football fan. B, I was glad college football was back. And C, that's a damn good show. Always has been, always will be. A little different doing it over in Dublin today, which made it cool because it was different. But I was glad to get college football back, although I was woefully wrong. Yours truly 0-1 in football picks for the year. I put them out on Twitter. That's just another reason why you need to follow me on Twitter at Jody McMahon, JodyMacMahon. You know the main reason why. We'll get to McDaddy tweeted today here in a second. But yours truly puts football picks out on Twitter last year for the combined college football NFL season, the entire year, 94, 67, and 5. That's a pretty damn good record, folks. That's 27 games over 500. That's pretty good. But the bad news is I'm already 0-1 because I took Florida State today. I didn't think Georgia Tech could beat them. And shame on Florida State. And shame on Jody McDonald. And I'll explain both. Number one, shame on Florida State. I went to bat for them last year when they did not get a playoff spot. I thought they earned it. I thought they deserved it. I thought they were being unfairly treated because their quarterback got hurt, and they took that into consideration. Just stop and think about that for a second. What do you think the feeling would be if the Kansas City Chiefs were going for their third consecutive Super Bowl this year? And in week 17, because they hadn't locked up home field advantage, they had a chance to, but they would need someone else to lose, so they're going to take their best shot in the final game. And let's say Patrick Mahomes breaks his leg, and he can't possibly play for months. He needs to have major reconstructive surgery. What would you think about the commissioner of football stepping up and going, yeah, we're being honest here. We want our best teams in the playoffs. We're not going to have the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs. I know that we have rules in place, and if you win your division, you automatically qualify. But we also want to make sure that it's the best teams we could possibly put there. See, that made college football and the way they go about selecting things a joke. They just dismissed Florida State because of a major injury. And I just thought it was woefully wrong. And I came on these airwaves and bemoaned it when the field of four was picked for last year's college football playoff. So after standing as staunchly as I did in Florida State's corner yesterday, and the fact that they added DJ Uiagalelei, a quarterback who I liked from Clemson, he was good enough at Oregon last year. I thought maybe Oregon State, I thought he could have an even bigger year than he did, but he was good. And he transferred to Florida State, and they've got talented athletes. I thought they'd come out with a chip on their shoulder today. I thought they'd come out massively motivated. They come out, they score early, then they allow Georgia Tech to just run the ball down their throats. And after they tied the score in the fourth quarter with a touchdown with 6 minutes to play, they just let Georgia Tech run out the entire clock and kick the game-winning field goal from 44 yards out. And they had him at 3rd and 17 with a minute to play, and they allowed a 12-yard pass. I know it wasn't a downfield pass. It was a well-designed play, as a matter of fact, kind of a screen pass out to the sidelines. Receiver made a nice move, turned it upfield, got 12 yards, got it in just close enough for Georgia Tech to be able to kick a game-winning field goal. Not the way you wanted to start the season, Florida State. And now with the expanded 12-team playoff, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Florida State's chances to make the playoffs now are nil. But I will tell you that they're compromised. Not only do you lose your opener, but you lose your opener in a conference game. This was an ACC game, Florida State, against Georgia Tech. Well, there's one bright side to me predicting and wagering on and losing the first college football game of the year. Jump right in, first game that you were allowed to watch and allowed to wager on. I'm 0 for 1 in both ways. There is an upside for my overall take on the college football season. And I'll tell you that over the next 3 hours. At some point, we'll jump back into the college football. So here's the way the show works when I get on the weekends. If you're a new listener, an affiliate just cleared the Infinity Sports Network on your sports radio station in your locale. Glad to have you on. Thanks to the station that made us a new venture in town. Yours truly, Jody McDonald, has been hosting on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, for 11 plus years. Very much looking forward to doing tonight's show, tomorrow's show, and then every week thereafter until they say you're out to pasture, old man. Love coming on with you guys and getting out my national platform. Here's what my national platform entails, me giving you my takes on, as I started with college football. Plenty of NFL stuff. Preseason games already played the last couple of days, couple more today, couple going on right now. And then the week wait. After they wrap up the preseason play this week, they're not ready to go next week. Oh, no, next week's Labor Day weekend. And the NFL doesn't want to compete with Labor Day weekend. That's almost funny that they don't want to compete with Labor Day weekend. But they'll compete with the NBA on Christmas. They decided that Christmas is